Good morning, Sarita Di.
Good morning, Sarita.
Good morning, everybody.
Good mornings. To see, so happy to see you here.
Okay, thank you.
We shall be starting the program in 5 minutes. It's 9:55 in my clock. So we shall be starting soon. Good morning, and on the behalf of the Department of History, Jadavpur University, I extend a warm welcome to honorable guests, speakers, faculty members from our universities and other institutions, and participants to the workshop titled Studying History, Perspectives and Sources, organized by the Department of History, Jadavpur University. We will now begin the inaugural session. So I would request Professor Kaushik Roy, officiating head of the department, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. I, on behalf of the Department of History, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, welcome all the participants, our honored guests, speakers, audience, my fellow faculty members, the organizers and the researchers and students to this workshop. The title of this workshop is Studying History, Perspectives and Sources, which attempts to study the convoluted and complex relationship between sources, interpretations, methodologies of history. This 6-day workshop, which is divided into ancient, medieval, and modern period, also brings together scholars, national and international, from different parts of the world and the country. Now, I will request our Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, to deliver the inaugural address. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Roy. I would now request Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, to deliver the inaugural address.
I can't see Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Professor Bhattacharya, in our list of participants who are present in the meeting. Actually, he had informed me that he would be outside the city today, and possibly, and it was a bit problematic for him to join. So we were not sure. So we were waiting for him, and I had called him in the morning, but I could not get him online. So I think we should continue with the rest of the program because we have a long day.
Could you send him a message?
Yeah, right now I called
send him a message and see what he writes by way of answer. If there is no answer, then we can proceed.
Actually, I called him and he did not take the call. So possibly he's not in a position right now. But I'm taking once more. I'm trying to call him. Let's see. Sorry, I could not get hold of him. So should we wait out for some time, or should we continue with the program?
I think we should continue, Nupurti.
Yeah, he had already told me that it is a bit difficult for him to kind of join us because he's been traveling in North Bengal. And today he was supposed to kind of board. back to Kolkata. So maybe he's in that process. So he can't take the call also. So I think it will be advisable for us to kind of move on and start with the program, continue with the program.
Yes, Nupurdi, I think that would be advisable. I think.
Okay. Okay. So Momita, can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
please continue?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Shudeshna Banerjee and Professor Nupur Dajgupta from the Department of History, Jadavpur University, will now introduce the seminar. I would now request Dr. Banerjee to take over.
Thank you, Momita. And on behalf of the Department of History, Jadavpur University, I express great happiness at seeing in the morning itself that there is an overwhelming participation in this workshop, as is evident from the list of people who have already kind of entered the portal. With that, and with my very limited ability, I would try to just briefly put across what the coordinators possibly intended when they decided upon this particular title, Studying History, Perspectives and Sources. What the coordinators seem to have taken into consideration, what was foremost in their mind, I think, is that both the students at the undergraduate and the postgraduate levels, as well as research scholars, should be taken on board. Because they are all kind of studying history in their own ways. Maybe for research scholars, it is more specialized, it is methodologically informed and epistemologically mature, but our undergraduates across campuses, that is, in the discipline of history, are definitely grappling with history as a discipline. How to go about understanding the different aspects of the discipline, the different specializations in the disciplines, the periodizations in the discipline. So for them to, this workshop holds a lot of meaning. With that in mind, the coordinators have kept, I suppose, the scope fairly wide, which is very evident from the subtitle, Perspectives and Sources. Now, for me, the word perspectives holds a clue. It's important that in all the different social sciences, there is often an eagerness to put the studied theme in a historical perspective. But that is perspective in the singular. So in economics, there could be studies which have a historical perspective. In sociology, there could be studies which have a historical perspective. But here we are talking about perspectives. And why are we doing that? Actually, again, to my mind, gone are the days, actually, they were gone long ago, when the discipline of history, the practice of doing history, was dominated by a positivist perspective. And objectivity was what the historian thought she was pursuing. Therefore, perspectives rather than perspective becomes very meaningful. There can be no one God's eye view on any historical theme. Nobody is capable of that kind of a transcendental position on knowledge. We are now more or less sensible enough to realize the extent of subjectivity in our discipline. Therefore, perspectives in that sense is probably encoded with the plurality of ways in which a historian can view any particular theme that he or she is working on. In the meantime, that is in the field of the social sciences. Sorry. The postmodern or the post-structuralist turn has taken place, and therefore this questioning of any objective claim to doing history has come about. But by now, importantly, dust has settled also on this post-structuralist turn. So, the possibility of plurality of ways in which we can history has struck root much more firmly, sidelining positivism. But with the dust having settled on the post-structuralist turn, we seem to see that history as a discipline has bounced back in much greater vibrance and with much greater variety of themes, and we are the happier for it. But something remains of the post-structuralist turn, and that is the awareness among all sensible practitioners of the discipline that we are all located. We as practitioners of the discipline are historically, socially located, that is, in so many structures of power. And as I said, we are not capable of a view from nowhere. Our view is always colored by our own subjectivities, even though we are also careful to be self-reflexive. So with that in mind, I think the coordinators have very pertinently used this term perspectives, where a sense of locatedness is there, and the practitioner of the discipline is aware of his or her own locatedness. But being aware of that locatedness, being also agreeable to be self-reflexive, nonetheless, one enjoys one's own vantage point and thus determines the thematic, right from the research question to the details of the thematic, to the methodology, and of course, the overall epistemology. And that is what I think in today's world, when, all around us, there is an attempt to homogenize, to bring about an unitariness in everything that we talk about, think about. This plurality of perspectives should be kept alive. Now, let me just briefly go to the question of the sources. Again, I would say that even after the post-structuralist turn had almost equated history with any kind of fiction, the practitioners of the discipline, even if they have been willing to learn from certain post-structuralist vibes, have nonetheless decided that there is a past, there was a past, And the discipline relates to the past. If the discipline is studying anything, the discipline is studying the past. But of course, the questions are being formulated in the present. There is a sense in which, every history is probably a contemporary history, in the sense that we are all formulating our research questions from our immediate present, our everyday in the present. Now, with that in mind, however, every historian, even today, as I said, even after the post-structuralist turn, is aware of one particular specificity of this discipline. We cannot do without the evidentiary paradigm. If there is any paradigm that characterizes every way of doing history, sensibly that is, it is this evidentiary paradigm. That's why our literature, historical literature, is so rigorously footnoted, because we know that at every turn, co-practitioners of the discipline would be asking us, what is the evidence? So that evidence brings us to the question of sources. But the question of sources is again one of the very, very major challenges that the discipline faces and also enjoys. Going to the archives over a long duree of time, because even epigraphic sources, numismatic sources, they all constitute archives of sorts. So one necessarily is not talking about colonial archives when they are talking about archives. So there are these various archives, but even then the historian, particularly in recent years, has also felt the need for alternative archives, as they have called it. So at every turn, maybe every practitioner of the discipline is also creating her own archive. When I'm saying her, I'm also including his. So it's creating her archive, because the more conventional sources may be falling short of the particular research question that the researcher may have asked. As I was saying, there has been an explosion of themes, very exciting, wonderful themes that even 20 years back we had not thought about. But because these themes, the novelty of these themes, require us to look at a very, very different set of sources, there is also this anxious search for these sources. And sources are being found, however, in every nook and cranny. That is also wonderful. At one point of time, there was a great conventionality of approach as to what constitutes a source, but increasingly these conventionalities are breaking down. And this is happening in the case of not only the modern or the early modern period, but also for the medieval and the ancient periods of historical specialization, where, something interesting happens in the historian's world. The historian is at pains trying to, even describe it, because the mind is constantly kind of on the move. I'm referring to the mind and I'm referring to the body as well, because the historian is perambulating. With her mind, with her body, is going not only to the different archives, conventional and not so conventional or alternative, but also going to the field, going to the site, and is kind of trying to now read traces of the past or read meanings into everything, into architectural styles, for instance, into, for example, if you are thinking in terms of the colonial period, into the facades of the big bungalows in which the more weighty colonials used to live, in the flight of stairs that lead to the veranda, the flight of stairs that kind of strikes awe into the minds of the colonized. That is the significance of how power encodes even built spaces. So this is just an example, but what I'm trying to say or emphasize on is this willingness to perambulate, this willingness while trying to look for sources to be serendipitous, an openness that is, and a willingness to be completely surprised at every nook and cranny by the possibility of some source or the other erupting from nowhere. And that is what the historian's quest is all about. That is the joy of looking at or finding and then reading the different archives. This is where the historian's craft is very, very different from all other crafts or skills or whatever you call it in the other social sciences. With that, I suppose I have already talked a lot, maybe too animatedly for the somberness of the workshop. So I now give the mic over to Moumita Choudhury to conduct the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. I will now request Professor Nupur Dasgupta to take over.
Thank you, Moumita, and profuse thanks to Sudeshna, my colleague, who has given a most succinct introduction to the workshop. So I would just like to add a few mundane points. We began to work on the idea of this workshop roughly from September 2022, and my colleagues from the department came forward with the notion of hosting a program on history that would touch upon the most essential aspects of the historian's task: his tools, his or her tools, the evidence, and the processing methods, which are framed, as Sudeshna has pointed out very clearly, in the distinct philosophical paradigms harbored by historians. As Sudeshna mentioned, the idea was also to keep it broad, since the program is principally targeted to reach the postgraduate students and research scholars. For the segment of early Indian history, we wanted to take a walk through most of the methodological avenues, which for us are chosen around the kind of sources that a historian studying early history has to handle. Thus, we have sessions on archaeology, art history, numismatics, texts, and epigraphy. However, we begin with perspective, and here Dr. Banerjee and I were pondering since last few days, as you can get from her presentation earlier, on what exactly we mean by it. I would prefer to keep it open to interpretation by the different speakers. In fact, speakers choosing to talk exclusively on methodologies of studying different sources would divine specific perspectives in very critical ways through their own methodological rigor. Especially for archaeology, a discipline which we often tend to take into our historical methodology without much clarity or thought, we need at least to engage with the basic theoretical underpinnings that has emerged around the discipline since the 20th century. On the other hand, perspective may cover, in the most general way, how the historian looks at a historical phenomena, and that has been very well argued out by Sudeshna. Thus, the sessions have been designed to represent the wide scope of the combined disciplines for studying the past. We hope to gain some idea about these extremely rich variety of source-based methodologies and induced perspectives through the next few days' deliberations. We are happy that a number of most eminent and brilliant historians, art historians, and archaeologists have agreed to join us. We hope to take away a rich bounty of knowledge from the workshop. I would just end with thanking my colleagues, research scholars, and staff from the department, the Integrated Network Facilitation Unit of the university, and the university for coming together to initiate and execute the work. I would also thank the university authorities for extending all support. The session coordinators deserve special mention here. Dr. Chandrani Banerjee Mukherjee, Dr. Debojit Dotto, and Sri Shomik Das took care of framing the sessions for the early historic and early medieval segment, while Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee, Dr. Utsha Ray, and Dr. Shamukpita Mitro took charge of the medieval early modern segment. The modern contemporary segment was designed by Professor Kaushik Roy, Professor Suchetana Chattopadhyay, and Dr. Shamukpita Mitro. We shall now go on to the academic sessions, but I would like to mention here that a few unavoidable changes had to be made in the program at the last minute, which will be announced in due course, so please bear with us. Thank you all, and I now hand over to the announcers once more.
Thank you, Professor Dasgupta. With this, we end the inaugural session. The next session is about to begin. Thank you.
A very good morning to you all. We once again welcome you all on the behalf of the Department of History, Jadavpur University, to this 6 days online workshop on studying history, perspectives, and sources. The program begins with sessions on early Indian history. Before we start the first session of today's workshop, there is a gentle reminder to all the participants on the Google Meet platform. Please switch off your microphones and videos. The theme of the first session is Perspectives on Early History of India. The first speaker of this session is the eminent historian, Professor Ranabir Chakraborty, who is known to us all for his insightful engagements with studies in early history of India. His lecture is entitled From Traces of the Past to Historical Testimonies, Historians' Querying of Sources. We now invite Professor Chakraborty to deliver his lecture. Over to you, sir.
I hope I am heard in the Wi-Fi system. Hello?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Audible.
So let me. Very good morning and profuse thanks to the entire Department of History, Jadavpur University, where I have wonderful friends whom normally I prefer to call by their first names. And I'm deeply thankful to Nupur, Chandrani, Samarpita, Debojit, Utsa and Tilottama, and there are other friends and colleagues also for very kindly asking me to open the session. I'm a little bit nervy because usually the source specialists are either language specialists, text workers, epigraphists, numismatists, and art historians, and definitely the field archaeologist. I do not belong to any of these categories. And what I try to do is to look at and occasionally put questions to the available published sources. And this I'll try to do here also. The organizers of this conference on sources of South Asian history has done a commendable job by bringing in perspectives in the broad theme of the conference, putting perspectives on an equal footing to the sources, which are indeed indispensable for historical studies. My attempt to see the transformation of traces of the past into historical testimonies deals with tangible remains of pasts which gradually emerge as evidence for the practitioners of the past, without delving into the indispensability of the evidentiary wherewithal for the historian, who often remains at a distance, temporarily and spatially as well, from the past, remote or recent, under his or her gaze. One needs to underline that there is no ready-made sources for the historian. The positivist premise that facts speak for themselves is problematic, to say the least. Historical facts within quote become visible and audible only when the historian puts certain questions to the available evidence. These questions from the historian are embedded in historiography, which in its turn emanates from the changing perspectives of historians of varied standpoints. As no historian initiates a historical study on a blank sheet, just a moment. Sorry, just a moment. The first, where is the, just a moment. As no historian initiates a historical study on a blank sheet, perspectives and historiographical issues and debates stand at par with historical sources, the raw materials for the historian's interrogations of the past. The first-hand familiarity of the practitioner of the past with evidence and the historian's sensitivity to the dynamics of historiographical issues set the historian apart from the non-professionals' pronouncements on the past, which unfortunately are on the rise in the current academic scenario. Unfortunately, and there, the historian's perception regarding the past, sometimes seen as far removed from the present concerns, is perhaps something incorrect. I'm reminded of the famous two simple sentences by William Faulkner in his 1951 novel Requiem for a Nun, who alerted there that the past is never dead. Stop, it is not even past. The historian's perceptions of the past are, of course, based on attestable testimonies, which often are long dead and frequently emerge into historians' domain by sheer chance. The transformation, just a moment, sorry. My cursor is slipping. I'm sorry for it. The historian's perceptions of the past are based on attestable testimonies, which often are long dead and frequently emerge into historians' domain by sheer chance. The transformation of what was originally a chance discovery into testimony and evidence is itself a subject matter of historical inquiries. This is particularly relevant to the study of the remote times, in case particularly here of early India. No less significant is the point that the accepted sources for the early Indian history were not deemed in their pristine forms as sources at the time of their respective creation and appearances. A case in point is the Harshacharita Banavatta, a crucial source for understanding the times of Harshavardhana in the 7th century. Yet for Banavatta and his connoisseurs, it was never intended to be a source, but a superb Sanskrit prose narrative in the Kavya style of the genre of the Charita literature. Similarly, the excavations at Sarnath by F.O. Ortel in 1905 yielded, among other things, the quadruple lion capital. None at that juncture was able to relate it to the times of Ashoka. In spite of the decipherment of Brahmi and Kharoshti by Prinsep in the 1840s, the identity of Devanam Piyadasi Raja was not established, though in the light of the Buddhist Sri Lankan chronicles, I find Professor Rosmund Bopperachi here, I should not at all delve further into Sri Lankan chronicles. The use of the same epithets was noted. The breakthrough came in 1915 in C. Bidan's chance discovery and noticing of a Brahmi inscription in Maski in the Raichur district of present Karnataka that mentioned the above epithet and the name Ashoka. This clinching evidence paved the way for identifying the beloved of the gods with the Mauryan ruler Ashoka. The result is the sustained production since 1915 of the primary epigraphic evidence for the study of Ashoka and also for the Mauryan realm, right from Hulsh, B.M. Badua, R.G. Basak, D.C. Sarkar, B.N. Mukherjee, to Sushmita Basu Majumdar, eventually to the very latest one by Herman Tieken, just about a month ago in this year. The very rich historical literature on Ashoka penned by past masters like Bhandarkar and Romila Thapar, to the more recent one by Nayanjit Lahiri, began to accumulate only in the backdrop of the post-1915 times. This may also prompt historians to pertinently ask why and how the memory of Ashoka was virtually erased in pre-modern historical traditions, except in the Buddhist Avadana text and the Chinese pilgrim's account. A decade prior to establishing the identity of Ashoka with Devanampiya Piyadasi marked another landmark and at once a fortuitous find of the manuscript of the Arthashastra by R. Somashastri. The edited Sanskrit text came out in 1910, and first English translation was coeval with the discovery of the minor rock edict at Maski. The availability of this quintessential ancient treatise on statecraft and political economy, both in the original source language and in translation, result in a cascade of studies on ancient Indian polity. The wide-range state activity recommended by the Arthashastra, beyond ensuring the defense of the realm and maintenance of law and order, when studied in conjunction with the lofty ideals of Ashokan paternal rulership, prompted Hemchandra Rai to claim in 1927 that state socialism and welfare state had already been anticipated in early India. A major nationalist historian during the heydays of the freedom struggle, Rai someone overlooked the utter incompatibility of the Arthashastra ideal of secret service, steeped in mistrust and suspicion, with the notions of a welfare state, which anyhow was a concern of an industrialized society nowhere experienced in the pre-industrial era. The Marxist analytical framework in the writings of Koshambi and Sharma, found in the combined testimonies about the Arthashastra, the Greek accounts, and the Ashokan edicts, the typical features of a highly centralized state during the Mauryan times. Its logical follow-up for the portrayal of the statecraft of the subsequent times was the decentralized and fragmented polity in tandem with monetary anemia and urban anemia during the 500-1300 CE phase. The obvious chronological gap of nearly 7 centuries between the collapse of the Mauryan polity and the onset of the decentralized state system remain unaccounted for in the perception and construction of the feudal polity of the early Middle Ages. The problems of perspectives, I borrow this phrase from B.D. Chattopadhyay, inherent in the accounts of the periodic oscillation between centralization and decentralization, like the swing of the pendulum, were underlined by Chattopadhyay. Delving deep into the primary sources, Fussman and Romila Thapar negated the unitary nature of the Mauryan authority. The categoric reference to Ashoka as the Magadhan king, Magadha Raja, in his Bhabra edict led Thapar to designate Magadha as the metropolitan area of the expansive Mauryan realm. The other two territorial components were the core areas where stood the erstwhile Mahajanapadas, now incorporated within the Mauryan Empire, and later to experience secondary state formation. And finally, the peripheral zones. The authority of the Mauryan apex political power could not reach these three sectors in a uniform manner. The exercise of direct power by the Mauryan rulers was most felt in the metropolitan and core areas of the empire and was relatively loosely applied in the peripheral zones. The crux of the matter lay not merely in the accurate citation of sources in support of one's arguments, but also in the contextual analysis of the relevant sources. The contextual analysis of sources will inevitably bring into play the historian's interrogations of and interventions into the testimonies, which therefore need to be approached with some degree of circumspection, if not an irreverence to sources. Otherwise, historical studies would be reduced to mere quotations from primary sources. The availability of sources of early Indian history, particularly the textual sources, involved the palpable process of editing the text from manuscripts, adding commentaries to the text, and providing a translation in English or European language and or in the vernacular. This is inextricably intertwined with the printed and published text emanating from manuscripts. The process is inseparable from the introduction of print culture from roughly the mid-19th century. There are several instances of the editing out of passages or sections of the original Sanskrit text and leaving some sections of the text untranslated by editors and very competent editors and translators on the ground of obscenity and vulgarity of the original accounts. A case in point is the leaving out of a section of the Ashwamedha sacrifice in the Shatapatha Brahmana, enjoining the chief queen of the sacrificing ruler to sleep with the sacrificial horse. The impact and imprint of Victorian morality on the 19th century textual scholar led to an editorial intervention of the primary source. This runs contrary to the overall celebration of the Kama culture in ancient Sanskrit works. Why and how a text worker chooses a particular ancient text for editing may be illustrated by the printed text of the Shardula Karnavadanam, an Avadana text of the early century CE in the hybrid Buddhist Sanskrit language. The basic storyline of the Buddhist tale inspired Tagore to compose his Chandalika. The original manuscript was procured in 19th century by R.L. Mitra from Nepal. Its critical edition came out in 1954 thanks to Sujit Kumar Mukhopadhyay. Mukhopadhyay restored and restituted the manuscript by comparing the problematic existing extant manuscript with 3 ancient classical Chinese translations and an ancient Tibetan translation of the original Sanskrit narrative. But far more significant question is what urged this champion textual scholar to choose Shardula Karnavadanam for text working? The answer lies in his introduction. A rebel against orthodoxy and obscurantism, Mukhopadhyay noted that the Shardula Karnavadanam, along with Vajrasuchi, offers the sharpest possible critiques against the Varnajati social norms and practices. I would only tell here that I hope very soon the Vajrasuchi text in translation will come out. I'm sure Mira Vishwanathan is here, and she, along with Uma Chakravarti, is preparing a translation of the Vajrasuchi, originally edited also by Sujit Kumar Mukhopadhyay. Just a moment. Contextual analysis come handy for recovering the understated intents of respective authors of the 3 outstanding Charita literature, the Harsha Charita, the Vikramanka Devacharita Bildana, and the famous Ramacharitam by Sandhya Karanandi. The importance of these life stories of 3 royal heroes by their respective court poets is beyond an iota of doubt for studying the reigns and the times of these 3 formidable rulers. On the other hand, Harsha, Vikramaditya VI and Rampal did not ascend the throne by the dint of the hallowed principle of primogeniture. Shorn of the expected court poetical and ornate exuberances, all the 3 life stories share a common core agenda of legitimizing the accession to and or usurpation of throne by the 3 rulers at different periods and disparate regions. Analyzing the representations of a single charismatic ruler of Kamarupa, namely Bhaskara Varman, in 3 different genres of sources, the Harsha-charita, Bhaskara Varman's own epigraphic Prashastis, and Xuanzang's account, the complexity of portrayals of a single ruler is studied recently by Devdatta Kakati. The salience of the Itihasa Purana genre of literature as pre-modern Indic historical tradition finds a wonderful treatment in Thapar's engagements with such early North Indian Sanskrit texts. A remarkable addition to this scholarship is the analytical explorations of the Vedic corpus and the Mahabharata by Konrad Sinha in recent times. Similar hearkening to the past events by an ancient Sanskrit dramatist will be evident in the two plays of Vishakadatta, namely the Devi Chandraguptam and the Mudra Rakshasa. At this juncture, one needs to take note that several 7th and 8th century CE copperplate records from Odisha used the Arthashastra administrative vocabularies like the Akshashalin, the Sauvarnika, and Suvarnadhakshya, far removed from the time of the Arthashastra, almost a reappearance and sort of the reutilization of the Arthashastra vocabulary in Orissa. This has recently been worked in details by Dev Kumar Jhaj. Besides the Kavya style Charita literature, eulogistic accounts of formidable rulers are quite ubiquitous in inscriptions, beginning with Kharavela's praise in Prakrit Prashasti, followed by the first Sanskrit royal Prashasti of Rudradaman in the mid-2nd century CE, Junagadh Prashasti. The latter is the first known instance of employing the Daivi Bhasha, language of gods, as are cogently argued by Pollock, for political purposes, initiating the process of aestheticizing power with literary tropes. This has prompted a large number of studies of Sanskrit Prashastis as literary cultures embedded to courtly cultures, to borrow a phrase from Daudari. These excellent examples of literary scholarship, however, saw the very material aspects of the records themselves. Most of these epigraphic Prashastis, especially those of the post-1600 days, occur in copperplate charters of land grants. The Prashastis, however important they are, in reality, these are preambles to the operative part of the grant with elaborate information on the recipient of the grant, the revenue terms, the administrative functionaries, boundary demarcations of the donated areas or plots, and benedictory and imprecatory verses. The language and cultural turns in the study of epigraphic records have of late neglected the operative part by an excessive preference to the preamble. What an insightful gaze at the details in the operative part of the land grant records can yield for the historians looms large in Chattopadhyay's groundbreaking study of the rural settlements in relation to their respective hydraulic resources. His inquiries firmly demonstrated that early medieval villages were neither isolates nor undifferentiated, and instead they indeed morphed. This slim study of Chattopadhyay inspired many later generation scholars to follow this line of inquiry for studying rural settlements and rural societies. The notable illustrations in this case are Shuchandra Ghosh's engagements with the Kamarupa rural settlements and the profuse use of epigraphic records by Furui and Rajat Sanyal to construct the images of rural society and stratification in early Bengal, medieval Bengal. In view of the proverbial paucity of sources, that too often fragmentary, for studying early India, one way of at least partial overcoming this acute problem is to look for corroborative and contemporary evidence in favor of a particular source. This is an approach noticeable in the researches of D.C. Sarkar and B.N. Mukherjee. Kosambi, on the other hand, advocated for the combined method of Indology without giving primacy to a specific source. A classic example of this is his use of statistical method in the study of a very large number of Panchmak coins with a view to attributing their regional features and distribution. In recovering the past of Somnath, a celebrated Shaiva Tirtha and also a port in the Kathiawar Peninsula, Thapar proposed to examine multiple sources. Further, she brought out the agenda of the authors of these sources. Its outcome was the audibility of diverse sources, not always corroborative necessarily and harmonious to one another, but the discordant notes among varied primary testimonies on early medieval Somnath were also taken into account. The exercise thus results in the construction of a polyphonic past. Chattopadhyay, on the other hand, alerts us to the meticulous details in the primary sources, along with underlining the burden of historiography and the burden of sources too. These different approaches to studying varieties of primary sources are associated with paradigm shifts in historiography and historical methodologies, especially in the context of mismatches among sources. Thus, the elaborate literary descriptions of the primary urban centers of the second urbanization phase do not match the field archaeological data from the excavated urban sites in North Indian plains, the latter relatively lesser in quantity than the rich literary accounts. The profuse number of artifacts, on the other hand, recovered from the excavations at Pattanam, often identified with the celebrated port of Muziris in Kerala, stand in contrast to the comparatively meager descriptions of Muchiripattanam in the near contemporary Tamil Sangam poems. Chattopadhyay masterly demonstrated how literary texts represent the urbanity or the cityness of early historic cities by examining the notions of differentiation of spaces for the layout of cities. The differentiated space, according to him, was the defining marker of the city, which may or may not be captured by the profusion or otherwise of field archaeological materials. He therefore ruled out the cityness of Nalanda, so rich in securely dated field archaeological materials, as Nalanda had a single function as a Buddhist religio-cultural center. A crucial methodological issue in the use of primary sources is to differentiate between and juxtapose the prescriptive category of sources best represented by the voluminous Brahmanical normative treatises and the descriptive category of sources available in creative literature, epigraphic texts, and travel accounts. The point may be discussed with specific reference to the maritime profiles of the subcontinent in relation to the Indian Ocean during the pre-modern times. The well-known proscriptions against seafaring, particularly for the Brahmanas, voiced in the Manu Samhita and enlisted as the forbidden acts in the Kali age, Kali Varjya, generated the perception of the thalassophobia of Indic population. This is sharply contrasted by the positive attitudes to sea voyages in Buddhist and Jaina traditions, especially in the former. The Buddha himself appears as the master mariner capable of voyages across seas to reach various islands, and that explains his Pali epithet Dipankara, equivalent to Sanskrit Dvipankara. Berenice Bellina has recently discovered a 2nd century sea seal having the name of a mariner, Navika, having the name as Brahaspati Sharma. First, I am thankful to both Suchandra and Shushmita for drawing my attention to this important seal. The very name ending Sharman is a clear pointer to his Brahmana origin. The most telling account of Indic sea voyages in the early historic times is furnished by Ingo Strauch's amazing epigraphic corpus of 193 tiny Sanskrit inscriptions, almost like visitors' record, from the island of Socotra in the Gulf of Aden. When read in conjunction with the Greek, Palmyrene, and Ethiopian inscriptions from Socotra, the inscriptions leave a very strong impression of Socotra playing the role of a hub in the Western Indian sailing patterns. The impressions of Indic seafaring gain further ground in the graffitis of sailing crafts accompanying the Sanskrit inscriptions, usually the image of double-masted ships that resemble the ship motifs in some of the Satavahana coins. What is striking at this point is an early 14th century Latin crusade tract by a Dominican friar, William of Adam, urging the Pope to commence another round of crusade after the Christendom had lost Jerusalem to the Mamluk Sultanate. The friar recommends that the Mamluk Sultanate be first impoverished, and with that end in view, proposes a naval blockade around the port of Socotra to thwart the brisk and maritime trade network of 4 Indic ports with Aden. And that would bring collapse to the maritime trading economy of the Mamluk ports on the Red Sea. What was a hub for Indian Ocean commerce during the first 5th century CE was perceived as a strategic asset by the Christian bishop, who thus prepared a blueprint of a naval blockade at Socotra in the early 14th century, though never applied in the 14th century in practice. The salience of epigraphic testimonies for the recovery of India's maritime profile is captured by occasional references to master mariners or Mahanavikas in inscriptions, particularly from the Bengal Delta and the deltas of the Godavari and the Krishna. Shuchandra Ghosh says notices of these Mahanavikas have recently gained further visibility as she and Shabarni Pramanik Nayak have jointly undertaken an elaborate study of a mid-9th century inscription from coastal Andhra. At this port site, assembled, and this inscription is first edited by K.V. Ramesh. At this port site, assembled a few Mahanavikas in conjunctions with senior caravan traders called the Mahasarthavas. This combination is unique and never known in other inscriptional evidence, clearly suggesting that the port stood in the Andhra coast and was facilitated by inland network with its hinterland. The most telling epigraphic evidence of seafaring merchants is offered by a few Tamil inscriptions of the early medieval times, recording the far-flung overseas activities of the famous Tamil merchants' professional body, the 500 Swamis of Ayavole, and its subsidiary groups in overseas destinations like Sri Lanka, Sumatra, East the Isthmus of Kra, Bagan in Myanmar, and even the eastern seaboard of China. One is indebted to these pioneering epigraphic studies by Karashima and Subbarayulu. These exercises have further brought before us bilingual inscriptions of voyaging merchants in Tamil Sinhala, Tamil Javanese, and Tamil Chinese. Not only do this enhance the audibility of what Karashima termed as the whispering of inscriptions, the bilingual inscriptions offer telltale evidence of the cultural plurality among voyaging merchants, that cultural transactions were inseparable components of maritime commercial exchanges is illumined by this inscription. A relatively new evidence of maritime history comes in the form of the shipwreck archaeology. The body of knowledge is burgeoning almost on a very regular basis. I shall only confine myself at this juncture to the earliest known shipwreck site in the Indian Ocean. This is located at Godavaya. Once again, I'll be very brief because the person from whom I learned about it and who actually is a professional maritime archaeologist diving deep into the seabed is none other than Professor Osman Boppiarachi. So I should not elaborate, but only make a very succinct comment on. Located in the southernmost tip of Sri Lanka, Godavaya has yielded the remains of a typical Indian Ocean sailing craft, along with the remnants of its cargo. in addition to the hardcore evidence of shipbuilding technology and the importance of bulk cargo carried by that unfortunate ship, Godavaya has also furnished a circa 2nd century CE inscription giving the name of the Pattanur port as Gotabhavata, where the local Sinhala ruler favored a nearby Buddhist monastery by transferring the tolls, Shuka, Shunka, Shulka, from the port to the monastery. No less interesting is the famous Kollam copper plate from coastal Kerala of the 9th century CE, a Malayalam copper plate recording the revenue-free grant of land to the Syrian Christian Church. The record has 11 signatures of witnesses who used Arabic Kufic script, Hebrew, and Pahlavi to sign their respective names. This is an irrefutable evidence of the accommodation and promotion of cultural plurality and hybridity in a coastal society with active participation of the local host society. I'll very briefly touch upon a particular source material in relation to the Indian Ocean scenario. This is literally a garbage item. The discarded letters of the Jewish seafaring merchants from Egypt to Al-Hind, that is to India, particularly the western seaboard of India and especially to Malabar, during 1000 and 1300 CE. These are the letters where the voice of the merchants are clearly heard and preserved, including exchange of information, including the information on commodities, prices, particularly the exchange of bulk commodities, instead of our historians often misplaced trust on the bulk, on the transactions only in the luxury commodities. The importance of bulk commodities touching the life of common people is writ large in these letters. And these were found as discarded items in the synagogue, in an old Jewish synagogue in Cairo. Discovered in the late 18th century, now that Geniza is emptied completely and fragments of the letters are lying in various universities and museums. The largest collection is in the Cambridge University Library. The greatest scholar of this field is Shlomo David Davo Goitein, who had his Geniza lab at Princeton University. And there is an interesting phenomenon. By Goitein's original project was to take into account 450 such documents of the voyaging merchants to India, Musafirun ul Hind. That is the expression. But then later, Goitein himself pointed out that he left out Indian Ocean and sailed to the Mediterranean on the basis of the Geniza documentation regarding the Mediterranean scenario. Came out a 6-volume mammoth study of the Mediterranean society. Now here is an interesting side light. The two great mega historians of the Mediterranean maritime history are Fernand Braudel and S.D. Goitein. Recent forays into the Braudel-Goitein correspondence by Peter N. Miller enlightens that Braudel was very keen to have Goitein on board in his understanding and further exploration of the Mediterranean, with an obvious thrust of Braudel on the economic history of the Mediterranean. And there came the departure point of the proposed takeoff, and actually the inconclusive collaboration, as Gautain categorically wrote, "I shall never write economic history. My job is to translate, edit, comment the original documents." Though his understanding of social economic history is fantastic. Here, the gaze of the historians, the preference of the historian, and would have been a magical collaboration between two mega historians of the Mediterranean, also what became a side light to the main interest of Gautain into the Indian Ocean, now has gained great attention in the posthumous publication of these 458 letters in the form of a huge translated commentary document. It has been worked out by many historians, including these letters form the bulk of the weaving of the life story of a remarkable Jewish merchant living in Mangalore, Al-Manjarur, in the letters by a Jewish merchant from Tunisia, then to Cairo, then spending nearly 2 decades in Mangalore, captured by Amitava Ghoshes in an antique land. This is the name is Abraham Ben Iju. There are scholars who have primarily engaged into naturally the commercial exchanges by the participating merchants whose voices are heard directly in the letters. But in more recent times, other aspects of the letters, like the social history, the legal aspect of entering into commenda or partnerships, indispensable for launching into the risky sea voyages, among the marriage and the friendship circuits of the traveling Jewish merchants, has also come under the gaze of the historian. In recent times, a very illuminating essay has come from Digvijay Kumar Singh on this particular work. And I'll close it. A superb narrative on the basis of a single document of the cargo list when Abraham Iju was undertaking his return voyage from Mangalore to Aden and then finally back to Cairo, is revealed to us by a superlative research, a book by Elizabeth Lambourne. It called Abraham's Luggage. And the story is not merely what Abraham Ben Iju carried back with him on board the ship on his return voyage. The indication is during this very long travel, nearly about 5 months, 6 months on board the ship, it's a traveling narrative. Yet the passenger on board the ship is looking for the comfort and also the comfort of the domestic space, the food culture, the postural culture, even the carrying of limoon, that is the arak of lemon, as a preventive against scurvy during long sea voyages, and very interestingly, a device to catch rats on board the ship. Obviously, during the long voyage, Abraham Ben Iju was carrying both flour, wheat, typical of the bread-oriented dietary practice of a Mediterranean Tunisian Jew, along with bags of rice. Now he has become accustomed to rice-eating dietary culture during his nearly 2 decades presence in Malabar. So these bags of victuals would naturally invite the presence of the terrible rats. And so a rat-catching device also figures in the quotidian lifestyle on the board the ship and entered into the luggage list. So the daily life on board the ship across the Indian Ocean is wonderfully captured by Elizabeth Lambourne. So the story of the Indian Ocean activities is not merely a precious commodities, not merely a very important and prosperous ship-owning merchants called Nakhudas, Nauvittakas in Sanskrit texts, inscriptions, but also on the quotidian life and various types of crew who did not write any manual of sailing the crafts and navigation. And their understanding, their knowledge of crossing the sea belong to what I loosely call the artisanal epistemology, which there is no source, because these artisans at the lowest possible rung of the Brahminical Varnajati society had no access to literacy, no access to writing, documented and accumulated knowledge. So it remains merely handed down from one generation to the other and remains in the category of what I called the artisanal epistemology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such an inspiring and enriching talk. I'm sure a number of questions will be raised. Discussions will be held after its session. The next speaker of this session is Dr. Konark Sinha of the Department of Ancient Indian and World History, the Sanskrit College and University, Kolkata. He will be speaking on perspectives on history in early India. We now welcome Dr. Sinha to deliver his lecture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. So I must thank the Department of History, Jadavpur University, for inviting me in this very interesting seminar on historiography. And it has been beneficial for me that my teacher, Professor Ranabir Chakraborty, has already outlined about a variety of sources, as well as the historiography of the use of those sources in the study of early Indian history. So what I am supposed to talk about today, that is early Indian historical tradition, I'll directly get into that. And already Professor Chakraborty has mentioned that historiographically or methodologically, the analysis of early Indian historical traditions, particularly the textual tradition of North India, has received a very major contribution from Professor Romila Thapar's work, The Past Before Us, which has been a kind of methodological inspiration for many subsequent works, including mine. So I'll get into the question of what Professor Thapar has actually pointed out in her work. But before that, I shall have a brief discussion on the historiographical issue which was behind Professor Thapar's work. So while talking about early Indian historical tradition, the first thing we have to deal with is the very well-entrenched notion from colonial historiography that the early Indians lacked a sense of history. There was a lack of historical consciousness in early India, and this very idea comes from colonial historiography in a way that when A.A. MacDonnell wrote the history of Sanskrit literature, he had actually commented that early India had no history because it never made any. So that is a sweeping statement about the lack of events of historical importance in early India. The presumption was that early India was a static, changeless civilization. So in a way, a civilization without history. Not that all colonial historians had a perception like that. Like there was Rapson, while editing the Cambridge History of India Volume 1, where Rapson comments that we cannot say that there was no event of historical importance in early India. There were events of momentous importance, but there is no record of them. There is no record in the form of historical literature, the kind of historical literature which was known to the Occidental world. So what I must mention is that this perception of early India lacking a sense of history, though it was popularized by the colonial historians, it can be traced back to Al-Biruni. A statement of Al-Biruni, which the colonial historians very often referred to, was that Hindus had no sense of history, and whenever you ask them about their history, they start telling stories. So, of course, by Hindus, Al-Biruni was not meaning people of a certain religion, but all the people of the Indian subcontinent he was encountering, though his primary informants were the Brahmanas, actually. So, this very perception of early India lacking a sense of history or historical consciousness was very well entrenched. And even though the nationalist historians challenged many premises of colonial historiography, this is something they did not really challenge. In the sense, another perception, why this idea of early India having no sense of history was important for colonial historiography, in a way, was that not having a sense of history is a testimony of the early Indians being disinterested in the material world. A very fond notion of colonial historiography was that the Indians are otherworldly people, not so much concerned about the material condition, political and economic life. So it is basically the white man's burden to rule the Indians because they are disinterested in the material world. And not having any historical record of the material world is a big testimony of that. Now, nationalist historians definitely challenged this notion that early Indians did not have any political or economic sense, and they focused much on the endeavor of writing political history of ancient India. All of us know that the biggest contribution in that field came from H.C. Rai Chaudhuri. When he wrote his monumental book, Political History of Ancient India, interestingly, the book starts with the statement that no Thucydides or Tacitus left any record of early India. So, even though he is challenging the idea that there is no political history of ancient India, he is not challenging the premise that there is a lack of historical consciousness in early India. Similarly, even after independence, so in the famous book about the historians of India, Pakistan, and Ceylon, R.C. Majumdar is writing about early Indian historical tradition. He is acknowledging, despite his staunch nationalist stand, that before the Rajatarangini of Kalhana, there is no literature in early India which can be called history, the way we understand the discipline of history. And as I am coming to the post-independence period, even the Marxist and post-colonial historians and thinkers, most of them tried to analyze why there was no historical literature in early India, rather than challenging the premise that there is no historical consciousness in early India. Like there is the work of Sheldon Pollock, who tried to explain it by the popularity of the Mimamsa philosophy, where history would make no sense. But again, Mimamsa is only one of many philosophies in early India. It's a very limited interpretation. Ashish Nandi wrote that very famous article, History's Forgotten Doubles, where he tried to argue that history is an Occidental discipline. It had no meaning to the Indic people, which is a tacit acknowledgement of ancient India being a civilization without history or historical consciousness. And scholars like Ranajit Guha, Binoy Lal, they more or less echoed what Nandi was trying to say. So this is one very well entrenched tradition that early India being a civilization without historical consciousness is more or less acknowledged. Marxist scholars as well as even the post-colonial scholars who are doing so much to challenge the colonial understanding of history. Now, it is not that there were no exceptions before Professor Thapar. So, right from the time of colonial historians, there was one exceptional colonial historian, that is F.E. Purjeter. We know the word we are using, historical tradition, that comes from his book, Ancient Indian Historical Tradition, which actually followed his previous book, Dynasties of the Kali Age. In these two books, Purjeter raised a very pertinent question. because this is a time when so many inscriptions and coins have not been found out. So ancient Indian history was mostly constructed on the basis of Vedic, Buddhist, and Jaina sources. Parjita raised the question that these are religious literature. Of course, they don't have a historical consciousness. But how logical would it have been if we constructed European history on the basis of only religious literature? Would anybody accept that? Then why should we construct ancient Indian history on the basis of religious literature alone? And Parjitar was the first person to point out that there are continuous references to a historical tradition called Itihasa Purana right from the Vedic period in sources. So Parjitar said that Itihas Purana, that is the bardic tradition about the past patronized by Kshatriya kings, that is a historical tradition, whereas Vedic and Buddhist traditions are religious traditions. So focus should be on Itihas Puran tradition rather than on the Brahmanical tradition. He differentiated Brahmana and Kshatriya tradition. And so both of Parjitar books were actually based on the Puranic genealogical tables, both dynasties of the Kali age and ancient Indian historical tradition. The problem is, first, Parjitar was writing in a time when the notion of race was very popular, and Parjitar thought the various Puranic dynasties are races. Now we understand that the very concept of race has been discarded from scholarly studies, but there was a greater methodological problem with Parjitar. That is, Parjitar thought, he rightly thought that the bardic tradition, Itihas Purana, was a historical tradition. But the problem is, that was an oral tradition. What is the textual, written representation of that tradition? Parjitar took the Puranas and Mahabharata literally as representation of the bardic oral tradition. So he literally accepted the genealogical tables given in the Purana. What he had mistaken is the present texts known as the Puranas are actually composed in Gupta, post-Gupta period, also by Brahmanas. While Parjitar was presenting the Puranas as an alternative to the Brahmanical tradition, actually these Puranas are also created by Brahmanas with a religious orientation. That is, the new Puranic cults which were coming up, the Puranas were composed as their scriptures. Yes, some of the older Puranas incorporated the Vangshanucharita, that is the genealogical details of the earlier Puranic tradition. But more or less, the Puranas are as much religious literature as the Vedic or Buddhist literature is. So that was a problem in Parjitar's methodology, and as a result, when inscriptions and other materials had come up, a comparison with them proved that the genealogical and dynastic tables prepared by Parjitar are not standing the test of time. There are many errors in the Puranic dynastic details. Therefore, Parjitar's conclusions could not be accepted by historians, and the very pertinent question he had raised got lost for a long period of time. But among historians, there was one man, Upendranath Ghoshal. UN Ghoshal followed literature is not necessarily without a sense of history. Like the Vedic literature is supposed to be only hymns dedicated to gods and goddesses, but within the Vedas, we get certain hymns which are talking about achievements of certain chiefs, certain human personalities. Why are they incorporated within the Vedic literature? In the Buddhist literature, there are scattered references to the life and time of Gautama Buddha, who is a historical personality. And of course, there are historical biographies like Harshacharita, all preceding a work like Rajatarangini. So Ghoshal was trying to point out that even though the literature we are discussing are mostly religious, there is a consciousness of history. Pathak focused mostly on the historical biographies, Charita literature. But these scholars, they raised an important question, but they did not create a methodological framework to contextualize ancient Indian historical tradition, which is the landmark contribution of Professor Thapar's work. So what Professor Thapar actually did, she raised a question about what we methodologically understand as historical consciousness. Is it the presence of a particular discipline called history? This particular discipline of history, as we understand it now, is a creation of early modern Western Europe. Works which are similar in methodology to what we understand as history now, like the works of Herodotus, Thucydides, Xenophon, and other Greek historians, or Livy, Tacitus, and other Roman historians. There are similar works in ancient China from Simachian and others, and in the Islamic world, the Tariq tradition. There are some similarities with that in the ancient Mesopotamian king list, or how Manetho tried to give a list of the dynasties of Egypt. That is true. But is the understanding of the discipline of history static? Thapar would raise the question. The way Herodotus would approach history was quite different from how Thucydides approached history. And of course, how the Greek historians approached history is different from how the medieval church historians handled history. And that is again very different from how modern positivist historians would understand history, which is again different from how the understanding of history had undergone a sea change with the coming of the Annal school and now the postmodernist challenge. So the notion of history itself kept changing. And then history is only one way of expressing one's consciousness about the past, historical consciousness. So Thapar said that whether a particular civilization wrote history or not is not the most important question when we are discussing historical consciousness. We have to understand whether the culture, the civilization has traditions which are historically conscious. And how do we understand whether a civilization or a culture or a tradition is historical conscious? 3 points. Number one, it has to consider its past important and worth recording, remembering. Number two, the remembrance of the past has to be chronologically ordered so that a cause and effect relationship, causality can be established. Number three, as in the beginning of the seminar we have heard, all history has to be contemporary history. So the past has to have some relevance in the understanding the present. If these by a tradition, then that is a tradition which is historically conscious. That is what Thapar is calling historical tradition. But being a historical tradition does not necessarily mean that it's what we call history. Because various historical traditions, various perceptions of past has various methodological intentions, which are quite different from the intentions of history. So yeah, this is true that what we understand as history, that was not written in ancient India. Even whether the Rajatarangini can be called a history is a questionable thing. I'll come back to the Rajatarangini at the end of the discussion. But there were multiple historical traditions in early India, and Thapar focused on some of them. But she pointed out, as Ghoshal was also arguing, that a tradition being religious does not necessarily mean that it should not have any historical consciousness. Thapar pointed out that historical consciousness in early India was expressed as embedded in religious history, religious literature in the earlier period. So she called them embedded history. And the long practice of embedded history, remembering the past, and each religious tradition did it differently. That long tradition actually culminated in a new tradition in the early medieval period when there were literary works directly dealing with the past, not embedded in religious literature, which Thapar calls externalized history. And one of the forms of the externalized history we shall discuss is the Vangshabali literature. Thapar would view Rajatarangini as a part of that rather than a completely new generic invention in early Indian literature. So what is the concept of embedded history? That among embedded history, Thapar is talking about the Vedic tradition, the Itihasa Purana tradition, as well as the Buddhist and Jaina tradition, the Shramanic tradition. So the Vedic tradition, which is scriptural literature, which is supposed to be divine revelations, apaurushya. Even within Vedic tradition, actually, despite the claim of being apaurushya, Vedic hymns are very clearly delineated out according to the families which have composed them. And in most cases, the poets are also mentioned. And these poets, often they are receiving dana, gift from the patron chief. And there are hymns called the Danastuti hymns in the Vedas, which are more of a celebration of the achievements of these donors, these chiefs, rather than celebrating celebration of gods and goddesses. Though a Danastuti hymn will also have a god, like a victory in a war would be attributed to Indra. But after a couple of lines in acknowledgement of Indra's contribution, the poet would come down to the actual victor, maybe Abhavartin Chayaman defeating the Hariyupias, or maybe Divodash defeating Sambara, and most famously, the Bharata chief Shudas winning the battle of 10 kings and gifting lavishly to his new priest Vasishtha, who replaced Vishwamitra. So that is a historical consciousness. Why? Because it is not only celebration of the contemporary, as Vasishtha is celebrating Sudha. Many times past heroes are being evoked. Why? That is a model for the present. That past heroes have donated so lavishly. So the present patrons should follow the model. Similarly, in later Vedic literature, many rituals are being introduced with precedence that these and these people had performed this ritual. So these great kings had performed the Indra Mahabhisheka and they had got this result. Or when there is a debate about something religious, there is precedence that about the nature of Atman and Brahman, King Janaka of Videha had organized this great debate, and there Jagyavalkya was the winner. This was his logic, and these were the logics of his opponent. This is a historical record. All of this may not be authentic history. Some of these are definitely historical figures, but all the details are not definitely authentically recorded in historical sources. But of course, the past is considered important. There is a causality in the understanding of the past, and the past has a relevance to the present. Similarly, Itihasa Purana tradition, which was created by the bards like Sutas, Magadhas, Kushilavas, as an oral tradition, that was an even more historically conscious orientation. That especially Itihasa. Among Itihasa Purana, there is Itihasa and Purana, and Mahabharata is the text, known as the only Itihasa text surviving. And by the traditional definition of Itihasa, as well as the definition Mahabharata gives for itself, we know that Mahabharata is saying it's a comprehensive account of a time. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha, the 4 quarters of life, that is social order, polity and economy, pleasure, and time, Juganta, end of an era. Why is this an end of an era? We know from various sources now that the Kuru Panchalas were the most important Janapadas in the early part of the later Vedic period. And the Kuru chief Shantanu is known in the last book of the Rig Veda, whereas the Kuru chief Parikshit is celebrated as a contemporary ruler in the Atharva Veda. Mahabharata is dealing with the Kurus of the intervening time. Some of them, like Dhritarashtra, Vaichitravirya, is also mentioned in Vedic literature. Yudhishthir and the successors of Yudhishthir is known to the Buddhist literature also. So there can be a historical kernel on which the Mahabharata develops about the events in the later Vedic Kuru or Kuru Panchala region. But Mahabharata is not an authentic history of all the events in this development. Mahabharata is dealing with a larger question. The orientation of Itihasa is different, giving a comprehensive account of Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, rather than giving an authentic account of events. So what Simon Broadbeck and Brian Black pointed out, Mahabharata is dealing with a larger question of primogenitive birthright and behavioral fitness, because early later Vedic period is the time, also Michael Witzel points out, that in the Kuru Janapada, the Varna orthodoxy and orthopraxy is being crystallized. And Varna means that one's social location, social duty is determined by birth. Whereas there is the earlier notion that one's ability should determine one's social location. That is a running debate in the Mahabharata. And in a nutshell, it is represented in the battle of succession. That law of primogeniture based on birth and succession on the basis of ability. Should Yudhishthir succeed as the Dharmaraj, or should Duryodhana succeed as the eldest son of the eldest son? The law of primogeniture. Or should Karna, who could have got the throne as primogenitive birthright, but his birth is unknown. And then when Karna is offered the choice, he chooses not to take his primogenitive right, but to follow the man who valued him for his ability. All these issues are being dealt with the Mahabharata, and Thapar very meticulously showed that the narrative section of the Mahabharata, in its economic and political data, it is reflecting a socio-economic political condition of the later Vedic clan polity. When there is no writing, there is no coinage, cattle is still a measure of wealth, the polity is still a clan polity. We can understand that this is not a state polity. There were succession struggles in state polity also, but we can't imagine Samudragupta and Kacho, or Chandragupta II or Ramagupta deciding succession over a game of dice. That happens in a later Vedic clan, not in a well-formulated state. The advisors of the rulers in the Mahabharata, we know they are brothers, uncles, and friends. It's kinship relationship. It's a non-monetized economy. All these things we get to know. Whereas the didactic sections of the Mahabharata, Shanti Parvan, Anushasan Parvan, and so on, there we get a well-formulated state society. And there we see that Yudhishthira's disregard for the Varna system is a trouble for the Brahmanas who are Brahmanizing the text. So Yudhishthira has to be schooled in Rajadharma, the very term used by Manu in Manusmriti. The same term is being used in the Shanti Parvan of the Mahabharata. And this is basically Brahmanical kingship, where the king has to protect the Varna order, the king has to be respectful to the Brahmanas. So the Itihasa is changing its message. It is not authentic history of a particular time period, but it definitely shows the changing notions of the past, of the Suta birds of later Vedic period, as well as the Brahmana or Bhargava redactors of the post-Maurya Gupta period. Happens with Ramayana. Unlike the Mahabharata, we cannot claim that there is a historical kernel to the Ramayana. Neither archaeology nor comparison with contemporary texts shows anything like that. But Ram is taken as a model of an ideal man. And again, Thapar shows that in the Buddhist Dasharatha Jataka, Ram is an ideal bodhisattva in a clan society. Whereas in Valmiki's Ramayana, Ram is a warrior preaching the new idea of kingship, state society over the clan societies of the forest, the Rakshasas and Vanaras. Ram is advancing to the forest, replacing the existing Vanara and Rakshasa chief and putting on the throne his own candidates. This process is going. Exile and the kingdom, the two worlds are colliding, and it's the triumph of the clan society. Triumph of the state society over the clan society. Whereas in the Uttarakanda, which is being added to the Valmiki Ramayana, again the notion of Rajadharma is coming. And the classic example of Ramarajya is the ideal example of Rajadharma. Rama, the ideal king, ruling according to Varna Dharma notion. So punishing a Shudra for flouting the Varna order, discarding his wife for pleasing the subject. The very kind of kingship Manu would have prescribed, or the Shanti Parvan of the Mahabharata would have actually prescribed happening. And an elaboration of that we get in the Puranas, where Thapar shows that the Puranic Vangshanucharitas in the older Puranas actually shows that these clan societies are the time of Kshatriya kingship. Whereas after the Kurukshetra war, our present era starts when clan identity, Kshatriya bloodline is no longer important, power is important. So the Shudra kings who are servants of the earlier dynasties, the Mauryas are Nanda Vrittas, the Shungas are Maurya Vrittas, and the Kannas are Shunga Vrittas. They are replacing each other. And of course, most of them are not Kshatriyas. So this is the Kali age, when Varna identity doesn't matter, when Brahmanas are serving under Vaishyas and Shudras, the Kali Yuga crisis the Purana is talking about. This is one way of representing the past. Whereas the Buddhists and Jainas have their alternative notions. As again, already Professor Chakravarti had pointed out about certain Buddhist notions. Buddhism or Jainism are religions established by historical founders. So of course, the biographies of Buddha, Mahavir, and other important figures are integral to this institution, the Sangha, Buddhist and Jaina Sangha. And in some places where Buddhism becomes state religion, like in Sri Lanka, there are history of patronage in that institution, like the Dipavamsa and Mahavamsa, are chronicling the history of Mahavihara of Anuradhapura, which is kind of the official repository of the state patronage in Sri Lanka. and in Dipavamsa and Mahavamsa, we see that why these two chronicles are being penned down to respond to two crises Mahavihar is facing. First, a Tamil invention of Sri Lanka by Elara and restoration of the order, the Buddhist order by Dutthagamani, who defeats Elara. The second, within Sri Lanka itself, the Abhayagiri is rising as a competing monastery, the patron, but then there is a popular uprising and the reigning king has to shift back the patronage to Mahavihara. So now Mahavihara is recording its chronicle to show why it should be the official repository of state patronage in Sri Lanka. These chronicles contain many historical events about the history of early India as well as early Sri Lanka, but these are also embedded history because the framework is religious. After all, the stories start with Buddha flying to Sri Lanka and future center of Theravada Buddhism, which is of course not an authentic historical event. Also, when they are describing about historical figures like Ashoka, Professor Chakravarti has mentioned about the Avadana literature, Buddhist biographical literature about Ashoka. What do we see there? This is quite understandable that the Ashoka we see in the inscriptions is very different from Ashoka in Buddhist literature. In Ashokan inscriptions, we get to know that it is the aftermath of the Kalinga War which is bringing a change of heart in Ashoka. In Buddhist literature, it is the influence of Buddhism. But even there, the Theravada Buddhist tradition of Dipavamsa and Mahavamsa differs completely of Avadana literature. Because in Theravada Buddhism, Ashoka is the ideal king whose model was adopted by the Sri Lankan king starting from Devanampiyo Tissa. And Ashoka is the organizer of the third Buddhist convention, where he actually made Theravada the official version of Buddhism. Whereas the Mahajan tradition speaks about a fourth Buddhist convention organized by Kanishka, where Mahajan got recognition. And therefore, Ashoka to them is not the king par excellence. Ashoka is another lay devotee who is a great patron of Buddhism, but who is fallible, who was Chandashoka at one point, and even after becoming Dharmashoka, he makes one mistake after another, and the Buddhist grace saves him. So he gets influenced by Tishyarakha or Tishyarakkhita, and then Tishyarakha blinds the heir apparent Kunal, and then Ashoka comes back to the scene. So Ashoka is a historical figure, definitely. But all these narratives are not authentic history. There are alternative perceptions of the past, suiting the particular religious tradition they are serving. That's why these are embedded history. Whereas externalized history, I shall finish with this, when this tradition is maturing and the courtly literature is developing in Gupta and post-Gupta period, the court poets are chronicling historical accounts, sometimes as part of the inscription. And interestingly, many inscriptions would have genealogical details of the dynasty. And these genealogical details would be connected with some Puranic famous genealogy, Surya Vangsha or Chandra Vangsha. So, embedded and externalized history are connected. They are not completely different from each other. As we have heard about Charita literature, biography of Harsha by Banabhatta, of Vikramaditya VI by Vilhana, or of Rampal by Sandhakaranandi. Why these three kings? After all, these are the three kings, all of whom were not the eldest sons of their fathers. Their elder brothers died in a very suspicious situation. And now there are court poets coming to their help, just like the dramatist Vishakadatta composed Devi Chandraguptam to justify why Chandragupta II killed his elder brother Ramagupta and married his wife. Here, Banabhatta, Bilhana, and Sandhakaranandi are justifying why Harsha, Vikramaditya VI, and Ramapala are the best persons to succeed their fathers rather than their elder brothers. Bana gives 4 different interpretations why Rajyavardhan died and why Harsha should be the king in the same text. If the same event needs 4 different explanations from the same person, one can doubt that there is something serious going on, which has to be whitewashed. Now, Charita literature focuses on a single person, whereas inscriptions focus on particular dynasties, and there is Vangshabali, regional chronicles. These are composed to connect a marginal region to the greater landscape of North Indian polity and history. So regional areas like in the Himalayas or like Kashmir, when state formation happens there are Vangshabalis, regional chronicles of those regions. The latter part of the Vangshabalis is of course historical account of the dynasties there. But in the early part, they are referring to the Puranic tradition. A connection is being built with embedded and externalized history. And that way, history of the marginal region is being connected to the cultural metropole through the Puranic or Mahabharata connection, like Kalhana's Rajatarangini. When Kalhana chronicles the history of the last 3 centuries, he is following court documents, eyewitness accounts, inscriptions. It is a meticulous historical work. But in the early sections of the history of Kashmir, Kalhan follows the Nilamata Puran, the local Upapuran of Kashmir, which is largely borrowing materials from Puranic literature and from the Mahabharata. So Kalhana's Rajatarangini is the culmination of the long history of historical tradition in early India, rather than the first historical work suddenly coming up in the 12th century with no precedence of historical consciousness before that. That is how Thapar actually frames the history of early Indian historical consciousness. I just tried to give an overview of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a thought-provoking lecture. We have come to know that Professor Shuchandra Ghosh is tied up right now in an important meeting in her university. She will present her lecture later in the day. So we shall go on to the discussions. We can go for extended discussions now, since we have already informed the later speakers about their sessions and we cannot make any further changes in timings. So we are now open for the discussions and the presentations made in the first session. I would request everybody to put all your questions in the chat box. Please mention the name of the resource person to whom you're addressing the question. Firstly, we shall take the questions raised in this platform. Then we shall take on questions from the YouTube channel. Ranabir sir, you can see the questions in the chat box. Firstly, it's questions for you.
Okay, I'll not try to see that. Go ahead.
First, we are just kind of doing things right. Yeah.
We do not have any questions here in the chat box. As of now, we don't have any questions here. But I'm just going to ask if there are any questions from the YouTube channel.
Ritik, can you please help us with that? Okay, ma'am, we got a message from Aditya. He is writing that there is no question from the YouTube platform also.
Okay.
No, there's no question from the YouTube channel.
Okay.
Yes,
so it seems that the discussions and the lectures were so profound and so rich that, kind of to go through the information that we received and the ideas that were raised takes some time actually to kind of,
Sync.
get into sync to us. So maybe that is the reason why the questions are not coming right now.
May I request Polomi to announce that there may be questions for Konad? So,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
yeah. Please announce that.
Ma'am, we don't have any questions for Konad sir as well as in the chat box from the Gmeet platform. If Aditya can pass on the questions from the YouTube channel, we can raise those questions. Aditya, do we have any questions for Konad sir from the YouTube channel? Sir, we have a questions for you. Ranabir sir, you have a question in the chat box. Aditya.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm reading it out. This is Turni Bishash. There's a question. She says, can you please comment on the periplus of the Erythraean Sea as a source, which also shed some light on maritime relations in India?
Yeah, of course, it's a very important primary document of an author whose name we do not know, but the text is in the category of a descriptive geography accumulated out of several personal visits by the author in the Western Indian Ocean and his first-hand familiarity with the western seaboard of India. It definitely talks about the ports, the commodities, and also the nature of the west coast, right from the Indus Delta down to the Malabar coast. The author is aware of the eastern seaboard, but his understanding of the eastern seaboard is less accurate. The periplus does not yield any information of the first-hand familiarity of the author, as we see in the western seaboard vis-a-vis the eastern seaboard. And when the periplus is read in conjunction with three other near contemporary texts, like the Naturalis Historia of Pliny, the slightly earlier Geographica of Strabo, and Ptolemy's Geography, then in addition with the field archaeological materials unearthed from various port sites, not only in the subcontinent but also in the Red Sea, like Berenike, then the account of the periplus, almost like a logbook of a mariner, becomes pretty useful for the maritime trade between the South Asian subcontinent and the Eastern Mediterranean zone, particularly through the Red Sea network. I think I have tried to give a response to the specific question.
So there's another question. This is from Muhammad Ismail. My question is to Professor Ranabir sir. How can Geniza papers help us to understand the medieval religious history of India? He's a research scholar from Manu, Hyderabad.
No, the point is, first of all, there are indications of, I think, the remarkable interfaith collaborations among the Jewish, Muslim, and Indic merchants. There are occasional references in the Jewish Geniza records of disputes and contestations, mainly in the legal matters related to their business. But the wonderful image one gets is the accommodation of religious plurality and interfaith exchanges. I'll give two examples. One, the life of Ibrahim ben Iyub, a Tunisian Jew from the far northern African area, then to Cairo, settling down for nearly 20 years later in Mangalore. He marries a local Tulu lady named Ashu, who had 3 children. And this is a typical feature of the accommodation of a diasporic group and a diasporic person in the local host society. This is one. And the other cases are the very close collaboration, not exactly in India, but a prominent merchant. In fact, the leading representative of the Jewish merchants at Aden, which is very much under the Islamic ruler, the cooperation between the local Sultan Bilal bin Jarir at Aden and the leading Jewish representative for a shipping network is writ large in several Jewish Geniza papers. In fact, that ship that ran between Aden and Malabar, in fact, up to Sri Lanka, was sailing for nearly 2 decades. And based on the mutual cooperation and investment shared between 2 persons of different faiths. And please do understand, during the time we are talking, whether the southern shore of the Mediterranean in the Fatimid Caliphate and of Egypt, and in Aden, the Jews are under the crescent. In the northern half, including Sicily, which is also present in the Geniza, the Jews are often under the authority of the cross. And so the network is to be situated in this diversity. Thank you.
Sir, you have another question. This is from Runu Denre. And the question is, how can we use numismatics as a historical method to understand the development of language or literature in the Indian subcontinent?
First of all, I'm a numismatist, and you will probably hear more from numismatists like Professor Boppiarachi or Shushmita Basu Majumdar in some later times. I'll give only something very basic. Take, for example, the use of in the coins of the Kushans. I think I'm treading into a completely unknown zone of my regular interest. It is not the numismatic area. The Kushana gold coins, which was first issued by Bhimo Cadphises, and prior to that, the Kushana coins, mostly in copper and silver, by the predecessors of Bhimo Cadphises, are written in Greek language and Greek script. With the coming of Kanishka, the language, the official language of the Kushanas turned into Bactrian, which is a Middle Iranian language, but written in Greek script. This becomes the official language of the Kushans as the coins were struck from the official Kushan mints. So Kanishka's title will be Shah Nana Shah Kushan Shah Kanishka. And similarly of Vashishka. And there is a clear language change, that preference for a new language, Middle Iranian language called Bactrian. And it was named so by W.B. Henning's researchers, but written in Greek script. This hybridity is remarkable. And that is the language change indicated with the beginning of the reign of Kanishka. While perhaps there are only 4 or 5 Kushan inscriptions used in using Bactrian language and mainly found in what is present-day Afghanistan, Kushana coins were circulating over a very wide region of South Asia, particularly the northern part and northwestern area, also in the Indo-Iranian borderland, and having the official language changed from Greek to Bactrian. And this is something I immediately recall.
Since we have another question for Konad. Question is for Konad Sinha sir. This is from Muhammad Ashraf Dar, Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Dar. And he's asking, how much is it historical to trace history from Buddhism and from Raja Tarangini in Kashmir? I'm afraid that will be the last question that we can take, because the next speaker is already with us and we have to push on. So this is for Konad. Over to you.
Hello.
Yes. The question has been put in the chat box. You can see.
Yes. I've seen the question.
Okay.
Yeah. So one thing we must remember is Kashmir was the major center of Mahayana Buddhism, and the various sources Kalhana must have consulted would include Mahayana sources also. Like Kalhana describes the history of Ashoka as well as history of Kanishka, but only as kings of Kashmir, not as how they ruled the entire Indian subcontinent. And it is clear that the Ashoka legends or Kunala legends Kalhana is referring to are coming from Buddhist tradition. He names a text called Chabillakara, which is not found now, but that must have been a Mahayana Buddhist text. The other thing, in Kashmir, early medieval Kashmir, a major religious conflict is between Buddhism and Shaivism. And Kalhan comes from a Brahmin family, but he is vehemently against the politics of communalism, because he says that members of his family actually saved the Buddha image of the Parihaspur monastery when it was being destroyed. So he criticizes the attacks on religious shrines of others. He criticizes Mihir Kul for that and says the Brahmanas who received Mihir Kul's grant are shameless, that Mihir Kul, who is like Bhupala Vetala, like a demon oppressing the Buddhists, he is criticizing that. On the other hand, he is trying to create a rationale also for why Buddhist monasteries are being attacked. He says there was a king called Nara, and his wife was seduced by a Buddhist monk who had magical powers, and that started the attacks on the monastery. So that must be a local legend. So from Kalhana's Raja Tarangini, we can get some glimpse of the Shaiva Buddhist conflict in Kashmir. But by the time Kalhana is writing, 12th century, Buddhism is no longer one of the major religions of Kashmir. So I think that is all we can get about the history of Buddhism from the Raja Tarangini.
Thank you to both the speakers for this wonderful session. Now we shall begin the second session of today's workshop. This is on art history. We have with us eminent art historian Professor Parul Pandyadhar of the Department of History, University of Delhi. Her topic,
Professor Nupur Dasgupta and the entire team for organizing such a wonderfully thought-provoking set of talks in this workshop. I've been logged in from my phone earlier and now on my desktop, and I must say that I have found Professor Ranabir Chakrabarti and Dr. Konad Sinha's talks most enlightening. I wish I could continue to listen and not have to butt in with my own piece at the moment. But as we stand, I'm here to sort of briefly discuss the intersections between art history, and what I would prefer to call interpretation of the past, historical interpretation, art, and historical imagination, really. Now, these are issues sometimes addressed as the pictorial turn in history writing or the visual turn in history writing, something that began in European historiography much earlier than here, of course. And let me just mention two important works that discuss these issues in the European context. One, Francis Haskell, History and Its Images, Art and the Interpretation of the Past, where he talks about images and objects and their uses in historical interpretation from the time of the antiquarians of the 16th and 17th centuries to later writers like Burckhardt and Johann Huizinga, who made inferences from the visual arts to indicate the whole mentality of an age, Voltaire, etc. I mean, there's a whole lot there. I will come back particularly to Francis Haskell towards the end of my talk. Let me but also quickly mention Peter Burke and cultural histories, eyewitnessing, the uses of images in historical interpretation as precedents to how art history and history intersect in the Indian context. Now, the establishment of the modern disciplinary parameters of history, archaeology, and art history, and I'm talking in terms of modern disciplinary parameters, particularly the study of ancient and medieval Indian art and architecture in modern contexts, emerged as a nascent pursuit in the late 18th and through a major part of the 19th century, when it grew from a keen interest in Indian antiquities, a kind of an antiquarian interest, as curiosities, as admirable handicrafts, as mysterious monstrosities, as Partha Mittar has so beautifully written about in his much maligned Monsters, and above all, as artifacts or sources of past histories of a country that was then colonized by the British. Now, these objectives initially set the tone for and determined the methods adopted in the study of Indian archaeology and art history during the 19th and the early decades of the 20th century. Now, this period, despite its obvious biases, and we all know very well about them, is crucial to understanding the formal inception and institutionalization of art history and its relationships, deep relationships with archaeology and history in the Indian context. Now, on the screen, of course, you have a range of artifacts, visual images, objects, paintings, sculptures, close-ups of monuments, certain sculptures, very clear to a history student, I'm assuming. And then the whole question of how meanings came to be read into the visual arts and what then became the agenda of building the colonial archive. Ultimately, while the beginnings were mixed and together and, if I may say, somewhat confused, it led to some kind of a separation of the materiality in historical interpretation, archaeology and art and architectural history from textual histories by and by. So that for periods where you do not have a script deciphered, as say in the case of the Harappan civilization, materiality became central to interpreting, and histories of artifacts with methods drawn from archaeology as well as art history become very important. But as soon as the Brahmi script is deciphered and texts are available, you have inscriptions and texts to read, the materiality and the visuality of the object tends to take a back seat in the historiography of the discipline of history. I would like to begin with a very simple empirical example, and I draw it from this masterpiece that is in Kolkata. Since Jadavpur University is located in Kolkata, I would like to, not just that, Bharhut happens to be a huge favorite of mine, and I suspect of many people. Now, these are close-ups from sculptures and architectural remains from the Bharhut Stupa, and located today in the Indian Museum in Kolkata. And what you see before you is a very interesting image of a man riding an elephant, holding an object in his hand, placed very respectfully on the head of the elephant. Two attendant figures who are subsidiary and whose subsidiary status is registered by a certain conceptual downsizing of their presence, relegating them, so to say, in the backdrop through a conceptual rendering, not a perceptual image rendering as you would expect in a photograph. Now, normally we tend to separate the written word that you see here in Brahmi from the image, so that you would go to Leuder's inscriptions to read, or you would go to Cunningham's reports to read the inscription, but you will not test the materiality, the contextual location, and its relationship with the image that you see before you here. So suppose you were to just look at what is written in Brahmi, then you have it beginning from Vedisa, Japa Deva Sa Re Vati Mita Bhariyaya Pathama Thabodhanam. Now, it is a donatory inscription. It gives the details of the bharya or the wife of the person whose ancestry is given, and the place Vidisha is mentioned. What is very interesting is that it says this is the Pathama Thabodhanam. This is the first pillar. The first pillar is donated by so and so, belonging to, or who belongs to Vidisha. Now, looking at it in conjunction with the image that you see in front of you adds many more layers of meaning, not necessarily asserting or reasserting or agreeing with what the inscribed word has to say, but actually offering a different voice from the same time period, from the same region of the past that we as historians or art historians may be interested to infer and understand. Now, why, for example, is this the Prathama Thaba? Why is this the first pillar? And if it is the first pillar that is donated here, then what is the significance of the sculpture that is carved on it? Now, he brings with him really a relic casket. And as the first pillar at Bharhut is actually giving you the purpose, the rationale, the function of why the Bharhut Stupa was really made. Carrying the relics in the Buddhist context is showing the importance of this pillar in the making of the Bharhut Stupa. I like to sometimes use images and texts like this in my classroom to emphasize and to drive home the point that one voice of history is not a substitute of the other, and that particularly the more deeper into the ancient past that we delve, the more important are the many voices of history. Now, at the same time, I would like to caution that I am not suggesting that the methods of art history and history are the same. However, the deeper you go into the past, the more the necessity of a collaborative spirit between the two allied disciplines, while recognizing their differences of approach and not pretending that this indeed is history. So coming to the Indian context, let me begin with the historiography a little bit. The initial period of building and interpreting the visual archive began with the making of certain, certain documentary processes pre-photographic age. The picturesque views that were created by early surveys and surveyors of sites and antiquities. I will just quickly run through a few images. The creation of a photographic archive, but before that, lithographs, wood prints, aquatints, illustrations, diligently measured maps, topographies, details of monuments, etc., that preceded it. And then once we arrive at a documentary visual archive in this period, discuss very briefly the kind of reactions to Indian art and architecture initially in what is called the Orientalist period of art interpretation, the nationalist, in inverted commas, response, and then extending and reinterpreting the visual archive in independent India. Through these phases of art historical interpretation and their relationships to history writing, I will engage with certain key methodological concerns as well. So this really is a mid-18th century picturesque view of the Gwalior fort. Unfortunately, the time I really need to be conscious of, and so I will not delve deep into how the picturesque as a technique foregrounded the glory, a glorious past and an abjectly poor present, which then became an accomplice in the larger Orientalist ideology, reflecting a certain Anglo-Saxon superiority as compared to the Asian. These were the earliest attempts at certain types of monumental documentations, followed by the next phase that I consider, the phase of the making of topographical maps, drawings, more scientifically produced images of India's past, be it as an antiquarian interest. So what you have before you is Colonel Colin Mackenzie's documentation of the site of Amaravati. Today, these drawings and these, water washes, maps of the topography of the Amaravati region with the Krishna River, the Paldina, the lime green, whitish, marblish kind of stone, the state in which it was found, where Colin Mackenzie, with the help of several local pundits and a Maulvi and a much local knowledge actually got these drawings done. Today, these are all in the Oriental and India Office Library. So essentially, let's call this stage 2 of the building of the visual archive. Coming then to the possibility of multiplying the documents of the visual documents of the past. You have wood block prints and lithographs that precede photographic documentation. This is from James Ferguson's Sun Temple at from James Ferguson's tree in serpent worship. And here you have the Rekha Deul of the Sun Temple at Konark still standing. But in Rajendra Lala Mitra's photograph of just a decade later, the Rekha Deul has already fallen off. So gradually we move from aquatints to photographs via stereoscopes, lithographs, wood engravings, etc. And there is the building of a huge, substantial visual archive that then lends itself to certain types of interpretations of cultural interpretations based on the visuality of the colonized country. Now, to take up just a few examples. So, for example, George Birdwood, in one of his lectures in London during this period, speaks in terms of, Indian art, gave a talk on the evil influence of the Puranas on Indian art. A kind of the kind of zoomorphic junctures that are found in it. I will come to a little more about it. But essentially, when Indian art was being at this point evaluated through a Western standard, it was there was a kind of an effeminate quality that was attributed to the arts of India, that there is absolutely no sense of anatomy or physiognomy, that perspective and proportion is unknown, that the golden mean in Greek art, or the rendition of a very naturalistic or a realistic anthropomorphic, an anthropocentric worldview that resulted in the kind of classical Greek sculpture as you see on your left, Dionysus with Hermes, is compared to, say, what is today a masterpiece of Indian art, the Vrishavahana Deva, Shiva, but at that point is treated as a complete absence of fine art in India, and rather this whole evaluation fitting in to the idea of the need for the metropole to civilize the colonized country. Proportion of human anatomy, female anatomy, the kind of anatomy seen on Indian sculptures. I placed the Didarganj Yakshi and the Mohini at Belur in Karnataka as representative examples here, as compared to, let's say, the Aphrodite of Milos or the Venus de Milo, that essentially that fine art, proportion, perspective, foreshortening were attributes that distinguished the cultures of the superior cultures of the Greco-Roman and then of course the Renaissance which were absent in India. And that then ties up with the opening of many art schools and the bringing in of plaster casts to educate the Indian artist into the rendition of the female and the male anatomy. I was mentioning perspective and proportion. So, for example, the idea of a shifting or a moving perspective, as for example, in this roundel that shows the dream of Maya, where the white elephant enters her womb, and then the interpretation of the dream and the birth of Siddhartha. Or let's say how this undulating Kalpavalli shows you a house or a hut or a cottage that is actually much shorter than the men standing at the back. Or let's say what is a figure like Chanda Yakshi doing on what is supposed to be a sacred Buddhist monument, and why would she be touching the pubic region? What is the meaning of the flowering branch that she holds next to her pubic region? What can then, in terms of the study of iconography, be considered the first level of denotative meaning in Erwin Panofsky's term, so that devoid of its cultural context or its accompanying texts, a kind of using a Western standard to interpret the arts, and not only that, to use this interpretation in substantiating and furthering the discourse of a debased colony in need of the civilizing mission of the West. So John Ruskin, for example, in Stones of Venice, speaks of the zoomorphic juncture in Indian art and in the how that actually is grotesque or monstrous, but at the same time, it is these kind of readings that Partha Mitra then wrote his magnum opus, Much Maligned Monsters, that the gods have animal heads, multiple arms, grotesque zoomorphic creations, whereas the grotesque or the zoomorphic juncture in Western art is far more restrained, as per John Ruskin's Stones of Venice, and he speaks of its limited and restrained use as a sign of its higher culture. What was of interest actually in this analysis, but in this first level denotative meaning reading of the visual arts during the Orientalist period, was the interest in ornament and handicraft, where Indian handicraft, the abstract ornamental motifs became of particular interest to British manufacture. And on your right, you see a meticulous documentation of the kind of ornamentation seen on an Islamic monument in Ahmedabad, that is part of the Victoria and Albert Museum collection today. To the left, I have placed, just for comparison, an 8th century AD abstraction from the Virupaksha at Pattadakal to emphasize this kind of marked essentially the invalidity of marking out a Buddhist, Hindu, and Islamic period in art historical analysis. Now, this was the time that Ferguson was also James Ferguson was using his comparative method in understanding Indian architecture, comparing it to, let's say, the Parthenon in Greece, the pyramids at Giza, the Romanesque and the Gothic cathedrals, the architecture of the Renaissance, and so on, so that he considered the visual as a more reliable text in art, in historical interpretation, because it stood static in time, according to him. He then came up with this theory of a debased, progressive civilizational decay, so that the high point of what was the best in Indian visual arts belonged to the time and region of the art of the Gandhar, that is the Greco-Roman art, where, you know, that had the connotation of being derived from the Greco-Roman world. And hence, what was the best was really Greco-Roman art, something that was relatable to the standards of artistic excellence as perceived from the vantage point of classical Greek and Rome. And Ferguson is known to have said that in 5 decades and 50 kilometers, you know, within the accuracy of 5 decades and 50 kilometers, he could predict the time period of a particular art based on the level of debasement that is visible. Of course, the question of what this kind of frank eroticism is doing on sacred monuments. This is Gandhar, which was considered the high point of South Asian / Indian art, and representative of all that is good in Indian art. Terms like Indo-Saracenic, Aryan, Dravidian, Indo-Greek, Indo-Scythian, all of them suggesting racist and derivative nomenclatures to different phases and periods of Indian art. Now, as compared to the contemporary art of Mathura and Sarnath of the Gupta period, 5th century, late 4th, 5th centuries, and what you see in Gandhar, there is, you know, the sense of, at that point, there was the sense of a lack of anatomical understanding and an effeminate quality of the Mathura and the Sarnath schools of Buddhist art as compared to the Greco-Roman influenced Gandhar art. And hot debates, you know, much written, Alfred Fouché, Ananda Kumaraswamy's debate on the origin of the Buddha image is legendary. These became symptomatic. These are all symptomatic of the larger biases in cultural interpretation and the ways in which the visual vocabulary of ancient India interacted with such understandings. So coming to then, you know, this was obviously followed by what is today addressed as the nationalist response. And keeping view of time, I will simply say that some of the important names there are Ananda Kentish Kumaraswamy, Stella Kramrisch, Heinrich Zimmer, the German-Austrian school of Kunstgeschichte or art history, influenced in turn by German Romanticism that was very interested in seeing symbols and mandalas and understanding the meditative and conceptual principles of Indian art that led to the other extreme, as always happens. The pendulum swings to the other side, and you now have a hot defense of Indian art to the extent that the appearance of Indian art is actually becoming inconsequential, and the art itself is being seen more as a mandala or a yogic tantra or some kind of a device for meditating, using it to rise to higher levels of spiritual consciousness. Going past that, we come to the next, which is then the movement into, which is again then coterminous with interests in economic histories and social histories. So coming to social histories of art, coming to artist-patron relationships. But before that, there is a long period where understanding regional diversities, debates on origins and antiquities, interrelationships between text and image, and Shastra and Prayoga, and iconographic and narrative interpretations become extremely important. This is a period from about the 1930s to the 1970s, where there is literally a textual turn in art historical interpretation, both in terms of the historical narratives, such as the War of the Relics on the Sanchi Stupa, or several others. Another time when we have more time to go through how these visual narratives began to be read. Suffice it to be said that narrative modes, iconographies, iconometries, iconologies have a very specific language of their own. Even to be, art is not just history, nor is all of art history, but where the two intersect, the necessity of being trained in reading the art language became more and more obvious over time, and very detailed studies on different aspects of the arts of the period came to be conducted by a host of scholars who we continue to read to this day: M.A. Dhaki, Kapila Vatsyayan, R.N. Mishra, S. Setter, Nihara Ranjan Ray. It's impossible to get them all together here. So I commit here the sin of omission of several names. Understanding ethnographic readings of art, the process of making art rather than the final product, then just focusing on the interpretation of the final product, engaging with living traditions, engaging with more and more texts that were discovered to arrive at cultural contexts and texts-related understandings, so that you reach the second and third Panofskian levels of understanding art. Early medieval regional diversities and specificities. And then in the 1970s, finally, with some very inspiring readings by scholars like Nihara Ranjan Ray, his famous Idea and Image in Indian Art, where he questioned the privileging of certain texts vis-a-vis the others, or the privileging of certain types of art forms vis-a-vis the others in interpreting art, and moving away from this otherworldliness that had invaded the nationalistic interpretations of Indian art towards more socio-economic dimensions of Indian art history, identity, patronage, migrations, connoisseurship, essentially a more humanistic approach to understanding art and history. Gender issues, caste, class, what comes to mind is Vidya Dihijia's engendering Indian art, issues of spectatorship, representation, reception, who made the art, what were the motivations, how did that affect what was foregrounded and what was obliterated, the powers of art and the relationship of art with power and politics, a whole lot of writings, Champaka Lakshmi, or her work on the Tripurantaka imagery at Tanjavur Brihadishwara. Equally important, Nagaswami's Shaiva theology and Tanjavur Brihadishwara. So the multivalence of art became important only after the mid-1970s. How several meanings were embedded into the reading of art. Now, I have been emphasizing on how the two disciplinary methods are not the same, and yet how there are huge areas of overlap and huge areas of intersections between art history and history. And I will take up just a few. I started with the Barhut example, but let's say a few representative things like cross-cultural and transoceanic histories, where it is quite impossible, for example, to understand connected transoceanic histories of the first millennium between South Asia and Southeast Asia if the materiality and the visuality of the sources is not looked at. So there are periods and regions, for example, erstwhile Champa in today's Vietnam or Cambodia, where the earliest sources really are your material sources, the monumental remains, the archaeological remains on the ground, shipwrecks, and the written word on these materials. So epigraphy and art history and archaeology become your main sources right until the middle of the second millennium. Whereas there are other places like Central Java where you have the old Javanese Kakawin and the Kakawin Ramayana and other sources from the 9th century onwards. So when you're looking that deep into different aspects of history writing, say, for example, in this case, cross-cultural connections, it is impossible for us to ignore one source or prioritize one source or trace of history from another. There are many newer dimensions that bring, memory studies, issues of politics of display and interpretation, and several others that I will leave out for concern of time. But let me come back to what I have been kind of trying to thread throughout my talk, in the ways in which the methods and methods of art history and history relate to each other, and how it becomes important to understand different voices of the past through the methods of both. Let me put it in the words of Francis Haskell and leave it to further discussion if we have time. So what we choose to call art is indeed best interpreted by the historian when it is studied in conjunction with other available testimony. But art does have a language of its own, which can be understood only by those who seek to fathom its varying purposes, conventions, styles, and techniques. Fruitful cooperation between the art historian and the historian can be based only on a full recognition of the necessary differences between their approaches, not, as is so often implied, on the pretense that these approaches are basically the same. That's Francis Haskell after decades of working on the theme of art history and history. And I think it's very interesting to put this to test in the Indian context. Essentially, I think when it comes to the ancient and the medieval periods, it is becoming more and more clear that the visual and the material intersects the discipline of history writing in ways that are becoming more and more impossible to ignore. The more the voices of the past, it is not that you can you use the visual and the material pasts to corroborate what the text says, but rather to do away with a hierarchy of sources and use them in conjunction to answer certain historical questions. Thank you very much.
We are truly enriched by your most illuminating talk, ma'am. The lecture is now open for discussions. We have questions maybe in the Google Meet and YouTube. You can check the questions in the chat box for the Google Meet.
Okay, in the chat box. Okay, yeah. Kanad Sinha, sir. I don't see any.
Do we have any questions from the YouTube platform?
Professor Chakravarti and Dr. Kanad Sinha. I don't think I see any for me.
Ma'am, questions are standard.
Yes. Soradeep Mukhopadhyay asks, were the scholars who we call as nationalist historians, did they spearhead the text image method in reading art? Well, you know, Ananda Kumaraswamy, Stella Kramrisch, Heinrich Zimmer, they're all looking at cultural contexts to interpret the visuality of the period under study. And so, say somebody like Kumaraswamy looks as much at the Jain Raya Paseniya Sutta or the Jiva Bhigama Sutta or the Arthashastra to understand the gateways and the fortifications of cities, city gates. He looks at Buddhist texts, Pali, looks at Sanskrit texts. And yeah, there is a kind of a inward gaze that becomes very important in this period, that then in the period to follow, which deals with the social histories of art, gets grouped under the, you know, I am personally not very happy with the term nationalist art historians, but the textual turn begins in response to a kind of a non-contextual in terms of cultural context and text. And that is then foregrounded in the writings of this period that is addressed as nationalist. Okay, would you please?
Ma'am, the next question is from Bonnie Nunisa. The question is, who we call them nationalist historians spearheaded?
Oh, that is done. So could you please elaborate on German Romanticism? You see, interest in myths and symbols, interest in motifs, symbols, myths. Joseph Campbell's method, or Heinrich Zimmer used the philological approach of his guru Luders. Stella Kramrisch, who was trained in the German-Austrian school, wrote her magnum opus, The Hindu Temple, where she looks at symbolism, myths. Heinrich Zimmer speaks of artistic form and yoga in Indian art. So these in turn tallied well with certain movements that were happening already in Germany during this period. And so therefore the historians trained in Kunstgeschichte, Austrian German Kunstgeschichte, were more interested in understanding the inner rhythm of the symbolisms, the meanings of the myths and motifs than, let's say, many of the British counterparts. The next is, can you please elaborate more on convergences between history and art history on the lines illuminated by Francis Haskell? Also, I would like to know how and where the technological issues in creation of art comes into understanding the full horizon of art history. Well, you see, Francis Haskell actually, well, I have his book right here. It's massive, and it sort of goes over 4 to 5 centuries of examples on how the visual intersects history writing in a European context. So he begins with antiquarians of the 16th and 17th century, and then he goes on to speak about writers like Johann Huizinga. He then also discusses certain works that Erwin Panofsky and all talk about, the Arnolfini portrait, and how, the kind of methods, the techniques of interpreting the visual, how they become important to understanding the cultures of a period. The technological issues in the creation of art, well, they tie up with both the textual phase, the textual turn, as well as socio-economic histories, because patronage, artist-patron relationships, migrations, funding, and the aspirations of artists are as important as textual injunctions about the principles of art or about the canon of art making, etc. Anusuya Datta, could you kindly elaborate on the subject, how, while certain Indian sculptures were considered to be monstrous, while the ones in, okay. No, I was talking about how in the Stones of Venice, John Ruskin speaks about the zoomorphic juncture in Indian art as being reflective of an uncivilized spirit, whereas the same kind of zoomorphic junctures, such as centaurs and lapids on the Parthenon, or the Medusa and other sculptures that are actually zoomorphic junctures in terms of classical Greece, or even certain zoomorphic junctures on Gothic cathedrals and Romanesque cathedrals, are considered to have been used with a certain restraint that shows a civilized mind. Essentially, the bias of the superiority of the Anglo-Saxon vis-a-vis the Asian is what comes out there. Dipanshu Dattagupta, thank you. I have one question. Since the Orientalists identified Indian art having no realism for which they justified, were they influenced by the notion of climate as a reason for unrealistic Indian physics? I haven't come across this, Dipanshu, about the relationship between anatomy and the tropical climate. So is that, am I done?
I think, ma'am, there is no more questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, ma'am. Thanks to all the eminent speakers of the last two sessions. Professor Shadhin Shen, our next speaker, just informed that there's a technical glitch at his end. He will try to join us a little bit later. So we shall now go for a break and come back sharp at 2 p.m. Welcome back. The theme of our next session is archaeology. Professor Shadhin Sen, the renowned archaeologist from the Department of Archaeology, Jahangirnagar University, Dhaka, will present his lecture on reducing archaeological data into source of early Indian history, a conceptual and methodological critique. We invite Professor Sen to deliver his talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Let me just share my presentation first, because we do not have much time, I think. My presentation is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So first, the routine work, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Nupur Dasgupta, for considering me as a resource person for this workshop, where I am just seeing that many of the stalwarts of Indian history are present. So I am humbled and privileged to be a resource person in this workshop. First, I would like to start with the trouble. In fact, in one of our recently edited volume, our introduction was titled as Trouble of Thinking, about the archaeology of early medieval and the medieval in the Ganges Brahmaputra Meghna basin. So why we have identified this as a trouble of thinking? I think most of the participants here are postgraduate students and research scholars, and we don't have much time. So I would like to start with pointing at the troubles of thinking about archaeology, especially in reference to Bangladesh, West Bengal, northeastern part of South Asia. So what is the trouble? Trouble can be identified from many perspectives. First, the trouble is with us, the archaeologists, who are doing archaeology in South Asia, mostly from a very conventional and established perspective, which can be identified as culture historical, that I will point out later. And second trouble is the dominance of textual sources and epigraphic sources in the history of early India, especially what is known as ancient and medieval period. And in fact, when we talk about archaeology, sometimes I just confuse that what is the task of archaeology in the writing of history of South Asia. Sometimes I feel that the archaeology is reduced only as a source without proper consideration or without any engagement with some fundamental and key conceptual aspects of archaeology, especially when you talk about the historical archaeology of South Asia. So let me start with the elaboration of some of these key fundamentals about which we are not very comfortable as archaeologists. So therefore, the title of the introduction of our recently edited volume, where we mentioned about the trouble of thinking about the archaeology, the trouble here is not only about the difficulties in engaging with the archaeological sites or artifacts or established interpretations in history. For us, the trouble is also about the ways in which we locate ourselves as archaeologists doing archaeology of specific periods or temporal frames, which are dominated by specific practices, engagements, dispositions, and especially the traditions of scholarship. Even when debates and discussions are explicit on various aspects of history, on the historical period. For example, I think most of the students here or research scholars here are very well aware of about the debates on early medieval period or medieval period, about the debates on polity, about the debates on the society, about the debates on nature of the society, about the debates on the aspects of various kinds of religious traditions and so on. But in these entire traditions of debates, it is very difficult, it is really very uncomfortable to find the ways in which archaeology or archaeological data is treated. Even when debates and discussions are explicit on various aspects of history and historical periods, or even when occasional references to archaeological findings are mentioned in support of debating parties, we hardly find engagement with the conceptual and methodological aspects of archaeology in South Asia. Like most other interrelated disciplines, archaeology as a disciplinary practice began with modernity, and for us, with the colonial modernity. The entwinement of colonial projects and the study of material cultures of non-Western societies, cultures, and religions were the main domain or main space in which archaeology developed in Europe as well as in South Asia. As many archaeologists have pointed out, like David Lowenthal, that past has become a foreign land, a domain of otherness, an exotic world to be discovered, celebrated, collected, classified, and used as an objective facts. And many of you have watched the very popular movie on Indiana Jones. And most of the archaeologists or students of archaeology start to think about taking the profession of archaeology after watching Indiana Jones. This is not a hypothesis. It was the result of a survey conducted in England among the students of archaeology of various universities. And most of them came to archaeology, conceptualizing archaeology as something adventurous, as something to go for exotic discovery or going for taming the wildness, and so on. But in reality, archaeology is not like that in any way. No archaeologist is like Indiana Jones. So there are many people or many scholars who have talked about the history of archaeological thought. For example, I am very fond of Bruce Trigger, or you are well aware of the scholars like Bernard Cohn, Ronald Illnen, and our Tapati Guha Thakurata. And there are many others from Europe also, like Gavin Lucas or Julian Thomas. They have all addressed the development and changes of the definition, methodology, and theoretical perspectives of archaeology under the colonial projects of modernities, and of course, under the nationalist projects. In fact, archaeology was a part and parcel of claiming the territoriality, claiming the sovereignty, claiming the newness of the nation states which developed in Europe in the after the Enlightenment period. And the dominance or preference of the objects over the material, over the text, also was a key issue in the development of archaeology. If we read, for example, Gavin Lucas's works, then we'll find out that archaeology was specifically developed in reference to what is known as the period of prehistory, where we don't have any written source. or there is a absence of written source. One of the most crucial and critical domain of archaeology has been, of course, the field. Following the cue from the development of colonial anthropology and the ethnography of the other cultures, field became a space for scientifically and rationally justifying the civilizing missions. Critical engagements with the concepts of field and the field methods and techniques in archaeology have been an essential part of critical rethinking of the definitions, objectives, scope, and plurality of archaeology. And even in these days, field work and data collected from the field have been a critical reference point for proving the oldness, for proving the validity or factuality of many textual sources. For example, I was reading Dr. Konark Sinha's very fascinating book. And at the same time, I was reading about the news that new excavation has started in the Purana Killa of Delhi. To prove that, basically, that Purana Killa was established on the capital city of Indraprastha, mentioned in the Mahabharata. So there was a certain tradition of archaeological research, probably pioneered by Bibi Lal, to find out the cities and places mentioned in the epics and different religious textual sources. And it is also a lineage from the Western tradition of archaeology, where there is a tradition of biblical archaeology in which scholars are still looking for the places or sites mentioned in the Bible or mentioned in the Judeo-Christian religious text. Archaeological concepts and methodologies have been broadly categorized, which we are not very well aware of, probably, as, for example, culture historical approach, processual approach, post-processual approach, interpretative approach, symmetrical approach, phenomenological approach, and so on. And currently and recently, there are many intersecting paradigms of archaeological concepts, which are working on different contemporary issues as well as the issues related to the recent development of heritage studies or cultural resource management. Therefore, archaeology cannot be identified as a specifically unitary discipline or unilinear discipline. There are many interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary aspects of archaeology, and gradually archaeology is incorporating many of the traditions or contemporary traditions from different other disciplines. Like we all know about geoarchaeology, we all know about bioarchaeology, we talk about paleoecology or historical ecology, specifically in reference to the recent discussions and debates on climate change and global warming. There is, of course, various important contributions from paleoclimatology in archaeology. During the last decade, there are immense contribution from genetics in archaeology. There is aspects of gender archaeology, and there are many disciplines or concepts which are being continuously adopted and incorporated in archaeology. But some of the themes or some of the aspects are fundamentals to archaeology. In South Asia, the development of archaeology and its concepts and method have largely been dominated by a culture historical approach, where a normative view of culture is combined with evolutionary and diffusionist models. Even these days, when we talk about archaeology or archaeological research, in most of the research topics or most of the research projects, we find an inclination towards some kind of a diffusionist model where we look for the connectedness, we look for connectivity, we look for interregional connections, and so on. And we also talk about mostly macro-regional aspects. For example, we talk about Buddhism in Eastern India. We talk about the rise of and development of Vajrayana philosophy in India, Eastern India. Or even we talk about Brahmanical settlements or Buddhist settlements or Muslim settlements in different parts of South Asia. We talk about a homogeneous narrative of urbanization, like first urbanism, second urbanism, and third urbanism, and so on. And if we just engage with the works of Brajadulal Chattopadhyay, who is one of the very few historians who have engaged with the archaeological data from a very different perspective, we can think about the different scale of archaeological research in different spaces. And he also proposed that about the chronology of South Asia, that whether it is possible to apply different kinds of chronological frameworks in different parts of South Asia. So, in fact, often the discussions on concepts and methods of archaeology in questioning and engaging with established and normalized historical narratives are considered as blasphemous and irrelevant. The trouble is also in this taken for granted relationship between archaeology and history. I do not intend to offend anyone, and I do not intend to claim that archaeology in any way is superior to the textual sources. Rather, I would like to point about the problems in archaeology in which both parties, archaeologists and historians alike, could be identified as sharing the same sort of understanding and conceptual framework. Often I wonder, for example, about our friends and colleagues working with, for example, epigraphs or sculptures without having very little or no idea about the context, landscapes, archaeological sites, and peoples of the places from where particular inscriptions or sculptures are found. You all know that in many cases, images in recent days, very high resolution images of the inscriptions are available. Good images of the sculptures are available. So it is possible to decipher an inscription or interpret a sculpture or icon only from the images, or just going into some kind of collections or museums without any essential understanding of the context from where these inscriptions or these sculptures or any other kind of objects were found. Interpretation of text of an inscription or styles and attributes of sculptures are often devoid of an understanding of the archaeological context. I am not claiming that interpretations are wrong, or this approach to sources like the epigraphs or art historical materials or even monumental remains are limited or erroneous. Rather, I want to point at the lack of engagement between different disciplinary concepts and methods, and the reification of sources and interpretations without any alternative perspectives of verifications. I refer to my favorite quote from a very great scholar on Buddhism, Gregory Chopin. Quote, scholars of Indian Buddhism have taken canonical mosaic rules and formal literary descriptions of the monastic ideal preserved in very late manuscripts and treated them as if they were accurate reflections of the religious life and career of actual practicing Buddhist monks in early India. Such a procedure has, of course, placed archaeology and epigraphy in a very awkward position. If then archaeology and epigraphy are to be in the service of a history based on written sources of this kind, then they are going to have to support and amplify something that very probably did not exist, unquote. And another archaeologist famous archaeologist of Buddhism, Robin Cunningham, has also said that Buddhist research is dominated by textually based scholars or by historians of art and architecture, relegating archaeologists to a solitary role of primary producer, not venturing further than the description of excavated remains. I do not intend to trivialize the textual sources. We have extraordinary interpretations from the textual sources or epigraphic sources. But what I want to point at is that archaeological concepts and methods are not fundamental to most of the historians' understanding. And I am not claiming that there is a binary opposition between archaeology and history as discipline. Neither am I asserting that archaeological interpretations are superior to the interpretations of textual sources in terms of objectivity and value neutrality. Like history, archaeology has its own limitations and debates regarding the objectivity, value neutrality, false claims, misinterpretation of material culture and excavated findings to favor racist, nationalist, and fantastic claims. We all know about the archaeology of Babri Masjid as a very good example. The racist archaeology of Nazism, or the ethnocentric archaeology of Zionism, or the statist archaeology to support modern territorial claims are well known to everyone. We are also familiar with the rise of religious and dogmatic nationalisms in South Asia, and frequent reference to archaeological research to validate the claims as if archaeology as a discipline focusing on material cultures is essentially more acceptable or rational to justify or validate any claims about the past. If we attend to the origin of archaeology as a modern discipline, discourses on the text versus object, the objectivity of objects in opposition to the subjectivity of the textual sources were central. But archaeologists these days do not conform to any of these binary between objectivity and subjectivity. The domain of prehistory was the central focal of these debates. But what we are talking about is not prehistory. We are talking about the discipline which is known as historical archaeology. Often if we come back to the period of written records, the debates become intense, often unnecessarily. In the domain of historical archaeology, it is the archaeologists of South Asia who have remained satisfied to corroborate the textual sources, and the historians and the dominant actors stayed away from the basic conceptual understanding of archaeological concepts and methods. We may point at many examples or events in support of my observations. Considering the time constraint and aim of this workshop, I intend to stay focused on some fundamental aspects, especially in reference to undivided Bengal and eastern part of South Asia. And I would like to point out to these aspects, not only on the basis of conceptually or theoretically. In fact, we are working in the field of archaeology, especially in the northwestern part of Bangladesh and southwestern part of Bangladesh. And also I have explored and visited several other sites in West Bengal, in Bihar, and in several other places. This is our understanding based or stemmed from our experience and our problems, our questions, which we have encountered when we try to corroborate our archaeological findings with the textual narratives. And I would like to focus on a few of those fundamental aspects. And I have talked about all these things in this slide, but one of the things that I must point at is the notion of archaeological culture. You all read or talk about PGW culture, painted ware culture, painted grey ware culture, NBPW culture, black and red ware culture, or megalithic culture, and so on. What does it mean by these archaeological cultures? And archaeologists have discussed and debated over this notion of culture. And this notion of culture was developed in colonial period in reference to a special trademark artifact, which trademark artifact was identified as representing some particular people, even representing some particular race or ethnic group or some nation. And interestingly, for example, when you talk about Mahabharata, you look for the PGW culture. When you talk about Buddhism and urbanism, the second urbanism in the all historic period, you talk about NDPW culture. So these notions of culture are also related to the archaeological fieldwork, especially archaeological survey and archaeological excavation. And it started from the time of especially Sir Mortimer Wheeler. In fact, in most of the archaeological excavations in South Asia, the Wheelerian Kenyanian method is still predominant. The Wheelerian Kenyanian method comes from two prominent archaeologists. One is Sir Mortimer Wheeler, another is Professor Kathleen Kenyon. And both of them at that time, in the beginning of the 20th century, conducted archaeological excavation in different parts of the world. Especially Mortimer Wheeler is known as the father of scientific archaeology in India or in South Asia. And I will just show that, for example, you can see this section of Brahmagiri drawn by Mortimer Wheeler, the left one. So you can see how he has drawn a section of archaeological excavation and identify different layers with the notion of culture, Andhra culture, megalithic culture, Stone Age culture, so on. And on the right side, you can see the one section drawing, a combination of 4 sections, which were drawn following the methods, excavation methods, which was developed by Edward Harris, and which is identified as the most holistic approach to archaeological excavation. So let us go on to these key aspects of archaeological concepts which I was talking about. For example, first we have to understand the notion of space, scale, coverage, resolution, and intensity in archaeology. What is space? You all know about space, but in archaeology, space is very crucial, and spatial context is more crucial to understand the meaning of any object or any artifact. And we can differentiate the space subjectively from micro to macro scale, from a very small area to a trans-regional area. So this space is also related to the scale, where we can differentiate or we can define scale in terms of the horizontal distribution of any archaeological material, whether it is a site, whether it is defined as a settlement, or whether it is defined as any other thing. So scale is also very important, and coverage, resolution, intensity are related to the way in which we work to identify the distribution of different kinds of materials and sites or settlement on a particular landscape. And the second important aspect of archaeology is the archaeological context. It is very different than the normal notion of context or contextualization, what we talk about. Archaeological context here is a 3-dimensional concept where we talk about space, form, and time. And it is mostly about the interrelationship. The interrelationship among objects or material culture with the other material cultures or objects associated with it, and with the space where we are finding those material cultures. So space here is also not an empty one. Space here is also the landscape. Space here is also the scalar definition of the space. Scale here is also about many of the other things. Soil is considered as an artifact, about the vegetation, about the topography, about many other aspects of the landscapes which can be defined as material culture. In fact, we sometimes talk about the materiality of landscape. We talk about the materiality of, for example, the environment. We talk about the materiality of ecology. So its context can be defined is a kind of interrelationship. And if we talk about the interrelationship, then we have to depart from the established notion of this archaeological culture and established notion of these only trademark artifact-oriented definition and understanding of past and cultures, where we just identify some trademarks such as NBPW, such as PGW, such as one particular specific variety of sculpture in terms of some dynasties like Pala sculptures or Shena sculptures, or in terms like some particular religious-centric monuments like Brahmonical and Buddhist, and at the same time identifying the settlements in terms of that religious one. And third thing is that the idea of the verticality and horizontality of space. In archaeological fieldwork or in archaeological understanding of time, horizontal and vertical is very important. And most importantly, when we talk about archaeology, we do not necessarily use the time frame or periodization following the established one, like ancient, medieval, modern, or early historic, early medieval, medieval, and so on. I will show that particular aspects of periodization in terms of archaeological stratigraphy, which I have already mentioned. The archaeological stratigraphy is almost vertical, and the dominant modality of understanding archaeological stratigraphy in South Asia is mostly vertical, and the scale of the excavations are very smaller in terms of the entire settlements. If we consider most of the urban centers of the early historic period, and if you just go through the excavation reports, you cannot see in most of the cases any stratigraphy. You will see some description of the artifacts. You will see very small scale excavation, even when you see some kind of section drawing in terms of some description of the layers or description of the, for example, artifacts. And you will find that on the basis of a very small scale excavation of a very huge site, the generalizations were made, the conclusions were drawn, and those conclusions were never been challenged or questioned. And the periodization was based on either on the basis of the archaeological culture or on the basis of the dominant dynastic chronology, like Mauryan period, like Pala period, like Gupta period. For example, if you just look at the excavation reports of Bangor, which of course is very old, or excavation report of Karnashiborna, we will find the same concept and methodology of illustrating or representing the stratigraphy. And we have talked about the archaeology of stratigraphy, and what I was referring to as horizontal and vertical, this is only for the research scholars, I think. So this is a section, and I understand any archaeological settlement, both vertically, for example, top to bottom, and horizontally, from one side to another side. It's just a schematic drawing of one urban settlement, and you can see the variability of features and artifacts in any different kinds of strata or different kinds of feature. And the dating of any archaeological objects, when we talk about archaeological context and just move aside from the stylistical dating or formal aspects of dating, then we have to talk about the archaeological context. And archaeological context, for example, you can see a section, a schematic section, and here you are getting different kinds of artifacts from different periods. And if we consider the site formation process and the archaeological context, there is a great difference between systemic context and the archaeological context. And there is, in between, there are formation processes. And particularly when we talk about Bengal, which is dominated by different fluvial processes, their natural processes are very important to identify in the meaning of any artifact. Even the dating of artifact can be very erroneous if we do not consider the archaeological context and the formation processes. For example, we can find NBPW mixed with other potsherd or other material culture. At the same time, within that, we can just get a bottle of Coke, a Coca-Cola bottle. In that sense, if we do not consider that Coca-Cola bottle, or if we do not we fail to recognize the Coca-Cola bottle, then we will just date the particular objects and particular place as early history. But it is essentially when the Coca-Cola bottle comes into the assemblies, then the date becomes completely recent. So we have to now talk about the reuse of the materials, which is very common in most of the archaeological sites of Bengal, because most of the archaeological sites of Bengal are structural mounds. We found monumental remains, and in the urban centers, we also find different deposits from different periods. These are for students to show what is there in archaeological sections and archaeological context. This is another interesting pit. Pits are the most common thing in any part of South Asia and any part of the world. And if you get a particularly dateable object within the pit, the date of the pit and the object will be different than the date and the nature of the meaning of the objects if we find it from outside the pit. And now I will talk about, which is very important, regarding the context of the epigraphs. And we are facing tremendous difficulty when we try to correlate the descriptions and the donation of lands in particular administrative unit, the place of the donning. So if we just try to correlate with those facts in the inscriptions, which is of course a normative one, and with the archaeological context, then often we cannot relate the archaeological context with the normative text in the inscription. For example, we have already written about the discrepancies regarding the Gupta period settlements in the Borengri region. This map has been taken from one of our friends' paper, Arlo Griffith's paper, where the find spots of most of the Gupta period inscriptions have been located. And for example, if I refer to the Damodarpur one or Paharpur one, then we have to first read about these first paragraph of the report, how the inscription was found, how it was handed over to another person, and how the impression of the inscription reached the scholar who has deciphered it. Often, the scholar had not visited the context of the inscription, find of the inscription. For example, if we consider about the Damodarpur copper plate inscription, 5 copper plates were found from the same place, and it covers more than 1.5 century. And we have to ask the question, why 5 copper plates were found from the same place? Same can be talked about the Beloa copper plate inscriptions. 2 copper plate inscriptions were found from the same plate. For Damodarpur copperplate inscription, we have surveyed the place and we haven't found any material culture which correspond to the Gupta period or post-Gupta period, or the period belonging to that particular time frame. For Belowa or Silimpur stone slab inscription, we have surveyed the places, and in Belowa, we have conducted archaeological excavation. This is the right side. This is a new inscription we have discovered from the treasury of the government, and currently it is, I have sent it to our friend Roysuku Furui to decipher it. And this is another new inscription, and you all aware of this inscription from Rajvita. For example, in this place, we are finding most of the inscriptions. We are finding Belowa, we are finding Biala inscription, we are finding Silimpur stone slab inscription, we are finding a Naudova inscription that we have found, not yet deciphered. We have found another inscription of Narayan Pala that we have not yet discovered, and we have found another stone slab inscription from another place from Ghoraghat. So there is a concentration of copperplate inscriptions and stone slab inscription in this particular zone of Ghoraghat in Dinajpur region, Ghoraghat, Kalai, and Khetlali Upazila. And it is very difficult to correlate the timing, dating of the archaeological settlements with the places mentioned in the inscriptions. There are several places. For example, the place where the land is being donated, the place where the donee belonged, the administrative unit in which the places belongs. There are, in one particular inscription, there is mentions of donating land in three different geographical or administrative units. And the conventional method of identifying the place names is comparing the place names with the modern place names. But we are getting from our database similar place names as is mentioned in the inscriptions. And we are getting archaeological sites. For example, for Silimpur, we have found a settlement called Baligram, and the name of the place mentioned in the Silimpur stone slab is the Baligrama. If we just correlate these two places, then the dating of the archaeological dating of the Baligram goes far back from the inscription or the paleographic dating of the inscriptions. And for Belowa, we have excavated sites of Belowa, and for the students, you can see different kinds of context of archaeological material that we have identified during our survey. And this is the interesting kind of reuse. You all notice this kind of reuse in Bengal and in South Asia. That, for example, these bricks were dug from a particular site and used to construct a particular house. And if we find, for example, shards of NDPW from these walls, we cannot date it to early historic period. This is the problem with the archaeological context, and this is why we have to take archaeological context in consideration. And these are different kinds of context in which we are finding different kinds of materials. But these materials are not trademark materials. If you consider, for example, NBPW, it is not more than 10% of the pottery which was used by the people at a particular time. So we are only focusing on some particular trademark object and just neglecting the others. And these are different kinds of context of archaeological materials we are getting in northwestern part of Bangladesh. And now we come to Belowa. We have excavated one site in Belowa and found one Brahmanical temple. The problem of identifying this temple as Brahmanical, or the problem of identifying a particular settlement as Brahmanical or as Buddhist can be explained just by showing this site. Firstly, this structure was built as a Brahmanical temple. And when we just interpreted the archaeological stratigraphy, we have found out that in the later period, this temple was deserted and used as a normal habitational space. And later, it was also used for other normal habitational practices. So what will be the identity of this structure? If we just identified only as Brahmanical, then all the other characteristics of this site or of this structure are neglected. And at the same time, if we just try to identify the chronology in terms of ancient or medieval, or in terms of early medieval and medieval, we cannot just date different periods of archaeological stratigraphy. In that sense, we define archaeological stratigraphy in terms of, for example, construction of the site, for example, reconstruction of the site, abandonment of the site, or some kind of reuse of the site. So these are the events on the basis of which we try to understand the chronology of a particular site in archaeology, which might not be corroborative to the dominant historical time frames. And the same can be applied for the Paharpur or Shompur Mahavihara, where there was a copper plate, Gupta period copper plate, and we haven't found any material culture just representing the Gupta period. There was a structure, for example, just underneath the present central shrine. But that doesn't mean that this central shrine or the earlier central shrine was built during the Gupta period. So I talked about these problems with Professor Brojudullah Chattopadhyay when he was with us, and also with Roysuku Kurui and several other scholars. And we have just tried to understand why we are not getting any kind of material dating to Gupta period. At the same time, we are getting the inscription, copper plate inscription of the Gupta period from the Paharpur. Our interpretation is that copper plate inscription as a normative document was quite movable. In this sense, we have to consider the archaeological provenance and provenience of archaeological material. In that sense, finally, we have to talk about the context of the archaeological objects. If we consider an inscription as an archaeological object, then we have to think about that archaeological object can move from one place to another. And as a particular document of a particular land, as a land grant, people could move with those land grants, and people could store those land grant in a particular place. And in Belova also, we have found two copper plate inscriptions. In one copper plate inscriptions on 3rd Vigrahapala, we have found mention of a place called Belva, which can be correlated with Belva. But now no other place names can be correlated in the entire area of the site. So these are the landscape context, and you can see how we periodize for the students. For example, this is the level of a period of flood. This is a period of structural activity. This is a period where there was no structural activity. There was several floods which influenced the Paharpur Shompur Mahavihara. And at the same time, the river, which is known as Choto Jamuna River, also moved several times. And these contextual aspects or landscape aspects have to be correlated with the stratigraphy of Paharpur Mahavihara. And at the same time, the identification of the Buddhist monasteries as universities must be questioned, because we have interpreted that the Shompur Mahavihara, along with another Viharika mentioned in the inscription of Dharmapala in the Kolkata Museum, which was deciphered by Roysuku Kurui, just detects that shows that the monastic establishment was not an isolated one. it was also related to the other aspects of the region. For example, the agrarian activities. For example, the other activities. For example, the trade route or exchange networks. And if we consider, for example, the Mahasthangarh as an urban center, there is also some kind of neglect toward about the zone which is not the urban center. And you can see, for example, some of the sites. I will just keep these slides, which were supplied to me by Professor Jean-François Salle. These are some of the remains from the excavation, Bangladesh-France joint excavation. And you can see very small areas of the entire Mahasthangarh, which is the urban center, was excavated. So we have to remember that we are generalizing about the stratigraphy of the urban center, which is quite a thick stratigraphy, or more than 10 meters thick. And we are generalizing on the basis of very smaller scale excavation. And in the left side, you will see many archaeological sites around these urban center. And our focus is mostly on the urban center. So what about this hinterland zone or neighboring zone? What about the zone where we are not finding any archaeological material? That is why we say in archaeology that presence of archaeological data is as important as the absence of archaeological data. Absence is very important to be understood or interpreted. And this is another two sites which can problematize our understanding of identifying any settlement on religious terms. These two sites are in Dinajpur, and here we are finding Buddhist structure were converted into Brahmanical structure. So how can we identify this structure as either Brahmanical or Buddhist? And in later period, it was also used as some kind of habitational purposes. So these are the problems we are talking about in terms of archaeology. And you can see that for the students, in the southern part of Bangladesh, we are getting archaeological material just close to the coastal region, and we do not know the nature of these archaeological structures. And you can see the context of the archaeological material like pottery, which were redeposited by I was talking about the natural processes, by water flow of the river. This potsherd was deposited from one place to another. So the dating of the potsherd and the place will be dependent on the context of these archaeological objects. And this is the archaeological sites in the Sundarban area. So I am just talking about some problems, and I would like to also reiterate that I am not claiming that archaeology is superior to history or textual sources. I am not also asserting that archaeologists are very good at their work in the field, because in most of the cases, archaeological interpretations are done by archaeologists. The Babri Masjid, during the Babri Masjid excavation, the interpretations was offered by the professional archaeologists, and archaeologists are as liable to error as the historians. We have to just humbly talk to each other, and humbly I would like to just ask everybody who are working with the text or textual sources to consider some of the key fundamental concepts of archaeology when we deal with archaeology or history simultaneously. So it is a continuous process, and thank you everybody. I don't know how much time I have taken. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful talk. Now I request Professor Shen to take up the questions. Questions are posed in the chat box.
Okay.
There is one question from Aftab Mansoor, and he's asking Professor Shadin Shain, how can we interpret cultural landscape by the help of archaeological elements?
Okay. Thank you, Aftab. Especially the concept of cultural landscape is a very recent one. It has developed within the paradigm of heritage management. And the notion of cultural landscape was developed by several transnational agencies like ICOM, ICOMOS, and especially UNESCO. Here, they talk about, by their definition, there are three types of cultural landscape, where presence of archaeological elements are not required as an essential component. I think in their third category of cultural landscape, archaeological aspects are important, but the use of the landscape and the meaning of the landscape over time, and meaning of the landscape and various landscape features, such as, for example, river, such as, for example, water, such as soil, a particular kind of landscape. For example, we can talk about the Uluru of Australia, which is also known as Ayers Rock, which is defined as a cultural landscape. And recently we have proposed to update the tentative list from Bangladesh in collaboration with Government Department of Archaeology and UNESCO. And we have proposed a proposal where we have defined Mahasthan in terms of a cultural landscape, with special reference to the Korotwa River and the present engagement with the people and the Korotwa River, Korotwa symbolic aspects, these different meanings of landscapes and archaeological sites from different communities around it. So archaeological elements are not essential to define cultural landscape. It is one of the essential component in one of the categories.
There are two more questions which are of certain general nature and would require more time, but we are running short of time actually. Our next speakers are ready. So I'm very sorry. We have had a very brilliant session. We have learned a lot from all the speakers, and Shadin, it was really, really brilliant. I think, Pulumi, we should go to the next session. We should go to the next session.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you. Please be with us, everybody.
We shall now start the next session of today's workshop. The theme of this session is looking at numismatics. We have amongst us the eminent scholar and the most renowned numismatist, Professor Osman Bopiorati, adjunct professor of Central and South Asian Art, Archaeology and Numismatics, University of California, Berkeley. I warmly welcome Professor Bopiorati to present his lecture. He will be speaking on the study of ancient Indian history through numismatics. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope I'll be able to start my... Can you see the... No, I don't think... Do you see the... Can you hear me?
Should I ask my student, because I have forwarded the PPT to him, should I ask him to present it because he's...
Yeah, the problem is I won't be able to go fast. I did the way that it should be. Oh my God.
I'll just ask Aditya to try and present.
Right.
Aditya, are you listening to me? If you can do, yes, here it is.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So it's there, right? You can see it. Can you see it?
We can see it, yes.
Yeah, can you? Okay. So it is the full screen. I wish to thank all the members of the Department of History of the Jadpur University, very especially Professor Nupur Dasgupta for this invitation. It is also very nice to take part in this workshop with most eminent and learned scholars, my friends and colleagues. The methodology that I wish to discuss today applies equally to Scythians, Parthians, Sasanians, and very particularly to Kushans, whose political authority extended from Uzbekistan to Middle Gangetic Valley at least. Owing to the limited time allocated to our presentations, I shall deal only with the political, economic, and religious history of India under the Greeks, who were the successors of Alexander the Great. So I will see with the. So can I? Yeah. Okay. Right. There's something on the. Okay. So can we write the ancient history? No. Can we write the ancient history of India? I mean, the political history, economic history, isolating modern India from today's Pakistan, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh? Of course, the answer is no. I'm sorry, I can't advance the slides. Good.
Okay, Aditya, I think that you should actually don't keep it in slide mode. Just follow Sir's lecture and follow his sentences and change the slides accordingly. Is it possible, Aditya? Can you do it?
Yeah, good.
Aditya?
Shall I propose something? Can I ask Suchandra to take over?
Sure.
Until I...
No, Aditya is replying that he can do it. Yes, he's
okay.
Okay, just follow his sentences. Yes. Okay.
Right. Next one, please. Okay. So now I have a big problem. I can't see the screen that is blocking. Nupur, can you ask Suchandra to take it over? Because this is going to be a disaster.
Suchandra?
Yeah.
Suchandra, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. But Osman, your PPT is not with me. So Nupurdi can send me the PPT.
Yeah, I'm sending it to you via mail. Okay.
Yeah.
Just forwarding his mail to you.
Osman, by that time, would you try? There is this arrow there.
Yeah, I've already.
So click the arrow. Click the arrow, like your entire screen window will come. So click the window. You are muted. Just unmute yourself.
Okay. This.
Yeah. Then click the window. See, there is your entire.
Then I share, right?
Then you share.
Now is it okay?
Then check. This is now okay. Aditya is presenting. Aditya has to close. Yeah. Now you try.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll try from this end.
I'm just trying to send it to you. I just can't locate it. Let me see where I got down.
There are three. There is this arrow, and then here it is. Your entire screen, a window, a tab.
Okay, the arrow is now not working. I'm sorry. I'm used to Zoom, but not to this.
No, it's all right. It happens always.
No, it's not working.
Suchandra, I'm sending it to you.
Okay, I'll do that.
Just it will take some time because it's a large file.
Yeah.
In the bottom, you had this smiley face, and then there is the arrow. Is it there?
Now the arrow is not
working.
Not working.
Okay.
I have sent it to you.
Yeah, it's working. Osman Gopinath
it's working. Okay, fine.
Okay.
But then lots of files have come.
Oh God.
Close the file. No, this is not that presentation. It's actually the
previous ones.
Okay. Let me see if I can download.
Osman, you stop presenting. You just click that stop presenting.
Okay, right.
Box. So.
Okay, right. Now shall I try?
1 second. Let me first download. It's a big, huge file, no? So it's taking time to download. So why it's not downloading? Well, now let me see.
Have you got it, Shuchandra?
I have, but now I have to try to see that whether it's coming or not.
Shuchandra, why don't you take over?
Yeah, I'm trying, but this is
No. I mean, you can present your paper. I will see what I can do. I should have tried this before.
1 minute, wait.
Please don't worry about time because this is the last but one session.
Yeah.
And we can extend the time of our workshop. That is not a problem.
Okay, thank you, Nupur.
No problem at all. We are all eager to listen to all of you.
Wait. Am I connected or am I gone?
You are there.
I'm there, no?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, Shuchandra Di, you are there. It is coming.
Wait. But we can't see it.
Yeah.
Why it's taking so long?
I don't know. Shuchandra, why don't you just present your paper?
Okay.
Because I think it doesn't work. I'm sorry.
No, I don't know whether mine will work because something is happening.
Can we, Osman, can I suggest something?
Nupurti, he has left the meeting.
Oh, okay.
No, he has joined again.
Osman, can I suggest something? Unmute yourself, please.
Sir, unmute yourself.
Right. Okay.
So,
shall I try again for the last
yeah,
time?
please.
No, it's not working.
Okay, let me try once.
Okay.
Okay, let me just try. Actually, I have to first select.
Yeah, now it's there.
So it is there, but it is not coming as a. I have to make it into a slide thing.
Slide, yes. I'll see whether.
Yeah. So.
Nupurti, I have sent mine also to you because.
Okay, but this slide doesn't stop. So the problem is that I will have to go on clicking. It doesn't matter. I will continue.
Oh my God! There are so many.
Yeah. I will just follow your talk and I will continuously change the slides. Right?
Yeah.
So
can you put the?
We can start from the beginning once more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I? Okay. Right. Can you put the full screen then?
It is the full screen for me.
Oh my God.
If I end show, then if I end it, it becomes like this.
Okay. No.
So how much can you see when I?
This is Rajat here. if you please put this escape button and then click one slide individually, then I think that will work, and then you can move to full
Yeah,
screen.
I'm doing that, but then I can't. I have to kind of. This is what is happening. Can is it okay?
No, it's still the same. I mean, it's very small.
Okay, just let me see.
We were able to see what Aditya was presenting actually.
Yeah, actually Aditya was doing it. Yeah. Aditya was doing it better. I think that Aditya can continue to help us. You know, if I stop.
Yes, Aditya's was very much clear to us.
So Aditya, are you there with us?
Yes, he's there. He's writing. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, please. So please, you kind of turn it on.
Aditya, you please continue. Yeah, it's very much there.
But you have to continuously click back to.
No, I'll say next, right? So I started with saying that, I mean, it's very difficult to write the history of India without taking into consideration what was happening in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and also to a certain extent Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. So why the reconstruction of the history of the Greeks in Bactrian India and their nomadic successors like Scythians, Parthians, Kushans depends mainly on the coins and inscriptions. The ancient texts dealing with the early history of these kingdoms are rare. We are left with short passages, a few Greek and Latin authors, and some Indian and Chinese texts. Greek and Latin historians were not interested in the destiny of the Greeks in Bactrian India, and the names of local authorities are mentioned only when they have direct or indirect connections with Seleucids and Parthians. Next, please. As for the numismatic evidence, it is thanks to the coins that we know today the existence of 45 Greek kings who ruled in Bactrian India, although the written sources mention only 8. The coins are crucial in understanding the role of these kings. Their stylistic features suggest broad chronological periods. Overstrikes of one king on the other coins indicate the successful regions. And minting techniques, metrology, iconography, and monograms associated with fine spots aid evaluation of the geographical localization of different kingdoms. Next. So, story starts with the conquest of Alexander the Great, starting from 329. I mean, started from Macedonia, but the regions that we are concerned, especially Bactria, Sogdiana, north of the Hindu Kush Mountains, and ancient India, which is Parapamadai, Arachosia, Seistan, Gandhara. So he came to these regions between 329 and 326 BC. This was a part of his conquest, I mean, launched by his father to conquer the whole Achaemenid Empire. Next. So these are the regions that we are going to talk. Next. So Achaemenid Empire was a huge empire which was threatening the city-states of Greece. The reason why Philip II launched the battle, he died before finishing it. So Alexander, who was a young boy, took it up and he went towards the Indus, which was the last limit of the empire. And for the Greek knowledge of that period, especially Aristotle, they considered world as flat. And beyond Indus, there was no more land. So they thought the sea will fall on either side. Only when Alexander came to today's Pakistan, he realized the India continues and there are even kings of the Janapadas who are capable of raising an army of 2,500 elephants. Next. So we know about the Persian occupation that I am not going to talk about, taken from the Herodotus account, he's talking about the tributes paid by Gandharians, Indians, people about 360 talents, and also we have the Persepolitan documents, and also in Apadane, this is the entrance to the Persepolis Palace, where you have different delegations, including the Indians. Next. So today, the whole problem in writing the Indian history, one of the tendencies of the historians is to limit themselves to the present day India, the map, which never existed in antiquity. The Indian territory started with the Hindu Kush Mountains. What was on the north of the Hindu Kush Mountains were Bactria and Sogdiana. All the regions, including today's Pakistan and half of Afghanistan, was considered as the part of ancient India. Next, please. So it's extremely important to understand the role played by the Himalayas on the north and the Hindu Kush mountain range, which is about 800 kilometers long, and it was a rampart. I mean, the highest point, Tirishmir, going up to about 7,708 meters. So it was very difficult to cross the mountain range. Once you cross the Hindu Kush mountains, you don't meet any obstacles like Himalayas and Hindu Kush. Next. So I'm just showing you a few photographs of these mountains taken from Pakistan side, from Chitral. Of course, there are permanent snow on these mountains, and it is a rampart. Next. This photograph was taken on my way to Bamiyan. There you can see the Hindu Kush mountains dividing India from Bactria. Next. So just to give you an idea about these kingdoms, after the Alexanders, I'll come to that in a moment, after the Alexanders' conquest of these regions, up to Indus Valley and also Jhelum, they came under the Hellenistic kingdom. But after his death, things became more difficult and different. I will come to that. When we think about the Bactrian kings who ruled north of the Hindu Kush mountains, starting from Diodotus, which is in yellow color, and with the decline of the Mauryan Empire, next please, the same Greek kings crossed the Hindu Kush mountains and came to the regions of Parapamsadai, Arachosia, Seistan, Gandhara, and the Indus Valley. Next. And then they were, of course, the Scythians, Parthians, and Kushan came to this region. Next. So the basic characteristic of the coins issued by the Greeks in this region, north of the Hindu Kush mountains, because they were more close to the Hellenistic civilization, these kings issued monolingual coins, that means only with the Greek legend, following the Attic weight, which is drachma is 4.25 and a tetradrachm 16.8. Those who crossed the Hindu Kush mountains and came to Pakistan, today's Pakistan and yesterday's India, they issued a new denomination of tetradrachms of 9.6, and they were bilingual. Next, please. So just to give you an idea, this is a coin issued by Euthydemus in the north of the Hindu Kush mountains with the legend Basileus Euthydemu, meaning of the king Euthydemus. So it is in the genitive case. The weight is 16.8 grams. Next. Those who crossed the Hindu Kush mountains, the Greeks, they issued coins with two languages. One is their own language, which is Greek, and you can read on the obverse, Basileus Soteros Nikiou, meaning of the king Nicias, the savior. On the reverse, mainly in Kharoshthi, but sometimes in Brahmi, the language is Gandhari. You can see from right to left, Maharajasa Tratarasa Nikyasa, translation of it, except for the fact the Basileus is translated as Maha, which is not in the Greek legend. Next, please. Just to remind what my good friend Professor Ranabir Chattopadhyay said this morning, Chakravarti said this morning about the Kushan coins. Until Kanishka the first year of Kanishka, from evidence from the Rabatak inscription, he changed from Greek into Bactrian language. So here we have a legend written in Greek characters, but the language is Bactrian. Shanavo, Shavo Kanishki Kushano. So it means King of Kings, Kanishka the Kushan. Next one. So what we know about these kingdoms from the archaeological point of view. First, Of course, we always go to the excavations done by John Marshall in Sirkap. So the ruins that you see here, these are the excavations done by Marshall, and this is, badly interpreted by some historians as the Greek settlement. Next. In reality, Marshall never went down to the Greek levels. The only small portion of the edge of the city of Sirkap has been excavated to the Greek level. You can see it. As John Marshall himself admits, and let me say that 78 of the digging in this area has been devoted to Sarcopathian structures of the second stratum, 1/8 only to the earliest Sarka and Greek remains below. So they never went down to the Greek level, so we know very little about the Greek occupation in Sirkap in Taxila. Next. So it is unscientific to talk about the Hippodamian layout of the city without knowing the characteristics of the Greek city, which will remain, which still remains unexcavated. So S.R. Dar in his thesis going against A. Ghosh, who believes that the present city plan was laid out by Scythians. It was laid out by the Scythians, but this is not a Greek settlement. There is no reason to believe, as Funo said, that the Mohenjo-daro had any impact on the town planning of Sirkap. Next. Same thing, the same disappointment when you go to Pushkalavati, Peshawar region. This was excavated by from the very beginning by the British archaeologists, and then by Olchin, Dar and Avadani and others, and recently by Robin Cunningham. Because of the successive occupational layers, it was extremely difficult to reach the Greek levels. So we know nothing for the moment about the Greek occupation of Pushkalavati. Next. But fortunately, thanks to the Italian excavations done by the Ismeo under many archaeologists, Calieri, now Luca Riveri, they have come, which you can see it's a very serious scientific excavation. They have come to the level of the Greeks, even beyond to the Achaemenid levels. Next, please. So we can, there was so much hope when French art historian who was asked to do an archaeological excavation in Bactria, the capital of Bactria, that was Alfred Fouché, next, who went there. This is his dig. You can see how deep he has went. And he was working there and he didn't find any Greek levels. So this is what he wrote. Next. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Bactria bears a name that is so strongly evocative, so charged with history, so crowned with hopes, that we refuse to admit the possibility of a disappointment, even at the moment we are feeling it. I have come to doubt the testimony of my eyes and to repent my assessment as soon as I write them. So he said there were no Greeks. But yes, thanks to the works of the French archaeological delegation in Afghanistan, re-established in 2002 after the bombing of the Bamiyan Buddhas, they went deep down. And next one, you can see the Greek levels are there. You have the Corinthian capitals, and also about 2,000 Indo-Greek coins were found. But unfortunately, because of the events taking place in Afghanistan, they had to stop the excavation. Next, please. Same thing in Alexandria of Arachosia, which we call Kandahar. Next. Which is a very important city according to the Greek text. So they are Magnicol and Warikbol excavated. So at the end he said, they said, at Kandahar, the scarcity of traces of Hellenistic constructions led the excavators to ask themselves whether the classical authors were not mistaken when they spoke of Greek colonies settled in the city. Next. Just to show you how difficult it is to excavate the sites, especially in northern part of Oxus River. Here we have a photograph of Shakir Pidayev on our left-hand side, the Oxus River. We are in Tajikistan. So next one. when he did his excavations, he had to go down about 21 meters to find the Greek levels. So see, these are the difficulties that the archaeologists encounter working in north of Hindu Kush, that means Uzbekistan and Afghanistan, and also south of Hindu Kush, again Afghanistan and today's Pakistan. Next. It doesn't mean to say that there were no Greek cities. The best hope came from the excavations done by the French archaeological delegation in Icannum under Paul Bernard. Next. On the picture here. So you can see it is very well situated. The site is on Uzbekistan. On the other side of the Oxus River, it is Tajikistan. This is a well-organized Greek city of Icannum excavated by the French Archaeological Mission in Afghanistan under Paul Bernard between 64 and 78. Is no doubt the best revelation of their, Greeks' architectural skills. Next. So you can see how it is situated. Icannum means the Mound of Lady Moon, of the site of large Greek colonial city in northern Afghanistan, which is being excavated by the Dafa. Located on the eastern edge of the Bactrian plain, at the confluence of the Oxus and a tributary of its left bank, which is Kocha, the city of Icannum control an agricultural land area irrigated by a vast system of canals. Next. Although they did not completely, because of the Soviet invasion, they had to give up the excavation and come back to France, at least what they have found was extremely important for the understanding of Greek settlements very far away from Greece in Afghanistan. Next. So this is a reconstruction of the site that my team did with the Japanese television channel NHK for a thing. So they worked with Paul Bernard and our architects and everyone. So here you can see the well-planned Greek city. Next. So here we have the palace. It's a Greco-Bactrian architecture. It's a reminiscence of formal Persian palatial architecture, was in the center of the lower city. Next. It would have looked like this. This is, of course, a very serious study my colleagues and the Japanese technicians did. So it would have looked like this. Next, please. And here we have a gymnasium, which is a school, and also for sports according to the Greek tradition, 100 by 100. This is one of the largest in antiquity. There was a dedication in Greek to Hermes and Heracles, was found engraved on one of the pillars. Next. So you can see some of the photographs of the gymnasium, which is just next to the Oxus. Next. And they had houses. These are private houses of the, oligarchy, the people, rich Greek who lived there, just to give you an idea how they would have looked like in the past. Next. So their houses would have been like this, like the ones that you find in Greece at this time of the Hellenistic period. Next. And also they had a theater, which means to say that they practice a theater. And we, of course, I'm not going to enter into details. It gives a lot of indication of the theater there. And it has a capacity of 4,000 to 6,000 people. It is only less important than the big theater in Epidaurus, but it is bigger than the theater in Babylon. Next. And also you can, these are the photographs during the excavations. Next. And it had a temple, half Greek and half Zoroastrian. Next. And these are some of the sculptures that they found, the French archaeologists found in Icannum. Next, please. What happened was, after leaving Afghanistan, the French archaeological delegation, the sites were very safe during the Soviet occupation. But when the Soviet army retreated, the whole site was illicitly dug out. The holes that you see are the places where they have dug the whole site and took the antiquities out. I'm showing you a few of them just to show you the disaster of destroying this very important site. Next. So these are the holes that the illicit excavators have done. Next. And these are some of the sculptures, especially the head, this is a Fion's head, and the statues of Heracles. Next. I mean, there are hundreds of them. I'm just showing to give you an idea. This statue is about 1.5 meters. The head alone is 1.5 meters high. So it was an acrolithic image, not completely made of marble, but with wood as well. Next. Then I come to the question of epigraphy. Fortunately, during the last 30 years, a lot of evidence came from epigraphical evidence. There are Greek, Aramaic, Gandhari manuscripts. I'm not going to discuss all of them, but the most important one. Next, please. One cannot write the history of ancient India without taking into consideration all the Aramaic documents, hundreds of them, found in Afghanistan. I'm seriously saying south of the Hindu Kush mountains, which was ancient India. And good thing is during the, in Taxila, they found Aramaic scripts. These are all documents, economic documents. So Shaul Shaked has published some of them. There are some more to be published. Next. And then there are other, for example, this bracelet, which I published with Paul Bernard. Next, giving the name of the artist. It says Mestor Epoye, that means Mestor made it. So we have, I mean, it is of course the Greek technique of making the bracelets and also the letters. Next, please. And also another document which is very important, which was found in the palace, in the treasury, a pot which has this inscription filled with punchmark coins, most probably taken from Taxila, which reads Para Filisku Karshapana Takshena. So these are the Karshapanas which came from Taxila. So again, a Greek evidence for the existence of the Greek. Next, please. Next. Yeah, and also this inscription was found in the gymnasium, which is a typical Greek one. Next one, which I would read rapidly. As children learn good manners, as young men learn to control the passion, in the middle age be just, in old age give good advice, then die without regret. Next. This inscription, which was found in Pakistan in Bajaur. Next. This is the place where it was found in Pakistan. Next. Which changed our knowledge of the history of the Greeks, not only the Greeks, but also the Vikram era, which was published by Richard Salomon. So this inscription bears a triple date referring to the 8th day of the Sharvana in the regnal year 27 of Vijayamitra and the year of 73 of the year which is called Ases and the year 201 of the Greek, which is called Yavana. So according to Salomon, since the Asis era is apparently the same as the modern Vikram era, the date of the inscription would correspond approximately to AD 15. And then the Greek era, he dated to 186 BC, of course. Next. Harry Falk and Chris Bennett recently re-examined another inscription already published by Gerard Fussman and correcting his reading. So they came to the conclusion the Asis era is to be dated to the year of 48. And the year 221 of the Greek, that is Yavana era, mentioned in the Bajaur inscription, published by Salomon, must be placed in the year 176, giving a precise year for the beginning of the Greek era or the Yavana era in India. Next. Next, please. So apart from epigraphical evidence, I didn't mention all of them. I didn't mention the Gandhari manuscript that were found, which were studied by Falk, Salomon and others. And also we can look at the coin hoards. During the last 30 years, hundreds and hundreds of coin hoards were found, either illicitly or accidentally. Illicitly because of the metal detectors taken to Afghanistan for detecting the landmines. So these are some of them. If I had the chance to, clean them and study them, it was fine. Now, of course, they are dispersed. For example, a Bariko toad, which had 800 Hindu Greek coins. This is one of them, which I completely studied and published. Next one. And then here is another one which contained 20 kilograms. When cleaning the hoard, the whole hoard was diluted in the acid bath. Next. So most of you have heard about the importance of the Mir Saka deposit, which was, which is the second deposit which was found early 1990s. Next. So these are this is a place where the deposit was found. It was not really a hoard, but a well where most of the coins were accumulated for about 700 centuries, including not only coins, but also the objects of Achaemenid and Greek period. Next. According to my estimations, which I done in 1994, the hoard must have contained 4 tons of coins, which means 550,000 coins in this well. And when I went there, I learned that they haven't finished the excavation. So this gives you a better idea of the economic prosperity of these regions, especially in southern part of the Hindu Kush Mountains, which was ancient India. And also we can imagine why during the time of Ashoka, there was a counter, interactions, issuing thousands and thousands of imperial punchmark coins. Next, please. So you can see how much the amount of coins, 4 tons. Next, please. So the coin hoards are important because the coins are, except the Mir Saka, they were deposited in a precise period. So I have put you in this one. I don't know whether you can see on the screen. So looking at the composition, we can group the kings who were ruling almost at the same time or succeeded in a short time. Next. So other method that the numismatist use is looking at the monogram. So you can see it's a composition. I'm taking one monogram. Next, please. So they are on all the coins. These monograms, they are various, many of them. Next. So if you look at this monogram, we will be able to read all these letters. Nu, lambda, delta, alpha, iota, zeta. Next. So you have to turn in many ways to get the composition of the letters. So this is one of the ways. Next one. I'll show you a most complicated one where you can see 10 letters. Next, please. So next. So this is how we read them. So reading monograms is extremely important. Next one. And also it may give us this composition gives us a succession of rulers. Now you can see the 3 important monograms on the top of Antimachus II taken by Menander, and then you have the invasion of Eucratides. Menander comes back, and then he opens new 2, and then his mother, his wife, maybe Agatocleia, who inaugurated 2. Others were taken by Zoilus. So there is a pattern in these monograms to look at the succession of different kings. Next. And also for the last Indo-Greek coins, like starting from Indo-Scythian Maois up to Rujula, that also very helpful looking at the monograms. Next. Then overstrikes. Next. Instead of putting a virgin flan, some kings have overstruck the existing coins. So if you are lucky enough, and of course, the overstrike was done by a king on the coins which were in circulation before him. So if you are lucky enough, we'll be able to see the undertype. I'll give you one example. Next. Here you have a coin, right? When you look at it, you immediately see a portrait with a beard, and on the other side, you have Victory, Nike holding a wreath. Next. But this is the overtype, where you have the bearded figure, which is Gondophares, who is an Indo-Parthian. On the other side, with the legend, we have Nike. Next. If you turn it, so this is the coin of Gondophares. The dice were used to overstrike the coin of, next, of Hermias imitation. So if you turn the coin, another portrait appears with a new legend. And on the reverse, instead of the Nike, now you have a seated Zeus. Next. So if you look at the coins of Hermai's posthumous imitations, so this coin was overstruck. I mean, not this particular type of coin was overstruck by Gondophares. So looking at, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of overstrike, we'll be able to put the kings in a chronological order. So, so that's one way, because the one who overstrikes cannot be a predecessor. He has to be either contemporary or a successor. Next. So here we are with all these characteristics. Next. So just to summarize the history of this region, Nupur, can you give me another 10 minutes? Okay,
yes, of course. Yes, of course. Of course.
Yeah.
No,
So,
no, please continue. Please continue.
yeah. So Alexander's conquest of the eastern satrapies of the Persian Empire. So this is Bactria, Sogdiana, north of the Hindu Kush, Parapamsadaya, Arakosia, Seistan, and Gandhara. Next. So we know that Alexander crossed in a thunderstorm the river Jhelum and had, his army fought with the army of Porus, who had 250 war elephants. This is the commemoration. One of the reasons why Indian soldiers couldn't win was that they could not plant their very tall bows because of the muddy surface. And also this commemorative coin where you can see Alexander on horseback attacking the Mahout of Porus, who is having a javelin. This never took place in history. This duel never happened. The Porus fell down from the elephant when the Greek army attacked them on three sides. Next. So, impressed by the personality of Porus, Alexander, because Porus said, Alexander asked, how should I treat you? He said, treat me like a king. So Alexander left. By this time, he was extremely weak. And then the regions were, this area was given to Porus. Next. Next, of course, Alexander passed away on June 10th on 323 BCE. And his whole Hellenistic empire was divided into fractions. So Ptolemy was in north of Egypt, and then Antigonatas, Demetrius, and others. But Seleucus was the biggest part. Theoretically, next, he should have got this is his kingdom. So in 306, because he was occupied with the wars against his own, comrades, the generals. So in 306, Seleucus heard that his territories south of the Hindu Kush mountains were conquered by Chandragupta. With the intention of defeating him and taking back his territories, he comes. Next. But he realizes that he couldn't fight Chandragupta, so he promised to give his daughter in marriage. We don't know whether it ever happened or not. But he went back with 500 war elephants to his kingdom, which were killed later because they couldn't nourish the elephants, because an elephant should eat between 200 and 300 kilograms per day. So we know the story about Ashoka. I'm not going to talk about it. My good friend Ranabi spoke about it this morning and all the new literature. Next, please. So with after Seleucus first, Antiochus first came to power, and then next.
There seems to be a connectivity problem. Usman, we have lost you. Shuchandra, are you there? Because seems that we have lost you.
I'm there.
Yeah. Yes.
রণবিদ্যা কিছু বলছেন একটু
রণবিদ্যা আনমিউট
রণবিদ্যা আনমিউট করুন রণবিদ্যা প্লিজ আনমিউট
No, I'm telling that I can both see Osmund and his slides. No problem in connectivity. I don't think so.
No,
Osmund,
we
do
can't
please go
hear
ahead.
him. We can't hear him.
Okay.
We cannot hear him. That's why I think there is a pause.
And his photograph is also still. See, but he has left the Rahar. He has left.
No, he will rejoin. So
he will rejoin. He will rejoin. Oh, technical glitch. He will rejoin.
Is there any way to call him? Because
I'm calling him. I'm calling him.
Okay.
His call is also not going. I think the total connectivity of his hotel, he is in the hotel speaking from there. So here also,
okay,
we're calling, I'm doing a WhatsApp call, but it's not, it's not
Okay,
ready.
so his phone, he has a phone with him.
He has this phone.
Went, I mean, under the control of Chandragupta, Bimbisara, and Ashoka. With the decline, so on the north of the Hindu Kush Mountains, the Diodorus found a new empire, which was called the Greco-Bactrian Empire. Next, please. And we have the evidence from, Justin, the history of Historia Philippicae. And here we have the image of Diodorus, his own image, and with the Zeus and with his legend. Next, please. And then we also learned from Polybus that a certain name called Euthydemus killed the successor of Diodorus and became a king. So here we have him because we know that he has the legend on the coins, Basileus Euthydemus. Next, please. And then his son, according to Polybus, who negotiated with Antiochus III, because Antiochus III came to attack Bactra, and then he was convinced by the king. So to show the fellow Greeks that he is the conqueror of India, he is wearing the scalp of elephant symbolizing India. Next. So we have two evidences. One is numismatic and one is the Greek textual evidence of Polybus. But recently found inscription in Kuliab in Tajikistan, published by Paul Bernard. Here we read very clearly, which I have underlined. We have Megastion Euthydemus Basileon, meaning the king Euthydemus the Great. And then we have beneath it Kalinikon Demetrion, which is the son of Euthydemus. So we have the inscription shows that he was the successor of Euthydemus. So we don't have any problem now with the chronology of these two kings. Next. And of course, we have many other kings like Euthydemus II, for whom we have no textual evidence or inscriptional evidence. Next one. And then the three kings, they have similar type of portraits, but they are different, who would have ruled at the same time. Next. And then Agathocles, which is a very important king for many reasons. I dated him to between 180 and 170 BC. Why he is important for the history of India? Next. Because this king started commemorating his predecessors. He started with Alexander. So on the coin, you can see obverse the name of Alexander. On the reverse, we have the name of the king Agathocles. Next, please. And then we have commemorative coin of Diodorus. So we are sure that he was his predecessor. Next. And then we have a commemorative coin of Euthydemus because it is written on the obverse. Next. And then Demetrius I with the elephant scalp. Next. And also Pantaleon. He was also his predecessor. Next, please. So another king which is very important for the Greek era is Antimachus. the Greek era that we have, Harifalk has proposed, which may fall between the two kings. Next. And so either the Agathocles or Antimachus would have started could be considered as the founder of the Greek era. Next. And Antimachus, to show that he is the successor of Alexander, he is shown wearing a khosia, which is the royal hat or royal symbol of Macedonian cavalry. Next. And for him, we have two parchments. It came from Yusufzada in Afghanistan, referring to 3 Antimachus. At least we know the existence of two kings from their coinage. Next. This is Yusufzada, where it was found. Next, please. And then this is the parchment. It was studied by Clarice, and we have absolutely evidence to say that there were 2 kings, homonymous kings, under the name of Antimachus. Next, please. The khosia, which is the hat worn by the Macedonians. Next, which we can see on the paintings. Next, please. So many other kings imitated Apollodotus and Antimachus, showing that they are, they are related, or they are honoring the memory of Alexander. Next. And then, like Apollodotus I, with Athena on the rivers. Next. And the most important thing, while they were imitating or trying to say that they are the descendants of Alexander, during the excavations conducted in Icarium, they found, next, these coins, 6 coins, now there are about 7 now, representing the most, evocative representations of Balarama, Samkarshana and Vasudeva Krishna. Of course, the legend on one side is in Greek, on the other side in Brahmi. Next. So it was, published by Paul Bernard and republished by Jean Filiosa. We have no doubt about the identification. Next. So you have Samkarshana Balarama because he is holding the hala. Next. And Samkarshana because of the Musala in the other hand, the right hand. Next. And of course, the same god appears on the coins of Moise, who's an Indus-Scythian. The other side of the next one. Yeah, on the other side of the coin, you have the chakra, which is an attribute of Krishna Vasudeva or Samkarshan in another form of Vishnu. Next. Which was wrongly interpreted at the beginning, later corrected by Filiosa, what the French archaeologists took as a bottle. In reality, next, is a conch. So, of course, the Greek, they must have, looked at a prototype, which was certainly made of perishable material like wood, and they did it as they understood it. Next. So this is again another problem that the French archaeologists thought something like curve element on the top, semi-curve element was this hat, but of course we know it is not a hat. It is a misunderstanding of a chatra, as you can see in the Mathura sculptures. Next. So the whole question is where it came from. So that's why I said study of numismatics is an important element to study the religions of India, ancient India. So the people were looking at the punchmark coins, and recently, following other predecessors, had Wilfred Pieper proposed next to see Balarama Samkarshana and Vasudeva Krishna on the coins of punchmark coins. Next. So the whole argument is, if the Greek engraver copied these 2 gods, that they had prototypes. So that means the Bhagavad cult should go back at least to the time of Ashoka, because these types were found on the coins, on the punchmark coins. Next. And also, I agree with Oduan and Berna to say that accept the fact that Agathocles coins give a perfect, clear, and explicit illustration of the first forms of Vaishnavism in India. Next. The irony is, the earliest inscription referring to Bhagavad cult is also engraved by a Greek, Heliodorus, which is in Vidisha, who says that he was adept of the Bhagavad cult, devotee of Lord God, the Bhagavad, and he is the ambassador of Antiochus. So the inscription can be dated to the 1st century BC. Next. So this is a coin of Antiochus. Next. And also these Greek kings, they try to be, more some sort of understanding of the Indian culture. You have elephant on the obverse and the zebu, hump bull, which is an Indian type of bull, which is on the reverse. Next. An elephant, as you can see. Next. And also the zebu or the hump cattle or the Brahmin, which is a typical animal of India. Next. And then, of course, this is the biggest gold denomination ever struck in antiquity, which was found in Bukhara in Uzbekistan, now in the Paris collection. Next, of Eucratides, who was a usurper, who killed his father and became the king. So he's wearing the helmet of the Hellenistic period. And on the reverse, we have Castor and Pollux, the two Dioscuri. Next. Here is isolation of the portrait and the king. Next. And he's just following the coins of Seleucus, who imitates Dionysius, who was the conqueror of India, considered in Euripides, Bacchae, and other documents. Next. And these coins are extremely beautiful because they are very innovative. You can see the king, Eucratides, seen from the back, throwing the javelin. Next. And also, since he was a usurper, his father was not a king. You can see on the coins, he doesn't hide it. He is not diadem, but his mother is diadem. So she must have royal blood, but not his father. Next. And also this tendency, starting from Ptolemies on the north of Egypt, came to Bactria and India. So you can see the Ptolemy imitated by Eucratides, commemorating his father and mother. Next. So Heliocles was the last Greek king to rule in the north of the Hindu Kush Mountains. Next. And then we get these portraits, most probably the wife of Menander, who lost his life in the battlefield. So his son was not a major, but very small. First, she starts ruling with her own name. As his son grows up, she puts her portrait behind and giving the priority to his son. Next. So here you have another portrait of Hermias and Calliope as the king and the queen. Next. Both are diadem. And also one of the first depictions of a woman riding the horse, what we call the Amazon. Next. So the Yuichi, later who came to know as Kushans, started invading Bactria. The Greek kings who were in the south of the Hindu Kush Mountains ruled until the 10th AD. Next. So these are the Indo-Greek kings. Next one. Especially Menander, we all have heard about him. One of perhaps the greatest Greek ruler who ever ruled in India. Next. I dated him between 165 and 130 BCE. Next one. So the memory of Menander was immortalized by a work named after him, the Milinda Panya, the Questions of Milinda. I'm not going to enter into this because, as you know, we depend on the Pali translation of the Sanskrit original version, which is lost, and true translations in Chinese and also other vernacular languages in Southeast Asia. Next one. And of course, the most important thing is that here Plutarch says, when a certain man named Menander, who had been a good king of the Bactrians, died in camp, The cities celebrated his funeral as usual in other respects, but in respect of his remains, they put forth rival claims and only with difficulty came to terms, agreeing that they should divide the ashes equally. So this, of course, next one, reminds us of the description of the distribution of ashes or relics of the Buddha in Mahaparinibbana Sutta in Pali. So here we have the reverse type, reminding of the city where Alexander was born, in Pella. Next. So, of course, I'm not going to talk about the Greek inspirations of Gandharan art. I'm just showing this, the sculpture, which is an imitation of, or done with the inspiration of the Athenian, of Athena, which is now in the Lahore Museum. Next. So these are beautiful coins where you can see on the shoulder the aegis and serpent coming out of the aegis. Next. And this type became very popular. Next, please. So most of the kings imitated this type of the aegis. I turned it for you to see at the head of Medusa with the snakes coming out of the of his hair. Hair was turned into snakes. Next, please. So again, another invention, instead of putting the aegis on the shoulder, because you are in India, they put an elephant symbolizing India. Next. This is Lysias. And also another invention by the Greeks, that Zeus is their supreme god in the Greek paganism, but an Indian elephant is venerating the Greek god. Next. And also you have the coin of Antiochidas, where Zeus, the supreme god of Greek pantheon, is standing in front of the elephant. Next. And this is the coin of Amintas, which was found in Afghanistan, which is the largest silver denomination ever struck in antiquity. There is no even equivalent in the Hellenistic or city-states in Greece. Next. And when we have the pressure of Maoists who is coming towards towards Punjab, and of course the connection was that he married certainly an Indian woman, and with the relationship they had a son called Artemidas. Next, please. And Aziz, who started invading around 48 BCE, Aziz the First, the Indus-Indian. Next. And then most of them imitated the Pella type, which is Athena Alkidemos. Next. And these are the last kings. When you look at them, next one, the portrait is not as beautiful as the previous ones, even though the portraits of the very late Indo-Greek sovereigns, such as Apollophanes, Strato II and III, have grotesque aspect, certainly because of the absence of experienced engravers in the period, that the portraits are not really of great quality. So with the Strato II, Indo-Greek Empire came, Indo-Greek Kingdom came to an end. Next, please. I'm extremely sorry for... so in conclusion, I will say briefly that we can no longer ignore the importance of numismatic evidence in reconstructing the history of the Greeks and their successors. Impact caused by the conquest of Alexander the Great in India at the end of the 4th century BCE continued through the centuries, leaving reminiscence of the past in the spirit and the behavior of the various populations of the region, both Greek and Indians. The efforts to make the iconography of their monetary issues appealing to local communities are the results of multitude of interactions taking place in a region where civilizations from diverse horizons merge at the crossroads of Central Asia and Northwest India. The iconographies and languages chosen by these foreign settlers have direct relationship with their own religious beliefs and cults, as well as with the ethnicity of their subjects. I have attempted to show how the movements caused by these human activities have amalgamated local traditions with foreign identities and created a new form of art and belief in these lands of cross-fertilization where many cultures met. I thank you very much. I'm extremely sorry for the disturbances that took place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your talk was truly enlightening. We will now start the discussion session. We will take the questions from the chat box. Do you have any questions?
Poulomi, can we straight go to Professor Suchandra Ghosh's paper and then take the questions together?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, surely.
Yes, please.
We shall now begin a session on perspectives on sources and history of early India. The speaker for this session is Professor Suchandra Ghosh, Professor in the Department of History, Hyderabad University. Her contributions in varied aspects of early Indian history have enriched us and has opened new dimension in the study of early Indian history. The topic of her lecture is Studying Early Indian Sources, Use and Abuse. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Poulomi. Without much ado, I think I should go to the presentation fast. And before I begin my presentation, let me thank the Department of History, all the colleagues from the Department of History and all the Didis for being always very kind to me. I have received their affection, and for that, I think I'm here today. So let me first, I think there is a problem. Yeah. 1 second. Today, something or other is going on. Yeah. So when we, since I'm addressing the students and my desire is to demonstrate how our source can be used as a tool for historical explanation, so I'm going to look at some of the two sections, actually two different themes through which I would like to demonstrate how we can have study the sources. Now, we all know that sources could be varied: textual, epigraphic, visual, numismatics. We just has a feast of numismatic issues, field archaeological and the like. We are also aware of multiple readings of these sources. A source can be approached from various perspectives. The way a specific source is used in a later context is also something to take note of by practitioners of history. I may invoke what Professor Romila Thapar said, and I quote her: "A study of the past on the basis of evidence shall always remain central to the framework of reconstruction, but we have to be aware of the historical context," unquote. Actually, unnoticed evidences, new discoveries, new inquiries about existing evidences help in explaining the past. Often we find that a particular source is generally studied for something very specific, but a close reading with an open mind might open a new direction. For example, I can take the text Milinda Paihon, which falls under the genre of Buddhist studies or a Buddhist text, and was referred to by B.D. Chattopadhyay in the context of cities, and a further probe revealed that the description of the city of Shakolo is evocative of an urban center where life is vibrant and markets are bustling with activities, and the city is a point of convergence. This eloquent description is beyond the conventional depiction of an urban center that we generally find in some texts. Therefore, for understanding cities in early India, we could also take recourse to Milinda Paihon, the questions of King Milinda. So this is just an example. So with this prelude, today I would like to focus on sources in the context of linkages. Now here I'm talking about linkages between India and Southeast Asia. Scholars are continuously engaging themselves in the dynamics of cultural and commercial dialogues with Asia, particularly South and Southeast Asia, and they raise questions like, what were the historical contexts in which these interactions evolved? Here I wish to understand the cultural dynamics of reception in the Bay of Bengal world through the lens of epigraphical records, texts, and art historical objects. My endeavor is to foreground the way Indic elements were received and disseminated in regions of Southeast Asia. In the genre of epigraphical records, I will largely focus on scripts and languages, but not on the content of the inscription. So I will try to briefly discuss the way scripts and languages were received and then dispersed. Scholars like, in the context of Southeast Asia, also scholars like D.C. Sharkar, Noboru Karashima, Y. Subbarayulu, K.V. Ramesh, and others have worked on the paleography and other aspects. Though it has not been possible to study all the inscriptions, but a paleographical study of some of the major inscriptions gives us a pattern of interaction between different regions of India and Southeast Asia. One second. Shadin, can you see now? Hello, Shadin?
না দেখা যাচ্ছে না, ছোট ছোট অনেক স্লাইড প্রেজেন্টেশনে গেলে হয়তো একটু বড় বোঝা যাবে।
Okay, I'm going to a slideshow. Okay. এখন now can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
I hope you can see now. Yeah.
দিদি নিচে
actually we can see
না একই আছে, ওই যে নিচে স্লাইডের এটা আছে না প্রেজেন্টেশন আইকনটা, ওখানে একটু ক্লিক করলেই হবে।
Okay. Now what we find is that I have not been able to, it has not been possible for me to study all the inscriptions, but a paleographical study of some of the major inscriptions gives us a pattern of interaction between different areas of Indian subcontinent. I think somebody's thing is, microphone is on. It is possible the regional variations in the use of scripts are linked to the question of close contact between regions. It is possible to substantiate this statement through a few examples that I'm going to do now. We can take the case of the box-headed variety of Brahmi found in the regions of central India and Karnataka. Here you can see the box-headed. This is the matra where you have it's in the form of a box. From a study of the scripts of the inscriptions of Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam, datable between the 5th and the 7th centuries, it is possible to suggest that these scripts have likeness to the contemporary Karnataka script, like the scripts which were used by the different dynasties in the Karnataka region. D.C. Sharkar had also suggested that in the introduction of the art of writing, the Kadambas of Vanavasi and the Chalukyas of Badami must have played a very important role. Why do we find influence of a region from the west coast rather than from a more plausible east coast is a point to ponder upon. It may be suggested, and I feel that way, that if trade was one of the agencies of transformation of ideas and other things, it must have been the traders from Karnataka who played a dominant role. In the contemporary, here you can see this is one of the very early inscriptions of Southeast Asia, the inscription of Mulavarman. And here again, you can find the box-headed variety. And one of the earliest inscription, the Vokan, also has a box-headed variety, but the picture here is not so good. So the earliest inscription also were written with the box on the head. Now, what I'm trying to argue is that in the contemporary period, we have reference to the mercantile guilds called the 500 Swamis of Ayavole from Aihole area of Karnataka, who were later on active in Tamil Nadu and also operated in Southeast Asia. The box-headed variety of Karnataka could have reached through them. The use of the Shaka era in the Sanskrit inscriptions of some regions of Southeast Asia is another clinching evidence of the movement of ideas from Western and Central Deccan. As an example, we can cite the boundary stone inscriptions from Java. These were written in Kavi script and Old Javanese languages, that the inscriptions are dated in the Shaka era. Now, Sheldon Pollock also refers to the use of the Shaka era in early Southeast Asia and Asian Sanskrit records as a transculturation process. In the records of the Pallavas, we never find the use of the Shaka era, as they were using only the regnal years. So it was only in the records of the Chalukyas of Badami in Karnataka that the oldest continuous tradition of Shaka era dating is found. Gradually, the southern variety of Brahmi made its impact on the already existing western variety. Now, regional variations would come to the point of regional variations. And when we look at the regional variations, we could see that it can be perceived in the use of scripts and languages in different areas of Southeast Asia. This is linked to the question of close contact between regions. Thus, while most of the early Myanmar was using Western variety of Brahmi, we find that in the Arakan area, the Eastern variety of Brahmi was used. The inscription of Ananda Chandra was written in the, this is the Siddhamatrika script that we find. What is happening? Oh God. Yeah, this is the inscription of Ananda Chandra, and here we have the use of the Siddhamatrika script. I'm coming to this in a while. Now, the inscription of Ananda Chandra was written in Siddhamatrika alphabets of Eastern India, and this was due to the close proximity of Arakan to southeastern Bengal. So here in this map, you can see the location of Arakan, Rakhine, and then here you have Cox's Bazar, and then you have the southeastern Bengal region. So the Arakan tradition of Sanskrit epigraphy is limited chronologically to roughly the second half of the first millennium, but it forms the first chapter of the epigraphic history of Arakan, and we find the use of Siddhamatrika very clearly in their inscriptions. Writing in Sanskrit, however, later ceased under the Chandras, and gradually the Myanmar language was used in place of Sanskrit. At Jambi also in northwest Palembang, the Buddhist creed is written in Proto-Gauri characters of the 9th century CE. Even the spelling is influenced by northeastern pronunciations. This is very interesting because when the Buddhist creed Ye Dharma is written, we normally pronounce it as Ye Dharma, but we know in Bengali we call it J, and then there we do not have Ye, but we have J. So that was very interesting, which shows the closeness of the connection between the two regions. Now, when we look at some other inscriptions, and that is in the context of the different styles of writing from a same archaeological context, we find that both the northern variety and the southern variety is found in the context of Southeast Asia. Here is an example that some early inscriptions engraved on carnelian seals unearthed at Kwan Lukpat in Krabi province in Thailand is written both in southern style of Brahmi related to Nagarjuni Konda as well as eastern Brahmi. So here this is the southern style of Brahmi. Then you can see the long hooks, which we do not find particularly in the northern variety. So in these seals, we had both the varieties, the southern style and the northern style. Now, this is something that I thought we would like to check when we're looking these old evidences new. Then it is important to locate the way the scripts, actually look at the way the scripts were traveling and how the scripts were accepted, and then the way the scripts were disseminated in the region. Another very important area of work which is being done by lately by Tom Hoogervorst is that finding out Prakrit inscriptions or Prakrit loan words in the inscriptions of Southeast Asia. Because when we look at the genre of or the gamut of inscriptions in Southeast Asia, we see that it is mostly Sanskrit and Tamil, of course. But in this case, I'm talking mainly, I'm not bringing in Tamil inscriptions today. So we have mostly Sanskrit inscriptions and some Pali inscriptions, which Peter Skilling has talked about. But it is interestingly, Tom Hoogervorst in his studies have found that there is that Prakrit inscriptions could be seen if we look at the inscriptions carefully. So it had made some dent into the world of Sanskrit inscriptions. There could be a few other short inscriptions which has escaped our attention and where we can find the Prakrit terms. Tom Hoogervorst has identified certain Malay words with the Prakrit borrowing, for example, Banyaga, to trade, which means to trade, Bhikkhu, that is Buddhist monk, Chuka. And let me tell you, this is very interesting. Chuka, C-U-K-A, or Suka, is vinegar. Now, interestingly, from the place where I come, Silchar, Assam, we have in the local dialect, we use for sour, for something sour, we use the word suka or chuka. So it is interesting, which is the meaning, it is something sour. So here it is being translated as vinegar. So in the Malay world, the word that is used for something sour, for vinegar, comes into place like Assam in Silchar, and then in the dialect, I think in Sylhet, dialect of the Sylhetis or some Kacharis, this becomes a particular word for chuka, for something sour. There are also many other influences which Hugerfors talks about. He further discusses South Asian influence on the languages of Southeast Asia in the context of like the religious and non-religious Indic loan words. He talks about a number of luxury loans. He uses the term luxury loans, which means lexical items for which local equivalents were readily available, which entered Southeast Asia's language, for example, Sanskrit Mitra or Chandra or Samudra. And who can forget that when Tagore was traveling in Java, and then the driver suddenly said Samudra, and he was startled by that. If we look at this PowerPoint, then we can see that Hugerfors has shown that you have the Sanskrit Asha, then Pali Assa, and then you have Cham Asha, Old Javanese Ashwa. So Kambar, then again Kambala, Kambar, Khmer, Kambal, Old Javanese Kambala. So it is a very clear evidence that how these loan words had entered into the world of the linguistic world of Southeast Asia, and thus epigraphy provides concrete evidence of interaction through Southeast Asia's linguistic landscape. It may be argued that paleographical developments in India and Southeast Asia have run on parallel lines, as there were continuous movements of people across the Bay of Bengal. What I've tried to demonstrate here is the kind of context that often shape our sources. And even so, therefore, we have this regional, when we have the connectivity or the contiguity of regions, then this is an element where we can find the influence or some kind of interaction. In the second section of my presentation, I'm taking up the textual evidences for shipwreck and deities who were protectors of shipwreck in the Buddhist oikomen, while the archaeological evidence today in the morning, Professor Ranabir Chakravarti talked about the shipwreck in Godavaya. So that was an example, but archaeology gives us immense information of the shipwreck actually happening. But what I'm going to do now here, I'm going to try to bring the textual evidences of shipwreck, and that if we juxtapose the textual evidence with the archaeological evidence, then it becomes very clear that how the shipwreck was very common in that period of time. And here in the context of the text, I bring in the Jatakas, and I will talk about in the context of Tara on another text. But here I'm going to focus on two Jatakas, the Mahajanaka Jataka and the Shankha Jataka. Now in the Mahajanaka Jataka, which is Jataka number 539, Mahajanaka was the son of a banished king of Videha who undertook trade in order to make quick money to finance his campaign against the usurper of his father's throne. The story relates to the desire of Mahajanaka to embark upon trading ventures to gain wealth. His mother tried to dissuade him from taking to trade and offered him jewels, pearls, and diamonds, which she carried with her on being forced to leave the kingdom of Videha. But Mahajanaka was firm in his resolution to go to Suvarnabhumi for gaining riches. Suvarnabhumi, as we know, is the mainland, is generally understood to be mainland Southeast Asia. But I must tell you that there are a lot of debates and contestations on the actual Suvarnabhumi. But here I don't have the scope to go into that. So he actually, I'm not going into the details because of paucity of time. So somehow he managed wealth from his mother, and having collected all this, he embarked on a ship with some merchants bound for Suvarnabhumi. There were 7 caravans on board and the beasts, and after 7 days of plunging through the heavy seas at top speed, the overloaded ship began to sink. Planks broke off and the water rose higher and higher. Mahajanaka, knowing that the ship was sinking, did not panic. He prepared himself for the ordeal and tied himself to the mast. When the ship went down, men and animals were devoured by the sharks and fierce turtles that infested the ocean. Mahajanaka was actually able to throw himself a far distance from the ship, thus escaping the fate of other passengers. Now here comes a crucial element. The goddess Manimekhala took him in her arms, and Mahajanaka, thrilled by the touch of the goddess, fell into a trance. She flew with him to a mango grove in the kingdom of Mithila, where she laid him on his right side on a ceremonial stone in the middle of the grove. According to the story, Mahajanaka was made the king. Though the name of the port is not mentioned, it is possible that it could be Tamralipta, somewhere near Tomluk, which was the only port in the eastern seaboard which had easy access to Mithila in Bihar. In the case of the Shankha Jataka, the story goes that Bodhisattva was once born in Molini Nagara, that is also identified with Benares, as a very rich Brahmana named Shankha. He spent 6,000 daily on almsgiving. One day he thought to himself, "My store of wealth once gone, I shall have nothing to give. While it is still unexhausted, I'll take the ship and sail for the gold country, that is Suvarnabhumi, from where I'll bring back the wealth," unquote. He made arrangements for a ship to be built, filled it with merchandise, and bade farewell to wife and children. In this case too, the nearest port could be Tamralipta. When they were in the high seas, on the seventh day, a leak surfaced, and here too we find that Bodhisattva and his attendant, actually the ship sank, and then of course there was this, so it's a case of shipwreck. And the story goes that the deity Manimekhala, who was the savior of good souls from shipwreck, saw him. Shankha was delighted and requested her to take him back to his city with his attendant. Then she guided the ship to the city of Molini, and having stored all this wealth of the Brahmin's house, returned to her place of dwelling. At the end of the story, Buddha declares that Manimekhala was Utpalavarna, Shankha was Buddha himself, and the attendant was Ananda. Thus, goddess Manimekhala of Buddha's previous birth was the famous Bhikshuni Utpalavarna. Now, common elements of the two Jataka stories were shipwreck and the role of the goddess Manimekhala as the protector of the sea. These Jataka stories gained acceptance among the people in regions of Southeast Asia, as here the merchants, prince, the Brahmana, all were sailing to Suvarnabhumi. And we can see from this map that these are the regions, Takwapa, Takola, these were the regions, and the Malayadeepa, where you have people sailing from the east coast and also from Sinhala. The popularity of this Jataka story is reflected in Thai mural and manuscript paintings of the particular episode of Prince Mahajanaka being rescued by Manimekhala. That's a much later period, but the memory or the story actually continued to be in circulation. In the Wat Konkaram, Ratchaburi, spectacular paintings of the episode are seen in the decoration of the, you can see here, Manimekhala and Mahajanaka, and the decoration of the stupa interior. At the British Library, paper folding books with finest illustration of 10 birth tales of Buddha, Mahajanaka being the last, are found. The paintings are illustrating the Mahajanaka Jataka are in the style of the late Ayutthaya period, that is around 17th, 18th century. Again, Khmer traditional mural paintings depicts Prince Mahajanaka rescued by Manimekhala. So this is again the Thai painting that we find in the British Library. Here is another, I've given a closer view, and this is from the Khmer art. So this, when we look at this Khmer traditional mural paintings, it depicts Prince Mahajanaka rescued by Manimekhala in Dharmahal, Wat Botum Ate, Richavaram, Phnom Penh in Cambodia. Being far removed from the times and space when the Jataka stories were written, circulated and represented through different mediums of artistic expression in South Asia, regions of Southeast Asia continued with vigor the translation of Jataka episodes in various forms of art. What is significant to note is that episodes from the Mahajanaka Jataka are painted at Ajanta as well. But here the episodes are related to the life of Mahajanaka when he returns from his voyage, becomes a king, and finally renunciates the throne to be a monk. In Southeast Asia, however, and here you can see this is from Ajanta painting. This is the white horse. He's entering the city as a ruler. And then painted at, and then we find that episodes are related to the life of Mahajanaka. Sorry, I have already mentioned that. In Southeast Asia, however, the episodes relating to shipwreck and the rescue of Manimekhela gains primacy. In the worldview of regions of Southeast Asia, the role played by Manimekhela was that part of the narrative which was linked with journey to Suvarnabhumi, traversing the sea. It appealed to the common people and was widely propagated. Therefore, circulation of the narrative got translated in the mural and manuscript paintings, albeit much later. This is what I'm trying to foreground, that what is that the reception and the dissemination is not a random choice. It is a matter of thought. So in the Southeast Asian context, when the story of Manimekhela gains primacy in the context of India, in the context of Ajanta, it is more important that the painters of Ajanta represent, or the patrons who wanted this painting represents Mahajanaka as he becomes the king of Mithila and further when he left the kingdom. So therefore this this choice is very important, and I have not brought in here, but I will tell you, in Southeast Asia we get a kind of a boundary stone which are known as Sema stones, and in these boundary stones we have also episodes. So one of the episodes that we find in the Brahmari boundary stones talks about the Jataka story of Vidura Pandita. Now, in the Jataka story of Vidura Pandita, the game of dice is very important, and that game of dice finds expression in different art forms in the context of India. But in Southeast Asia, in the Muang Faded, where we have the Sema stone, it is that story where Vidura Pandit is trying to convert Punnaka into Buddhism. That gains primacy, and that is represented. So here, my argument is that it is we have to think of the choice of the story. So the reception and what will be disseminated, that is very important. So the source may be there, but from which part of the source is people accepting and then further disseminating, that has to be critically examined. Now, this role of a goddess as the protector from shipwreck is much later articulated in the Ashtomahabhaya aspect of goddess Tara, a female bodhisattva of Mahayana Buddhism, who also protects the seafarers from impending shipwrecks and also helps in crossing. Now, actually, Tara is the counterpart of Avalokiteshvara. I have not brought in here Avalokiteshvara because I'm only dealing with the deities, and we do not have the time to go into the details of this. So in the Sadharma Pundarika, where it talks about Avalokiteshvara, we have these 8 perils named. So these are enraged animals, poisonous reptiles, wild beasts, and others. And the 5th is the shipwreck. So this is important for us in this context. Now, this role of Tara as a liberator from the 8 great fears, Ashtamahabhaya, was defined in the 7th century CE. This was the period when the grammarian Chandragomin wrote several hymns to Tara as savior from the 8 fears. This Ashtamahabhaya aspect is beautifully translated in an image from Ratnagiri in Orissa. Odisha it could be dated to late 8th or 9th century CE. The lowermost panel shows a shipwreck and people invoking Tara in distress. Anecdotes of Tara as saviors from the sea has been found in Taranatha's account. I must mention that Taranatha wrote his history of Buddhism in India in the early 17th century. Due to dearth of information from other sources, scholars profusely use his accounts for understanding the history of Buddhism in the early centuries. Taranatha also compiled a collection of tales related to Tara, mainly set in India, known as Golden Rosary. Taranatha's story revolves around Chandragomin, who can be dated to 7th century. Chandragomin, we know, was married to a princess whose name was also Tara, but he decided that he would leave for some other places as it was not proper to lead a conjugal life with someone called Tara. When the king heard of this, he asked his men to put him into a box. and throw into the Ganges. The king's men acted accordingly. The Acharya prayed to Bhattarika Aryatara and was drifted to an island at the confluence of the Ganges on the sea. According to some, this island was miraculously created by the Arya, and it was called Chandradipa because Chandragomin lived there. This Chandradipa has generally been identified with Bakharganj area of Bangladesh. Another episode talks of a Upasaka called Shanti Varman. It is said that he failed to cross a great river. He prayed to Tara, and an old woman appeared with a boat and took him across. This old woman is also said to be Tara herself. So there are other references, but I'm not going to those. These references help us to understand the significance of the worship of Tara for seeking help in any kind of water-related disaster. A conception of Ashto Mahabharata, we have the representation of Tara from Nalanda, from Bodh Gaya, and these are very beautifully, and even from southeastern Bengal, the sites of Samatata perhaps, but exactly the provenance is not known in this case. But what is interesting is that a conception of Ashto Mahabharata Tara has 8 arms, and which corresponds to the number of perils from which she offers rescue. The 8 arms display an array of implements and gestures. Incidentally, from the monastic site of Moinamoti in southeastern Bangladesh, we have found more crudely made clay tablets of Tara with 8 hands. The region is also near the coast. Incidentally, Tara is also quite popular in Southeast Asia, the 800 Tara. So this is a bronze image of 800 Tara, green Tara. Shyama Tara, this is another aspect of Tara, discovered from Sathing Phra district in Thailand and datable to almost the 9th century CE. So thus, what we find is that the Manimekhala of the early historic period gave way to Tara in the early medieval period as the protector of people from shipwrecks. Goddess Manimekhala has a counterpart in the classical Tamil poem Manimekhalai or Manimegalai, written by Mathurai Kulavaniyar Satanar, where Manimekhalai is the name of the protagonist as well as the goddess, the family deity of her father Kovalan, whom she worships. The work is overtly Buddhist and written to enshrine Buddhist philosophy. The common thread in the Jataka stories and the epic poem Manimekhalai is the Buddhist oikumen. Added to that is the maritime connection of Suvarnabhumi or to Suvarnabhumi. Manimekhalai is initially associated with Puhar, that is Kaveri Pumpattinam. So the famous Chola port town of the Coromandel coast, which had regular interaction with the ports of Southeast Asia. And we know that how the Tamil merchant guilds were, how they located in various regions of Southeast Asia. So thus, these sources which I mentioned were actually to give an idea that how by taking different kinds of sources, by having multiple readings of the sources, it is possible to a kind of form an image and understand the kind of interactions that India had with regions of Southeast Asia.
Chandra, just one moment. Actually, I did not see it at first, but people have been telling me, and I also find that your slide has stopped at one point. And we have not seen the slides, but yes. So the point...
nobody alerted me, so I could have...
no, actually, I think that what we can do, you can continue with the lecture and then
I'm just about to finish. I have just...
you can show the slides just, one by one.
Okay, I'll just finish. I have just 2 points about the abuse because in my title of the presentation, but I know there is paucity of time, and so I'm not going into the details. In the title of my presentation, I have mentioned abuse also. So I think I have to do justice to that. Can you hear me, Nupurde?
Yes, perfectly. Yes, perfectly.
Then that is definitely abuse of historical sources and methods. Another point, which I'm invoking VDC, another kind of abuse would be to ignore one kind of source by privileging the other. I would like to invoke B.D. Chattopadhyay's statement that total bypassing of the text as historical evidence from the process of the understanding of early cultures is a kind of archaeological fundamentalism. The context is known to most of us. Now we have to remember that sources should not have preordained functions for historian. In spite of the growing hegemonic thoughts, the mind of a practitioner of history should not be kept shut. And that I would like to, the young minds who have joined the discipline of history, I'd like them to keep in mind that we should always address, look at the sources, the kind of sources that we are using with an open mind and ask their questions. I finish by a statement which our mentor, both Ranabir Das and mine, Professor B.N. Mukherjee, is to tell us that you have to ask questions to your sources. In Bangla, ki, kano, kobe, kothai, why, when, how, where. And if the source has answers to this, then only you will know that you have been able to tap a source which you can use for your historical understanding. Thank you very much. And I would just quickly go then to the slides since others have not seen. Which was the last slide that you have seen?
Actually, the box
second one,
script. Yes, second one.
Oh God! Second one alerted me. Can you see now?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We can.
Oh, I hope one of you spoke. So box had finished, and this is the Siddha Matrika, and I just showed this Ananda Chandra inscription where you have the Siddha Matrika script and the contiguity of the argument about the contiguity of the regions. Then the use of different kinds in one context, that is Okayo, in the different sealings, you have different kinds of scripts being used. So this one is from Nagarjunikonda. This was very much similar to Nagarjunikonda. Then you have scripts of Northern Brahmi. And then I was talking about the early Indo-Iranian loan words, which I have borrowed from Tom Hugervorst. I really appreciate his work. And then I talked about the shipwreck, which are the texts. And then the paintings. These are very interesting paintings where we have the decoration of the stupa, where Manimekalai is carrying Mahajanaka. Then we have this British Library folders where you have the representation of the story of Mahajanaka. Then again, British Library, Mahajanaka is the Manimekalai dancing. These are much later, and I'm using this much later paintings to show that how the memories of the Jataka stories continued, and the reception was such that these Jataka stories continued to be used in the when the tradition of mural painting started in the Ayutthaya. And this is a Khmer art. This was also the story of Manimekalai and Mahajanaka. And then the Ajanta painting, where we find that we do not have the episode of Suvarnabhumi. Shipwreck episode is not mentioned in Ajanta, but we have the episode when he becomes the ruler of Videha. And this I talked about the 8 perils, then the beautiful Tara from Ratnagiri, and this Shyama Tara also from the different museums, and then the Ashtamahabhaya Tara, where you have only the 8 hands which are showing the perils. And from Thailand also we get similar bronze Ashtamaya Tara, which has similarity with the bronzes from Harikela. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enriching talk. We shall now begin the discussion session. Firstly, questions for Professor Osman Bapirachi. Do we have questions for him? Sir, are you there?
Yes, there is one. Aditya has sent it. It's by Shomodip Mitro. If Osman is there, the question.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Let me read out the question for you.
Yeah, please.
Why did Indo-Bactrian Greeks drop the weight standard in the bilingual coins? Were they trying to follow some Indian local standard or try to develop higher denomination of Indian punch marked?
I mean, the question has the answer itself. So they are trying to, they are just taking the imperial punchmark weight and then try to standardize in the Indian territories south of the Hindu Kush Mountains. So these are bilingual coinage. In the north, they just follow the denomination that was very popular in the Greek cities, which is the Athenian Attic Standard, with a tetradrachm that means 4 times the drachm of almost 17 grams. But when it comes to India, it is 9.6. So, and there are many other, I mean, I have discussed this in my books, how the calculations were done in this period. It's really to please the Indian weight, not to change suddenly. But of course, it's I mean, as you can imagine, Indian tetradrachm or bilingual tetradrachm is 9.6, while the adequate tetradrachm that circulate in the north was 17. And there are instances that the Indo-Greeks, when they struck coins in the southern part of Hindu Kush, that means ancient India, they also struck coins of Attic-weight, but they were for the circulation of the north of the Hindu Kush in Bactria. So they were mainly to pay tributes to the Yuvechi who were on the other side, who did their transactions with the Attic-weight. I hope I answered your question, Aditya.
Thank you, sir. Do we have questions for Professor Shuchandra Ghosh? Ma'am, you have a question. Can you see in the chat box?
Just a moment. I have a question. I am not very conversant with writing it out, but when time is permitted, I might ask something to Shuchandra.
Yes, please. Please.
No, there was a question from Swadhin. So let him ask first. I'll join.
Okay, yeah, okay. Shadin, it's in the chat box?
Yes, ma'am. It's in the chat box. May I read it? What is the material of the Tara from Mainamati?
Okay. Yeah, it is clay. Shadin, it is clay and it is displayed in the Mainamati Site Museum.
Okay.
There are many actually. This is the bigger one, but you have a series of such kind of things behind the glass window. It is in the main hall, the long hall. You have just opposite to the location is opposite to the bronze obligation.
There were so many that I couldn't identify that whether it is in the museum or not.
Yeah, it's museum. It's the site museum. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Ranvidya is asking something.
Yes, Ranvidya.
I have a brief query, Shuchandra. It's very interesting presentation. And you have very clearly juxtaposed the evidence of shipwreck archaeology and the fear of crossing the sea, which is quite common in many literature, including the Buddhist narratives, and a protection-giving deity, whether male or female. There is a definite telling point in the two sets of evidence you have presented. There is, however, a significant difference in the details. All the stories in the texts regarding a shipwreck usually tells that it is in the mid-sea, a terrible storm or ship sinking in the mid-sea.
Yeah.
The shipwreck archaeological sites are never in the mid-sea. It is always very close to almost to the axis of the port, whether it is Gotabaya or Fanam-Surin or Belitung or Intan or Cirebon. Even the one that is close to the Guangzhou port in eastern seaboard of China. The real difficulty is not sailing through the mid-sea, but it is actually the access to usually the inlet channels. There is no harbor structure in the ancient times. So the ships go in and come out of the port area through certain channels, and particularly in Indic circumstances, the ports often are on the estuaries and the deltas. And therefore, if you could remember the description of the periplus at the very tricky entry exit at Barugaza, and how the Jataka story, the Supparaka Jataka tells how the Buddha is a master mariner, expert in the bringing in and taking aharana, apaharana of the ships from the port. So there is a significant, it's a significant detail. However, the stories talk about the shipwreck and the protection from the mid-sea. That really is not the common occurrence of the misfortune. The common occurrence is close to the port sites, actually.
Yes.
And that is revealed by the shipwreck archaeology.
Thank you very much, Ranvir. Absolutely, means this is for a very insightful comment. Actually, when we are reading this text, we also when we look at the material of the shipwreck archaeology, these are hands-on materials. It is there. The material comes in. We know from where. And texts also have the sort of like I think in the imagination, the shipwreck happened. There is no denying the fact. So the notion of shipwreck was very much there, but obviously the persons who have written this, so they are not into the sailing thing. So they have no idea. It is for a common man, for a layman, the rough part of the sea is the mid-sea. It's always like that. So that is, here comes in the imagination of the writer. So whenever you have to describe, and even in the paintings, you will see the paintings that when you have the very, like the waves are going up and down, then there you have this. I have some other paintings also. All are showing those high waves and all that which you find in mid-sea. So therefore, it is absolutely true, though we have tried to juxtapose that this kind of technical and very important differences remain when we have a hands-on and the actual thing and something where the notion is there and someone writes on the thing. So thank you very much for bringing this along. I think there is another question.
I may read it. Yes. In Buddhist tradition, there is green Tara as well as white Tara. Can you elaborate about the different colors of the same deity? This is from Shubhasri Chatterjee.
I know. Can we do it through email later on? Or Osman can actually, I have to leave in 5 minutes and I am sitting in a different someone else's office. Green Tara is Shyama Tara that we find very much in in southeastern Bangladesh and in other areas. But the actual differentiation between the Green Tara and the White Tara comes when we read the textual sources where some of the attributes are there. Osman, can you highlight this about the Green Tara and the White Tara?
No. Yeah. I'm not prepared to answer this. The whole question is very large about
That's one because there are
I also think so because there is a great lot of iconographical details given in the texts, the later Buddhist texts. So
Shyama Tara has a completely different connotation than the Shweta Tara, the white Tara. So the functions actually are somewhat different here.
Yeah, if it is
we can perhaps do it later on. I'm really sorry, Shubhasri, but
Nupur, if necessary, I will try to send you a PowerPoint presentation where I discuss this aspect, looking at the especially on the Tibetan context, and also, as Suchandra correctly said, in Bangladesh and also Bengal Bay. So it's a very complicated thing, but very interesting regarding the maritime network. I will send it to you, Nupur.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll pass it on to whoever is interested.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Suchandra Di.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot to both the speakers. Now we will move to the last session of today's workshop. This is once again on archaeology. We have with us Dr. Rajat Channan of Department of Archaeology, University of Calcutta, who will deliver his lecture on questioning text on ground towards a new methodology in understanding early medieval in South Asia. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to my teachers, colleagues, and friends. 1 minute. Yes. So I have been doing this precisely since 2004 of looking at early medieval rural settlements in Bengal, particularly in Western Bengal, based on the data provided in the copper plate inscriptions in the grand segment of the copper plates and the boundary cluster of the boundary clause of the copper plates, taking clue from, of course, as Professor Ravi Chakraborty mentioned in the morning, from the seminal contributions of B.D. Chattopadhyay, who first drew our attention to the importance of this particular section of these charters. And now we realize from carried out by other scholars also, particularly in the context of northwestern Bangladesh, with the works of Professor Shadin Sen and his team, that there are several problems embedded in this methodology of looking at early medieval sites, I mean materiality of the early medieval settlements, taking an inroad from textual sources in the form of epigraphic texts. So these questions, whenever these issues are addressed in understanding early medieval archaeology, the sole textual, I mean epigraphic textual source is copper plate inscription. But stone inscriptions, which are far less in number within the early medieval period, and then still lesser in number for the late medieval period or the medieval period, the chronological brackets are always overlapping, as you know. From the later phase, they are still lesser in number, but these inscriptions are never questioned in finding out answers to understanding the spatial orientation and nature of early medieval settlements or medieval settlements in Bengal. This is what precisely I'll be trying to do in this presentation. I'll try to raise some methodological questions in understanding the nature of medieval settlements in Bengal in the light of a case study, of course, from northern Bengal. But we'll try to generalize on the methodological issues in the light of it. So I'll just switch over to the PowerPoint and I'll switch off my video because that will be easier to switch to the full screen mode then. Yes. Is it visible now?
Yes. Can you make it full screen? Can you make it?
Yes. I'll do it. So the place that I'm going to talk on is Wari. This is a small village in Malda district's Horishchandrapur police station. As you can see, the geography of the area we have. This is the place bound by Bhagalpur on one side, Purnia on other side, and then the Bangladesh sector of the northern Bengal on the eastern part.
Rajat, can you please go through the slides because once more they're not moving. I mean, you're not.
Oh, I think it's a Google problem of full screen. Didi, can you see the map now?
No.
Yes, sir.
No.
But it's visible now.
Yes. Now it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
okay,
I think full screen
yeah.
full screen creates the problem. So it's visible now, right?
Yes.
So is the third one visible now?
No, not yet.
No.
It's taking time. I mean, I think we have to go on clicking. I mean, you have to go on clicking on the slides.
Yes. It's still not there, right?
No.
So it's better to come out of the full screen mode.
Now it's come.
Yes. So from this site, 2 objects were reported as early as 1966. They were found in 1959, December precisely. And it was the credit of Devola Mitra, who was working in that area in the early 1960s. She visited in February 1960 precisely the Wadi area on the basis of this local report of discovery of a stone block, which is now preserved in the Malda Museum, containing a 6-line inscription. And Devola Mitra immediately read the inscription and published in Epigraphia Indica volume 35, which came out in 1966 eventually. And it contained 2 notes between page number 179 and 184. You'll see 2 notes, small notes, one by Devola Mitra dealing with the reading of this text, followed by another note by D.C. Sarkar with a note on Devola Mitra's note and further another object which was found from the site. The first object was this inscription. The inscription is on stone, carrying 6 lines of writing, now preserved in the Malda Museum. If you see the highlighted portions carefully, we see this describes the construction of a mortar. At the end of this red bracketed part, we can clearly read in Proto-Bengali script the word mortar, but preceded by this phrase, Nilo Palena Ghatito mortar. So this is a monastery constructed with blue stone. This Ghatito is a very old word. We have its earliest occurrence possibly in the Kushana period, when we have one Mathura inscription recording the construction of the carving of an image by an artist called Dinna, who writes Dinnena Ghatita. So the Ghatita in the sense of construction is an old expression. But apart from this, the structure of the inscription is important. I'm not specifically concerned with text in this presentation, neither I'm an expert on that domain, but after reading the text as given by Debala Mitra and looking at the photograph of the inscription, some points struck me. One is, if we look at the structure of the inscription, it's in verse. We have 2 verses. First one is Srogdhara. The second one is Vasanta Tilaka, as you can see in the metadata. The first one, following the convention, ends with a double danda. The second one again ends with a double danda. But between the first verse and the second verse, we have the name of the composer of the first verse, Sri Govinda Mishrasya. So this is Govinda Mishra's verse. Then the second verse, double danda, followed by Sri Shatavadhanasya. So this is the verse composed by Shatavadhana. So we have actually 4 segments of the text. First verse, then the name of the composer, then a graphic divider, which is made of a floral design, and then the second verse, followed by the double convention with a floral design. So this is one example of a composition resulting from a collaborative project. To my knowledge, I am not aware of any inscription in Eastern India, at least, where we have an inscription composed by 2 composers and they are specifically naming, taking their names in the body of the inscription, and their text segments as composed and engraved on the record are separated from one another, because there is no other reason behind using these graphic dividers except unless they are markers of the 2 segments. I'll come to a further detail of that. If you take a look at this text, I'll go full screen. This is the first part, which talks of the consecration of 5 images. At the center is Vishnu, followed by the image of Surya in the Agni corner, in the corner of Krishanu, then Vigna Raja, that is Ganesh, on the Nairit corner, then Shailaputri, that is Durga, on the Vayu corner, and then the image of Vishwanatha on the corner of Hara, which is Ishana corner, followed by Govinda Mishra's name and this floral motif. And then we have the physicality of the mortar described, beginning with Nilo Palena Ghatito mortar. This is not a direct copy of the text as given by Debala Mitra. This has been the convention of editing the text has been changed following modern conventions, but the text more or less remains the same, followed by another marker which is different from this one. I do not know if it seems far-fetched, but to me it appears that they precisely used 2 different floral motifs in identifying their own text segments. It was instructed to the engraver to distinguish the 2 things, and they are occurring between 2 dandas. So only the double danda don't suffice. A specific marker is placed to identify the text segments contributed by them. That's why I have kept the translation in 2 different paragraphs as well. So this is an interesting aspect of the text that we are questioning. But what do we see? The text records the construction of a temple, of a mata built of blue stone. Then again, it talks of the construction of a mandapa, again made with best stones. And within that mandapa are placed the images of 5 deities. And the inscription is dated in 1545, in the middle of the 16th century. This is our textual cue. D.C. Sarkar differed from Devola Mitra's translation of the second segment, that is Shatabadhana's production, but he says this is actually, is it moving? Is the slide moving now?
No,
Yes,
actually, no. Yeah, now it has come. Now it has come. Yes.
So he says it actually talks of the height of the temple, not actually the physical description of the temple. Notwithstanding the difference, what we see is a large mata, monastery, of which a mandapa was a part, carrying 5 images consecrated by a person called Mahendra, who was a monk, who donated these images and caused the mata to be constructed and the mandapa to be constructed. Devola Mitra, which is characteristic of her methodological approach, when she visited the site, she read the inscription, but also she went to the site and presumably undertook some clearance operation and came up with this plan, that this is the plan of the structure from which the inscription possibly originally held. It was found from a pond just beside the mound. I'll show that. But she said that it must have formed part of this mandapa, because at the center we have a square box. On 4 sides we have 4 square rooms and intersected by 4 rectangular rooms, of which the purpose is not known. At the northeastern corner, we have a Shivalinga still in situ in 1960 when she was visiting the site. And all the other rooms were empty. This is Devola Mitra's report of 1966 based on her musings at the site in 1960. Possibly she reported this to her old friend and classmate P.C. Dasgupta, who went to the site sometimes after 1960. We do not know the exact time, along with Dev Kumar Chakraborty, who was there in the Directorate of Archaeology of Government of West Bengal then. They re-explored the site. 2 things are important in their diagram that they prepared, which remained unpublished till 1992, when an odd 2-page Bangla note was written by one Arindam Bosu based on the archival material preserved in the Directorate of Archaeology office, based on notes by P.C. Dasgupta and Dev Kumar Chakraborty. And in this we see that apart from within the structure we have 2 things named. If you can read this in Bangla, the Shivalinga is written here, Shivalinga. Then at the center we have the word Saraswati written in Bangla. So Devola Mitra did not write this, that at the center there was a Saraswati image. In the inscription, we'll remember that at the center the image of Vishnu was consecrated by Mahendra in 1545. But P.C. Dasgupta and Dev Kumar Chakraborty, they report an image of Saraswati. And they also report a series of rooms to the western part of the temple structure, or the mandapa structure, which was, according to Devola Mitra and all others, which is essentially a Panchayatana temple. Although it's not a Panchayatana of type where we have the 4 temples separated from the central temple, but within a common precinct. But this is forming part of the same organic plan. Within one organic plan, we have 4 temples at 4 corners, and at the center is a square temple, which according to the inscription was dedicated to Vishnu. But as we see in Paresh Chandra Dasgupta's, P.C. Dasgupta's drawing, there is one Saraswati. Who is this Saraswati? The second object that I was talking about that came from Wadi was this. This is the Saraswati that came from this site. This is preserved in State Archaeological Museum. I'll again go full screen so that you can see the image. Is it in full screen now?
No, it isn't. It isn't. It's still in the slide format.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
okay. So I hope you can see the image. It's a 8-armed or 10-armed image. It was published in 2014. It has been published as Saraswati because the note that DC Sarkar wrote after Devala Mitra's note was on this image. Devala Mitra reported this, but she did not read the inscription. DC Sarkar read the inscription on its pedestal, which records according to DC Sarkar the consecration of an image of Saraswati. She is being called Saraswati in the inscription. Although her iconography does not match with either Saraswati or any other known form of the goddess from Bengal. But she is called Saraswati by her consecrator, so we have to take her as Saraswati. This was read by DC Sarkar, who took the script to be 10th century. The iconography, according to Gautam Sengupta and Sharmila Saha, is 11th century. A closer look into the iconography again favors the 11th century date. We have to remember that DC Sarkar was doing his task with those few stamp pages. He did not have at his disposal such excellent digital photographs that we have. So it's quite usual that he made 2 mistakes. He could not read the name of the donor perfectly. He read it as Padmagiri while his actual name is Padma Shiva. Then he said that he consecrated this image. If you go to the earlier slide, he consecrated this image here in the temple, which is called a brick-built house, according to Sarkar in the inscription, Pakkapura. But we see that it's actually Pukkapura, and the meaning completely changes. It records that one Padma Shiva consecrated this image at a place called Pukkapura, and this is an image of Saraswati. So these two are the texts that we have from these from the site of Wadi. Taking cue from this, I went to the site a year back in February 2022. This is the site, an aerial view of the site. This is the tank from where the inscription was found reportedly. And just beside the tank is this mound where you have that remnant ruins of the temple. Ruins in the true sense of the term, if you see the next slide. This is the heap of stone and brick that have accumulated over the mound, which was cleared by Devala Mitra in 1960, but and was subsequently investigated by P.C. Dasgupta and his team, and it was taken under protected monument list, but it was never worked on later on. What we see is at the northeastern corner of the mound, we see this thatched roof, modest kind of house where we see this image of see this Shiva Linga, which is in situ still, which was marked by Devala Mitra in her map. This is that 16th century Shiva Linga that was discovered during clearance operation by Devala Mitra. Villagers would also remember that story in 1960. If you take an aerial view of the whole thing, it appears more or less clear that there is a square structure here. These are the lines of the building, which renders it a square outline. And at one corner, quite in keeping with conforming with the epigraphic description, in the northeastern corner, we have the image of the Shiva Linga still there, and nothing else was found. And the Saraswati was found from this place, according to the villagers. Apart from this, we have a thin line of brick that is visible to the western part of the mound. So I requested the villagers, they were planning to construct a modern temple on it. They dug right into the mound itself, and they were erecting concrete pillars. I requested them not to do this, and I was surprised when I revisited in June 2022 they not only stopped the work, they also changed the complete, the entire picture changed, and courtesy of the villagers. They again undertook a clearance of operation at their own, and this is the result. You can see the proper square outline of the temple that was once dug out by Devola Mitra in 1960. And if you put it against Devola Mitra's plan, it perfectly matches. And to the western part of it, you have those rooms which were reported in P.C. Das Gupta's till 1992 unpublished note. You have evidence of at least 2 rooms visible from this aerial view here. So we have the mandapa and the temple, which should be, according to the inscription, a 16th century structure. Then we, with the aid of modern scientific apparatus, we undertook a survey of the thing. This is the entire surveyed area. This is the pond. This area is the area of the temple, as you see in the insert here. Here is the temple, square temple, Panchayatana temple, and here you see the line of rooms which formed part of the matha described in the inscription. But this entire area is the site, and it has not been excavated. What are the materials from the site? I decided to undertake a thorough field survey, although very brief. The work is in very preliminary state of progress, but I'll show you whatever the results we have till date. I undertook a survey of the site and its surroundings, and this is the result. First of all, although the inscription says this comes from, Didi, please alert me when I cross the time limit.
It's okay, because yours is the last paper, and yeah, yes.
Thank you. So the inscription does not mention any use of brick, but as you saw in one of those earlier slides, and also here, we have a large number of bricks found from the structure besides stone. And these are some rectangular smaller bricks which are used in decorating structures, as we have in evidence from other religious structural sites of the early medieval phase in Western Bengal and also in Eastern Bengal. I mean, in present Bangladesh, we have such a specific type of bricks. But if we take a closer look at this red marked area of the brick, this is the macro of that part, which shows a whitish element sticking to the body of the brick, which is nothing else but lime with surkhi. You have one chunk of surkhi sticking here and then lime. So this was used in constructing, or not actually constructing, as we'll see later, for now constructing the mandapa and the matha that we see at Wari. And the Neela Upala, the blue stone that is referred to in the inscription, this is a stroke of luck that I found this year. It's about just a 6 millimeter thin flake of stone. If you put it against this black scale, you can see the bluish gray tinge. We now clearly know what is this stone, but that's a different story. I'm not getting into it. We have cues to identifying this stone not only from this inscription. We have a 10th century inscription from Rajshahi where we have the reference to the use of Indra Nilamani Snigdha Shila, which is again a blue stone that is being used in writing the inscription as the stone being used in constructing the temple at Wari. So we have cues to identifying it, but that's a different story. So we have a large number of bricks fallen from the structure because of these unauthorized diggings at the site. What I took advantage of those unauthorized diggings. I just made a statistical detail of about 120 bricks that came out from that structure in the last 60 years. And this shows two things. One is, although the upper part of the structure is made with lime surkhi as the mortar, which does not appear in Indian subcontinent before the Alai Darwaza, which is the earliest evidence of the use of this in lime surkhi mortar. It's Araidin Ka Jhopra in Ajmer, which was the earliest use of mortar, lime surkhi mortar in India. So that lime surkhi mortar was used with these bricks in the later part of the construction. But what we see here are two important things. First is, based on this statistical analysis, we found a length breadth thickness of 7.1 each to 5.2 each to 1, which is closely resembling the length breadth thickness ratio of the early medieval brick ratio retrieved from other sites of other religious structural sites of Western Bengal. And this was calculated, it is published as early as 2009. We have 4 different groups. It corresponds to group D of the brick size and should be therefore dated to the early medieval phase, although we cannot be precise about the chronological point within the larger frame of early medieval, but they are of course pre-medieval bricks. This is number one. And the second point is, if we take a closer look again at the structure, the in situ structure, exposed structure of the temple to its northern face, we see that the foundation is made of not the foundation, the plinth area is made of stone, topped by series of courses of bricks set in mud mortar, which was the regular mortar used in constructing early medieval structures. This gave me a cue to questioning that if this whole affair is happening in the 16th century itself, or it has an antecedent phase. In locating that, I went to the other part of the mound and cleared the section, the open section, and this is the result. We have, below the level of the extant temple, thorough courses of bricks. Some of them have been hunted by local people in the last 60 years, or maybe we don't know from when. But still, these are there set in mud mortar. And this structural phase, I'm sure, is indicating an earlier phase of activity at the site. This is the extreme southern part of the mound. If you go to the northern extremity of the mound, you see extensive habitation remain in the form of thickly distributed ceramic cluster, pottery cluster. Then, if you go back to this slide and take a look at this shade, modern shade, this is inside this modern shade, you have large number of stone blocks, decorated stone blocks, which are referred to actually in the inscription, the Nilopal, the blue stone, with which this mandapa was made. Villagers report that truckloads of such stones have been taken away by neighboring villagers over the years, and at each and every household you will find one piece of large block of decorated stone from what they call the Shiv Mandir at Wadi, because now only the Shiva temple, the Shiva Linga exists, which is a living temple. So we have a few of them there, and they are showing again craftsmanship of early medieval constructions. But one of those, which is taken away from the site and now being preserved in the Harishchandrapur BDO office from this same site, is very interesting. Here we see an element of arch topped by a floral motif, which is a characteristic in the Islamic motif. These two also, and the two rosettes, which are almost omnipresent, ubiquitous in medieval Bengal temples. So, based on these two patterns of stone usage also, provisionally, of course, I suggest that there was an earlier phase of construction than the phase when the inscription was written in the 16th century. With this in hand, primary material evidence in hand, I decided to explore the area. To about 200 meters south of the structural mound is this extensive habitation, as you can see in this aerial view. This is the top level, this yellow marked, and this is the ground level which has been cut away for the purpose of cultivation. And the whole area is covered with thick deposit of bricks. You can see on one of the open sections, this remnant of the brick structure, the badly devastated. And then again, ceramic material, pottery material jutting out from the sections, including complete pots. I'm sorry I can't show you all those images because I have not been able to photograph them in proper condition. The work is still on. But what we have are extensive deposit of habitation remains outside the periphery of the structural mound. Actually, this entire village of Wadi and Husainpur, there are two mauzas, this entire area is sitting on a mound which formed part of this earlier habitation at this site. I don't know if it has to be identified with Pukkapura itself. If we are led by the inscription on the Saraswati from this mound, this site should represent Pukkapura, but we have no other phonetic or any kind of a cue to identifying this. This is, again, habitation and structure, but with a quotation, because this I photographed in June. This is, if you believe me, this is the same place as this. This is photographed in February. This is photographed in June. I decided to show this because I knew that many of our scholar friends, young scholar friends who are working on in their PhDs and MPhils are attending this. This is a problem of looking, identifying and methodologically approaching a Bengal site in any part of Bengal, deltaic part. If you go to this site in July or September, you won't even bother to step in and see what is lying under this plantation. Actually, it is the same spot, identically the same spot, which is photographed in February and then in June. So we have to look at the site at different points of the year to identify the locations of occurrence of material assemblage. Then I undertook an exploration of the neighboring area. This is a site called Jhikodanga. It's a site of about 21 acres, as my GPS says. This is the extant part of the mound, and this is the portion that has been cut away for cultivation. You have extensive deposit of ceramics, bead, and bone material from it. You have one other structural mound within the same village, outside that habitation area, where you can see regular alignment of structures on surface. These have not been explored earlier ever. You have this site called Bhingol, where you have all around the periphery of this tank, thick deposit of ceramic repertoire, pottery evidence. This is a place called Kamarta. You can see this is where I'm taking the snap from, and this is the point where this person is standing. This is the top part of the mound. This is again a habitation mound which needs introspection. Then we have this site of Mahendrapur, which again is a large mound, now divided into several small mounds because of continuous growth of modern occupation. But if you take a closer look on the sections, you see thickly strewn pottery. This is one more example from the site, from the same mound on one of those exposed sections. And this is how the, I would say, the memory of the mounds are existing in the midst of habitation areas at that same village called Mahendrapur. I'm not trying to imply anything, but I would put on record that the person who consecrated those images in that temple is being called Mahendra. And there is a village called Mahendrapur in the area, which is also a major site. This is the only one photograph that I can show you of the ceramic type. I can come to the issue of pottery types during discussion if time permits. So these are the sites that we explored, starting from Mahendrapur to Bhingol. And this is the periphery within which I conducted a very preliminary survey. This is not a kind of survey that has been done in the context of Northwest Bangladesh. For this, we need 3 or 4 more seasons of work and identify sites. But what we see is that this entire area is being fed by this channel, which is this younger brother of Mahananda called Phulahar, and its spills, which are running around the settlements. You cross 2-3 villages and you see one spill of the Phulahar. or its paleo channel visible on the satellite map. So this is the distribution of sites. So the first point of submission is what we see in a 16th century text and its material counterpart at the site is not the end. If we closely look at the site, we can clearly see that there is a continuous line of development from at least 5 centuries back. If we take the textual clue from the 11th century Saraswati image inscription and the 16th century temple foundation inscription, we see that possibly it was a modest temple of Saraswati consecrated by one Padma Shiva. We are not aware of his specific identity. Then it flourished into a larger matha comprising of 2 segments of a religious establishment, one mandapa, another matha. And then when we look further closer into the material assemblage, we see an antecedent phase of development in the early medieval period, which is possibly contemporaneous with the image of Saraswati. Of course, we need proper dates, but brick remains, pottery, and the nature of surface scatter are quite, sufficient indicators towards that. This is my first submission. The second point is, if this was a temple of Saraswati and it got converted into a larger establishment in the 16th century, where the Saraswati went? Yes, physically she came to the museum, but if we extend our orbit of survey, we see that about 10 kilometers from this site, within modern Bihar now in the Katihar district, we have a place called Belwa, and this space within the Belwa village is called Saraswati Sthan, where you have a modern living temple of what they call Nil Saraswati. This is the modern image of Saraswati. People claim that there was an earlier image of Saraswati. They will show you a photograph of that, which is very difficult to identify, but that's a stone image of a goddess, which they claim to be Saraswati. But interestingly, in the associated temples, what we in Indian scholarly tradition we call sculpture shades, in these sculpture shades within the Saraswati Sthan, we have images of Surya, Vishnu, and Ganesha. So, again, provisionally, my argument would be these were reappropriated later at the Saraswati Sthan at Belwa, and these are the images which actually were there at the site of Wadi. We are not sure, we have no clue how to solve the problem of the iconography of these images and the date of the inscription in 16th century. This is clearly not 16th century iconography, but this iconography is neither 12th century iconography. This is a late iconography. So that problem is there, but notwithstanding that problem, is possibly these were transported from Wadi to this Belwa. Belwa became a center of Saraswati worship, and these associated images embellished the Saraswati Sthan in over the centuries. And we have to remember here that Belwa is also an extensive site. I'm not showing many photographs. This is one indication. On the section, you can see the density of pottery on the section of the pond, of one of the ponds at Belwa. Again, extensive distribution of early medieval pottery is there at this site. So this site became the site of Saraswati, and Wadi became a Shiva temple. This is what you see in modern Wadi and Belwa. Wadi is a Shiva temple, which is an active Shiva temple. Shivaratri is observed with great enthusiasm. It becomes a point of congregation of about 10,000-15,000 people. A festival and fair is held. It's the heritage is reappropriated completely differently by local populace, and the Saraswati, which was possibly this, who was possibly the presiding deity of Wadi in 11th century, that identity of Wari has been snatched later on by Belwa, which has become the Saraswati Than, and Wari has turned into gradually a Shiva pilgrimage site. So it has several layers of how material evidence towards institutionalization of religious practice can be viewed. This is one exercise that it's just in a preliminary stage. I would be very grateful in having suggestions and comments on the lacunae of this approach, but I think this is one more approach through which we can question text, not simply by looking at the village names in copper plates, but by looking at inscriptions which do not provide you ready geographical cues, but the text itself and its context can lead you to addressing larger questions of spatial orientation of sites and the problem of how to look at the continuity between early medieval and medieval. If some of these sites are properly excavated and their pottery is being indexed properly, then I'm sure interesting cues to understanding the pattern of evolution of ceramic technology, apart from other things, can be addressed. And all this has been done. Please note that this has been done with no aid of excavation. This was simply based on surface exploration. So this is the first episode of the story. I hope once some of these sites are properly excavated and probed into, we will have the next episode of this story open for all. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, sir, for this most interesting and enlightening lecture. We will now have a short discussion session before we call it a day. You have the questions in the chat box.
Oh, thank you. No, we don't have any question.
No, there are no questions. Also, I will just have to check with the YouTube moderators whether there are any questions there. So I'll just.
I think it's 5:37, so people are tired also with continuous sessions, interesting sessions from the morning. So
I'll just check. No questions.
No questions.
I'll thank again the Department of History, Jadavpur University.
Oh, no, there is a question. There is a question. Tilottama Mukherjee.
Yes, very interesting.
Yes.
Very interesting. Of course, yes, I was not. I precisely stayed away from that point. Yes, it's an interesting question. They were being procured from the Raj Mahal quarry, of course, because that's the most easily accessible source through a riverine route from this area, and they were collecting this. Of course, there were multiple quarry sites from which they were exploiting stone. But for this site, I'm sure the Raj Mahal chlorite schist was being exploited. That's
Actually,
also an area of inquiry that has to be.
Yes, because the type of stone has also to be, I think, identified.
Yes, it's identified, Didi, but I'm not getting into that. It's still unpublished, and the whole thing is not my copyright also.
Okay.
So I'm not. It's now clearly identified. Now we know what this Neelopal is.
Okay. So, and it is easily available in this zone.
Yes, in this zone. Yes,
Okay.
they're getting it from Raj Mahal via the Purnia tract, maybe, or
excellent.
through the Ganga, possibly.
I'm really tired of kind of posting messages. So can I just ask verbally? I would also like to know something about the pottery style. I mean, a pottery type.
Yes.
And whether you can find a transcendence from early medieval to medieval in the array of pottery that you have been able to locate.
Yes. Actually, for the second question, I really have no answer, I have to confess, because for this, we need to excavate and we have to situate the pottery in their stratigraphic context and then have dates from those contexts, and we have to then classify the pottery from one dated level to the other dated level and see how they differ from each other. This is a larger task, but for the typology, yes, we have the types, the chromic varieties are gray and red, the ubiquitous red ware, and it's different shades in different textures and fabrics. And we have all the characteristic early medieval types, starting from the knife-edged bowl to the large storage vessels. We have all the types there. And the pottery is still not yet ready. I have not undertook a thorough study of the surface finds that I have. They're quite, that's a huge lot already. So on pottery, I'm not immediately at the, I'm not in a position to comment precisely, but yes, they are at par with the early medieval types that are reported from North Bengal sites so far, particularly from the sites explored by Shina Paja and then sites excavated by Professor Shadhin Sen. And these sites of North Bengal, this pottery is quite in conformity with those.
I would also like to know, I think at one point you were talking about the mortars in that wall. Yeah. And there's both Surkhi mortar at the top possibly, and you also have mud mortar.
Yes.
So what does it indicate? What does it indicate?
This leads me to argue that the mud mortar phase was the early medieval medieval phase or pre-Islamic phase, what is usually called, where this mud mortar structure was used in constructing the first phase of the temple, which was possibly dedicated solely to Saraswati. And then in the 16th century, keeping in practice with the time, they used lime surkhi mortar to renovate the temple with stone. They're nowhere mentioning in the inscription the use of brick, though we have large number of bricks, which means they simply reused the bricks. They only encased the structure with blue stone using lime and surkhi mortar. So lime surkhi mortar is the indicator of the medieval phase of construction, renovative phase of construction, and the mud mortar is the phase of early medieval phase of construction. This is the specific cue that led me to think that the story is not only a 16th century story. There is an antecedent phase there. And this is the taking cue from this point that I revisited the site in June.
Thank you, Roger. That was an excellent analysis. I mean, like, it's a groundwork at the ground level and going to the field, finding this magnificent clue that so that we can see this. Basically, we start we are quite, like habituated with looking at early medieval distanced from the medieval. So this kind of hard evidence from the ground allowed us to look at the entire trajectory of the continent.
Exactly. And we have several such occurrences. You may ask, how many instances do we have? Yes, of course, in Bengal we don't have. At least to my knowledge, I don't have any such other evidence from any site in Bengal. But if you move to Odisha, yes, we have. At least from the Cuttack area, I'm aware of such temples of which the inscriptions have not been properly studied. If they're read, they will lead you to the antecedent phase of the sites in the coastal Odisha and coastal Andhra tracts. If we take a closer look at these temple inscriptions and taking cue from those inscriptions, if we survey the areas, which has not been done in the case of either coastal Odisha or coastal Andhra Pradesh, if we survey those areas, we can have more larger indicators of understanding the early medieval problem in its archaeological context. Then if we join together these pieces, we can have a general picture. That is my point of theorization.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I thank you all, the colleagues in the Jadavpur Department of History,
Thank you, Roger.
History Department, particularly Professor Nupur Dasgupta and Dr. Chandrani Banerjee Mukherjee for allowing me to share my working experience at this site, which is, of course, in its infancy. I've just started this. It will take three or four more seasons to consolidate the material evidence from the site. Thank you.
Now we should conclude, Nupurdi.
Thanks to all the eminent speakers of today's sessions for their most wonderful and enlightening presentations. Thanks to all the participants for making the first day of this workshop a success. We have a few announcements from Professor Nupur Dasgupta. Over to you, ma'am.
Actually, the thanks also come from the deepest portion of my heart to all the speakers, and I'm really, really grateful to all of them. I have been very wary of how the program will go on, and we have been keeping on toes, like for the time management and everything, but it was such a fulfilling experience for me, at least. So I would just like to, talk about certain things. Tomorrow, it's very unfortunate the first speaker of the first session is unable to join us due to certain unavoidable circumstances. So I was just asking the office if we could begin at 10:30. I will try to talk to them and see whether this can be done. Then we can start at 10:30 and we can go for extended session. We have ample time for discussions then for the eminent historians who are going to join us for tomorrow's first session. So I'll just look into it and post the messages in different, arena and also inform the speakers. The other thing that I wanted to kind of remind all the participants, especially the junior ones, is that, a Google form has been posted in the groups and it's also posted here, I think. Aditya has posted it here also. So it has to be filled within 6 p.m. today, this evening. So there's not much time. Can you do it for us and can you post it back? So that will be very helpful for us.
Aditya has already given it.
Yeah. So now we kind of end today's session with a huge thanks to all the participants, speakers, as well as the audience. And so we now close for the day. We shall meet again either at 10:30 or 11. I'll just let you know after having a discussion with my colleagues and the volunteers and the office. Thank you. A good evening.